Имаш. О, тук. Изпрати ми ки. Да. Добре, секунда. Да. Оф, капна мишка. Така, Ustream ки. Аха, аха. Защо? А, за кое? Пак. Чакай. Аха. Добре, това виждаш, че не мога да го изкрия, нали? Смисъл. Да, ами пробвах, ама не става. Ресет дава ново да набира, трябва да го обратно, по някакъв начин този стриминг и да отиде в... Ха. Добре, чакай, всъщност ще пробвам първо да променя URL-а. Може би... Как ще стане?
On the following page, we'll be asked to pick the YouTube account we want to stream to, followed by allowing Restream to access that channel. Once that's done, you'll be redirected back to the Restream dashboard. And as you can see, YouTube is now connected. Now, let's get Facebook added by clicking Add Channel from the top. You'll notice two Facebook options. The profile option at the top is free to add and stream to. However, to add a page or group, you'll need to subscribe to one of our paid plans. We suggest Professional. For this tutorial, we'll go ahead and click Facebook Profile, followed by Connect Facebook. You'll then be taken to the Facebook website to complete the connection. During this process, you must allow Restream to post publicly so we can retrieve comments. Finally, click Allow and you'll be redirected back to Restream, where, as you can see, Facebook is now connected. Now let's go live. You can do that in any broadcast software or in Restream Studio. Let's head there now to get set up. Here you can set up any graphics or captions, as well as update your title and description. Once you're ready, click Go Live from the top and you'll begin connecting. As well, Facebook is now connected. Now let's go live. You can do that in any broadcast software or in Restream Studio. Let's head there now to get set up. Here you can set up any graphics or captions, as well as update your title and description. Once you're ready, click Go Live from the top and you'll begin connecting to all of your channels. And that's it. If you Here you can set up any graphics or captions, as well as update your title and
because it is good for everyone, not just good from themselves. I don't suppose it to be doing big things with big teams. No, usually the big things doesn't get done by the big teams. Now the big things get done by the collaboration of many small teams doing many small things. To help popularize this, we give this idea a name. We name it Agile. This is a quote from Robert C. Martin, Teen Agile book. And I want to say some words regarding agility and the agile of software. Quality is a specification role, not a verification. Usually, a feature is not specified until its acceptance test is written. Acceptance test needs to be automated. Best is to start writing the acceptance test at the start of each iteration. The test itself specifies the software. As definition of done, the feature is not done until all acceptance tests pass. Again, Robert C. Martin, professional developers have a single definition of done. Done means done. Done means all code is written, all tests pass, quality assurance and the stakeholder have accepted. I have listened many times that if you go agile, the productivity of your team will double, triple, and so on. Good collaboration removes some of the block people have in order to do their job, but doesn't necessarily make them to be more skilled. There is a big expectation that comes with agile adoption. Development teams should deliver productivity-ready software as soon as feature is done, or at least the end of the each iteration. Of mastery in technical practices and engineering must be extremely high for the team in order to deploy the software to the production multiple times a day without compromising the overall stability of the system. I want to mention that software craftsmanship doesn't really have practices. Rather, it promotes a search for best practices and way of working. Good practices are good until we discover better one that will replace the current. One of the most questioned most common question asked inside the craftsmanship communities. For example, how do I convince my manager's colleagues team to do the test-driven development? This is the wrong question. The problem here is that we are offering a solution before agreeing on the problem. People will not change the way they work if they doesn't see the value. We need to focus on value, not on practices. Instead, for example, of pushing for some practices like test-driven development, maybe we can start agreeing on the value, reducing the time that it takes to test the entire system. Uh, I want to ask a question. Maybe lots of you that know that we spend lots of time for technical depth, refactoring, or redesign. Or if the programmer doesn't want to write the test, how often you ask your project manager, should I write a test? And many times you convince him that this will speed up the development because the risk is low, the team is experienced. For me, this is the transfer of responsibility. You want to shift the responsibility to your manager, but you are the expert. You must provide the clean code covered by enough tests. It's not the manager's responsibility, it's your responsibility. And I strongly believe that responsibility cannot be delegated. Just task. In agility, it's important the team itself. This means all the developers, all the quality assurance guy, including the scrum masters and the PO. There is no managers inside the team. The team should decide everything and should act as one. Customer-focused organizations have a culture of creating value for their customer, by innovating and improving product, services, and process. It is important to software business to develop a customer-centric quality culture that helps to recognize that the customer, not the company, that defines what quality means. It is a common fallback, how to say, to have only technical requirement and programmers to say, we know what customer wants. But at the end, understand that the customer defines the software quality. Recognize and understand product and service quality using the customer eyes. Uh, Usually, it is very good to include your customer in your development process. This will allow to have a very short feedback cycle. Collaborate with customer to improve product service quality and resolve problems. The word customer in this context refers to business people in general. This includes true customers, managers, executives, project leaders, and anyone who might carry responsibility for schedule and budget or who will pay for the benefit from the execution of the system. I want to mention that there is softwarecraftsmanship.org, and similar to the Java Manifesto, there is a Software Craftsmanship Manifesto. I want not to say it in detail, but want to say that the Software Craftsmanship Manifesto describes an ideology and mindset. It promotes a professionalism through different perspectives. It is good to say that well-crafted software means code is well designed and well tested. It is the code that we are not scared to change and the code that enable business to react first. It is a code that is both flexible and robust. We need to have a community of professionals to share and learn from each other, raising the bar from their industry. The conference like Java2Days help in that direction. I want to cite one sentence that again from Robert C. Martin regarding that the number of programmers doubling every 5 years, juniors exponentially outperform seniors in software teams. Almost naive bravery of the juniors and the vast experience of the seniors. We need the seniors to bravely and openly teach the juniors for their mistake and support it in finding their own solution. This is basically what mastery is so incredibly difficult. Once we really mastered your skills, the last remaining challenge is to train someone to be actually better than you. That's what all masters do in their craft. We should do it as well. So look it around in your company or in your software community and conferences like this one. I mean Java2Days. There are many experienced programmers and teams that have a high maturity levels and predictable produce quality software. Probably most of you know such leaders. Some of them are even managers now. And such leaders and senior developers can act as role models if you find a way to share their experience. Software companies need to grow as a knowledge organization. You cannot just hire external consultant to solve the problem with software. It must be solved inside with the knowledge and experience that we have. I would emphasize craftsmanship as remedy for bad code, craftsmanship, and professionalism. I want to mention some stuff that we do in Bulgaria. We focus it on edge and cloud computing, and for us, this is the complementary approach to solving some of the challenging use cases in the Internet of Things. This is why Boschel provides solution for both edge and clouds. Thanks to this combined approach, both customers can rely upon integrated solution from device, I mean sensors, actuator, edge to the cloud, like device management, data storage, analytics. The focus now is on use case implementation, ecosystem, as alliance buildings to develop IoT solutions. I want to finish with one quote from Jonathan Rasmussen book, Competing with Unicorns, stating that the tech company doesn't do project, they do mission instead. I'm proud to being able to work toward Bosch IoT mission. Our mission is we bring the IoT to life. I believe that the connected world of tomorrow, the innovative artificial intelligence powered Bosch IoT solution will have company improve our quality of life and conserve the natural resources. Thank you
Thank you,
very
Pavlin.
much.
Thanks for having you here with us. And guys, I would like to tell you that the next two sessions are coming in 11:30 just now. So the one is how to write code efficiently with Jacek, and also how class data sharing can speed up your Jakarta E application startup. So be with us. Bye. I from here and see you in the next sessions. Bye, Pavlin.
Bye. Thank you. You can contact me.
Also, how class data sharing can speed up
Hi, everyone. Thank you for joining this session about how you can use the class data sharing option of the JVM to speed up your application. And in this case, I will show it to how you can start improve the startup time of a Jakarta EE application. And you will see that there will be a dramatic increase possible. It's a nice feature where you do not need to rewrite or adapt your application. So let's first have a quick look what the system is doing when you create a new class. You have a statement, new by importance boundary, for instance. You do that statement. What is then going on behind the scenes? The class is looked up in the system by different class loaders. You have the Bootstrap, the application class loader. You can have many class loaders available. And once the bytecode is there, is found, then a number of steps are performed to make sure that everything is okay. It will work as expected. First of all, there is a verification is that bytecode valid bytecode for that version of the JVM that you're running. There are preparation steps performed to make that bytecode for the class usable in the context you're running. There is also a resolve step because you have links to other classes, methods in other classes, other JVM classes, for instance, like the string or the long class, etc. There is also the initialization of your variables, your static variables, for instance, and all those kind of things. So a lot of things are going on behind the scenes by just instantiating a new object. And that takes time, of course. It is important, but it takes time. So the last few years, there is a lot of investment within the JVM and also in the wider Java ecosystem to improve the startup for a few specific use cases. So I'm Rudy de Busser. I'm working for Payara as technical sales and developer advocate, doing presentations like this one. I'm also involved in the microprofile specifications and the Jakarta ones, but this one is a bit outside because it is based on purely a feature of the JVM itself, so it can be used in all situations, so not only Jakarta EE. So let's have a look about a few more details. What is that class loading and why it is important and how we can improve that startup, and maybe going a step back. So why is that fast startup important? And no, it's not about serverless. It is about something else. And then I go into a few details of the class data sharing, because the name is maybe is confusing. It's not about sharing data in your application. And I'll show you the startup improvements that you can achieve in various situations with a few demos, and then we come to a conclusion. As I said, new my class. The bytecode is loaded through the class loaders. That's not the major issue performance-wise in your system. The next few steps take more time, like the verification. For instance, the JVM is verifying that the bytecode that it reads on the you're running JDK 11, that bytecode is valid for JDK 11, because there are constantly new bytecodes added to the system, like for instance with that the new features in the JDK 15 and 14, there are new operands, new types of bytecodes, and of course the system needs to make sure that on your version that you're running at that moment, that the bytecode is valid. But it's more than that, because at compile time, the compiler generates valid code. But the compiler, the Java compiler, is not the only one who can generate bytecode. You have all those JVM languages, Kotlin, Scala, Groovy, to name a few. They also generate bytecode. You can even generate bytecode by hand or manipulate that bytecode, which is then maybe an act of malicious code that's trying to access your system. So the verification is a very important step. You can disable it, as we will see it, but that should never be one of your options to improve the startup, because it is really important security-wise. The second step is that the class file is derived, as they say, because your own class references other methods in other classes, and you have, for instance, a call to a method which has one parameter and returns a string at compile time. But at result, at the runtime, the the system, you provide it with another dependency, a newer version of your external library, for instance. And there the method signature is changed. It has, for instance, 2 parameters at that moment. So those checks are important and can result in those incompatible class change errors. So when there is a difference between compile time and runtime. There are other steps, like you have some preparation steps, which is more or less like the variable installation, initialization, like I said, around static values which are prepared, static blocks which are executed. You have also the resolving of symbolic references. You have that invoke dynamic that needs to be resolved and all those kind of things before the interpreter can use the code. But that verification and that class file derivation are steps which can take some time, can be done maybe upfront. You do not need to do it at the moment your application runs. So that is one of the focus points in this. As I mentioned, you can disable that verification with the no verify option of the JVM, but of course that opens then the door for malicious bytecode. So that should, as I mentioned, never be an option to improve your startup. You probably all know about that native compilation with the Graal VM, for instance, that you can do, which is also targeting, amongst others, of course, targeting this slow startup of your application. But native compilation has many drawbacks and needs adaptation of your current code. You cannot use your code as it is now, or your legacy application that you have written 5 years ago. You cannot do native compilation on that for various reasons. But native compilation is also slow. It takes a lot of time. Class data sharing also takes some time, but that's only a fraction of the compilation time that you have if you convert to native operating system code. That will improve in the coming years. I have no doubt about it, but currently it is too slow, if you ask me. Another, maybe more important factor is that it has a lower peak performance. So once your Java code is compiled to the native code, it performs and it does it well, of course, but the JIT compiler can take into account how that code is used and can see over time, a few thousand executions, see what is the best optimal way to compile that bytecode to native code by that C1 and the C2 compiler, for those who are familiar with that. So your Java code as bytecode will perform better than your native compiled Java code, which is, of course, an important factor. That native compilation has also an issue with reflection, because we are working in what's called a closed world. At the time of compilation, everything needs to be known upfront. What will be the types? What will be the availability of the method? So we cannot do something at runtime based on reflection to find out what is available, what are values. All those things are not really possible. There is something for reflection, but you need to identify all those things up front and give the exact circumstances, what will happen and what you expect. You also have no debugging of information. You have also not the possibility to use Java agents to do instrumentation on the fly to check performance, etc. All those things, they are working on it. I agree, but for the moment, native compilation is not, in my view, an alternative to get a fast start of your application. Class data sharing, on the other hand, as CDS, as this the acronym, you don't need anything special. You do not need to rewrite your application. It's just your standard application, also your legacy enterprise applications from 10 years ago. You can still use that class data sharing there and have significant improvements. So that is, for the moment, a very interesting option to explore. But as also mentioned, we need to go one step back and ask ourselves, why do we need fast startup? Is it always important, and in which situations it is important? Because you only have to find a solution for a problem. It's not that we are just using something because, oh, we like to use it. It has to have some meaning. It has to some benefits. So suppose that you have a microservice which is attuned or can handle up to the number of requests there indicated by that blue line. And you're an organizer of events, for instance. Okay, that's maybe not a good example in 2020 now with all the situation that you have events, and at the moment that the event is announced, you have a large surge in requests for ticket sales, of course. So you need to decide when a second instance, when you start clustering, when you start up a new instance. So it should be only done after the requests go over that blue line. But once you see that it goes over, then of course that startup of that second instance, that can take a few seconds. Connections to database, other instances needs to be prepared, etc. So that it's not instantly that those things happen. So it takes a bit of time, although it can be sometimes only a few seconds. During that period of those few seconds, requests can be dropped from users, or they have timeouts because the system is overloaded. So then maybe you say, okay, then I decide to launch a second instance already a bit earlier, a bit below that blue line. But as you see on that bump just before it crosses there, the blue line, maybe it was not necessary. So fast startup in these cases can be important to have a good user experience for your end product. So we need to be able to react as fast as possible. And this, of course, has nothing to do with the cold startup problem with serverless. This is something completely different and is in general, in some cases, and again, it depends on the situation that you have, it can be important to reduce the startup of an additional instance of your microservice. So the idea of that class data sharing option of the JVM is that that's loading, verifying, and derive to do that upfront. So the bytecode is already loaded, verified, and checked that all the method calls, the method signatures matches. And the info is stored in a read-only file in a specific format, a memory-mapped read-only file. So that means that later on at runtime, the JVM can directly access that information in the correct format for the operating system you're running. So that means that no verification is performed anymore, no derive or whatever needs to be done. It is immediately used. So when you say new my class, that statement can directly get the information in the correct format from that memory mapped file, which means that class loading is much faster. And if you have a simple Hello World application with a main method, with a print statement, with the typical Hello World, you are using 437 classes, maybe one or more, depending on which version you're using of the JVM. In that case, of course, the increase, the performance increase will not be significant, and it's, of course, not a major issue. Larger systems, and I'm giving here an example in the demo with Payara Micro, where you have an entire Jakarta EE web profile available. At startup, you access 15,000 classes. So if you improve the loading and the verification and all those steps for all those classes, you will see that you will get a notable and important improvement. CDS now comprises about two types, if I can say it so. The first one, the original CDS, which was an Oracle private feature, a private feature of the Oracle JVM already back in the JDK 7. Then the CDS was limited to the JVM classes only. So think about those that runtime jar file, that rt.jar file. So those were prepared up front because they were fixed, they would not change, and that improved the startup a bit, of course. But as you know, most of the classes in your application are specific classes outside of the JVM. Your classes that you have written for your application, libraries that you're using, etc. So the second version was called App CDS, Application CDS, which included your entire class path and became available in JDK 11, or at least in the LTS version of JDK 11. It was already available a bit earlier. And that means that now every class, there are a few exceptions, you will see it in demo, but every class can be prepared up front and used to speed up your application, which is, of course, a very nice thing. There are still new functionalities, new features. There are improvements like dynamic application CDS, that the class paths and the files on the class path are found out in a much more dynamic way, etc. Changes in which came in JDK 13, I believe. So there is still improvements going on in each release of the JDK. So it is an active area of development. How can you use it? You need to specify a few options. You have for the OpenJDK and the OpenJ9, which I'm going to show in the demo, which are a bit different. The OpenJDK, you have three options. One is for defining the file name for all the classes which are used, because you have also your classes in your application that you need to consider. You have the file name where that memory mapped file is specified, where it is located, the name of it. And then you have the option share, where you say dump, where that archive file will be created, or on, where you are using it. With OpenJ9, you have only one option, the share classes option, but there you have a lot of options behind that -X, where you specify a lot of things, and you have even more possibilities within the OpenJ9 and the OpenJDK. So let's switch to a demo. So I start with the OpenJDK one. So I'll switch my system to the Azure JDK 11, which has then support for that CDS, that application CDS. And what we want to improve is when we start the Payara Micro, like this, you started up as a fetch jar, where you specify the deployment directory where your application resides. It starts up, the configuration of your system is performed, the deployment of your application is done, so all things are done at startup, which takes now, because I'm doing screen sharing, and it is a bit slower, it is using around 10 seconds to make my application available. So I like to improve that with that CDS. One of the things that the CDS requires is that you have what is called a stable class path. So you need a class path where every jar and every class is clearly defined. It is Also, you should not change it, because when you create that jar file, that archive file, sorry, when you create that archive file, it assumes, no, it not assumes, it takes that order of all the jar files, because as you know, the class loader takes into account the order of the jar files that it finds. So the first jar file who can provide you a class, that one is taken. So at runtime, when you're using that archive file, your class path should not be changed then in those two situations, because otherwise you might end up with different results and that archive file is not used in an optimal way. So in order to provide support for that, because that Payara micro jar file contains the entire class path in the jar itself, we have created an option to expand it and create a proper starting jar file, a launcher, as we call it. So the first step that we need to do is create here that launcher, and it is creating in that micro root directory. Second thing that we are going to do is gathering all the classes that we are using in our application. You can do that by hand, of course, which is a nightmare. How do you know which classes are used? As I said, we have around 15,000. So the option is that you let the JVM system do it, do that gathering themselves. So you start up your application and you record that every class that it is loaded, that it is loading in that situation, it is written to this classes list file. And for that reason, we have created the warm-up parameter, and the warm-up parameter makes sure that when the system is up, so everything is done. This is a normal run of that Payara micro, as we did the first time. If everything is ready, your application is deployed and ready for usage, then that warm-up parameter makes sure that it shuts down at that moment. The thing that we now have is that here in that classes list file, we have a long list that's around 15,000 entries of every class which is loaded during that initial run, that short run. Since your application is deployed and you have in Jakarta, you have that CDI option where you scan the entire system for CDI beans. That means that also all your applications, your custom classes that you've written for your application is also scanned, which means that these are also here recorded in this file. So this classes list file contains now every single file from the JVM, from Payara Micro, and your own application, which is required to run your application. Which leads us to the last step that we need to do, is create that file. Based on that classes list that we specify here, we say that a certain memory read-only file will be created with that name, and we create the dump file with the parameter dump. You see immediately that he is giving some warnings, because he finds that in that classes list there are dynamic generated proxies, which of course obviously cannot be used here, because that code is not available at that time. You also see that you have here JDK6 errors warnings. Every JDK class from 7 and upwards can be used, but older classes, if you have a library, as is in this case, which is still compiled to the JDK6 version, then it cannot be used. There are also possibilities that here, as I mentioned, some classes need to be removed due to errors. That means that the linking was too complex. There he found that there were some problems with that verification of all the method signatures. And those classes are also discarded from that memory file. It is not a real problem, because if later on, as we will see when we run the actual application again with CDS activated, if it's not finding the class in that archive file, then the normal loading will be performed from the class path. So the system will not fail because it is not in the archive file. It's not like you create a new version as you do with J-Link. It's just an option to improve the startup, the research of your class from the entire system. So if we now have that file, maybe I can show you the file. You see now you have that payara.jsa file here, that archive file. It's 161 megabytes in size. As I mentioned, that's the entire JDK Payara micro and your application, which is included there, except those classes which he mentioned that are excluded. So it's about 99% of the classes that you need. If you run your application this time with that share active, so we are executing that launcher again, but just specifying that he needs to use this archive file. Then your application starts up again, mainly from that archive file, from that memory mapped read-only file. And you see instead of 10 seconds, it's now only 6.4 seconds. So that's much, much faster. The same you can do with OpenJ9. OpenJ9 has the same capabilities using that CDS, but it has a slightly different way of doing it. So let's switch first to an OpenJ9 version. So now I'm using the OpenJ9, which is based on the exactly same version of the JDK. I can do the same thing again, startup normally without CDS. It takes again today now with sharing my screen active around 10 seconds. But in using the OpenJ9 in the sense is a bit easier because you only have to specify one parameter and he gathers the information automatically. He knows that he needs to capture all the classes files, all the files that are loaded by your system. So the OpenJ9 engineers made it possible to simplify those things. So instead of first running it with that capturing of all those classes list, you can immediately start using it with a share class here. So the option, as I mentioned, was share classes. I specify a name for the file. I call it again Payara. I specify the location. It is locally. This is probably too high because the previous time it was 160 megabyte, but 300 megabyte is the maximum for the OpenJ9. So I specify that as a maximum so that I have all the space available. For instance, if my application is larger, that everything can be placed in that memory mapped file. Again, I use that same launcher that we have created, and I do that warm up again. And so it starts up. It creates then dynamically, immediately, all the classes that it encounters and puts that to that memory mapped file. So you need only one command here instead of two commands with the OpenJDK version. Again, startup, due to that warm-up parameter, it will stop again immediately. And we have again here a 300 megabyte now. It is, as I said, too large because it will not be filled entirely of that memory mapped file. We can print out the options. We can have a peek. We can modify that so that OpenJ9 is very powerful there. You can here, for instance, do a print statistics so that you can have a look of what's in there. So you have a clear view of how many classes there are. The initial cache size is that 300 megabyte, but it is not used entirely. I think there was a percentage here. No, you need to calculate it yourself. It also specifies the processor features because, as I mentioned, this all these memory mapped files are operating system dependent, of course, because it is doing that for your system. You see here my cache is only 27% in use. So the 300 megabyte was too large. But again, I can run my application now with that J9. Version, not printed, but I can run it. This is the OpenJDK one. Here is the correct one. I specify again the correct archive file in the correct caching directory with that launcher again. My application starts up as normal, again faster as without any modifications we did for the CDS. We see here 7.3 this time. So I did some more control tests than this because this was the basis for those tests, and I compared it just a plain startup, how much time that took and how much memory was used during that run. And I compared it with CDS active, and then you see that startup time goes from around 8 seconds for both the OpenJDK and the OpenJ9 versions, from around 8 seconds to a bit more than 5 seconds. So that's an important reduction. It's around 35%. If your application is larger, more classes, which means that you can have even a larger improvement in startup time. You can, we have already reported some cases where we have an improvement around 40 to 45% of startup time. There is also the idea that the memory consumption should be improved because there is no code used for the verification for checking those method signatures and so on. But that was only obvious during the OpenJ9 runs that we did. So it was there. You see that 3 megabytes of memory was used less than the normal plain run. But again, that CDS is not mainly about memory reduction, although you can use it in a shared environment so that that memory mapped file is only used once for multiple JVMs. But the main idea of that CDS is the reduction in startup time. You can do this, of course, in Docker images, which is preferred, seeing the fact that you have multiple commands to do. So multiple steps to have an optimal Docker image. Of course, you need a multi-stage Docker file, as I will show you in a moment, so that the storage within your Docker file is optimal, so that there is no files wasted that you do not need, etc., in layers that are below. The archive file can be in the image. That is my recommendation because it is used as a layer. So if you have it in a host running, that layer is also reused. So that's a very optimal layout for using that. You can also put it also outside the archive file. The archive file outside the Docker image on a volume, for instance. But then you need either an extra step in your build process to get that archive file out of the image and put it on a volume and use it from there, or you need to use the Podman version to building images, because the standard Docker build does not allow to use volumes when you're building images. So I've created here a Docker file. Which then perform those steps, what we did before with the Azul one, the OpenJDK one. So I'm starting from the Alpine version. I'm copying Paramicro in the image, and I create that that launcher. That's my first step. Once then that is created in a second version and in a second stage, I copy my application, and I copy then that here that output launcher prepared version in this image. So it is optimized there then already. And I perform those two commands. The first command was to create that classes list, and the second one was to create the dump file. Once that is done, then I'm in the last step in the last stage. I'm copying from the previous one all that information which is optimized, and I run my application with that X-share on here with the correct memory settings to run in Docker, and I launch that launcher jar file. I've prepared this build before because, again, this does all these steps what we have done manually, so there is nothing new, and it takes some time, but you see it performs all these steps, and I have a Docker image. In this case, I have tagged it with the name micro warmer, and then, of course, when I run that image, it starts up my application within Docker, and we can have the same improvements in startup time. Again, here it is lower time because I have reduced the amounts of CPUs available to my Docker host so that it does not eat up my entire machine when I'm using Docker. Few pitfalls which I already mentioned during the demos and slides. The class path, that must be identical when using CDS than when it is when you have prepared the CDS file, because otherwise, as I mentioned, the other classes could maybe taken, and then it is not according to the JVM specification anymore. Dynamic proxies obviously are not placed in the archive file. Also, the 1.6 classes and all format classes can't be used. So it's time to really upgrade now to the latest version of your application and your libraries. Issues, there might be issues or issues in the sense that it works all the time, but maybe you're wondering why certain classes are not loaded, or if you have issues with that class path, that you see that it is not as fast as you expect, the gains are not as large as you expect, then you have the option -xlog with load plus class. Then you get a very detailed list in that log file. of what is happening when it is using the CDS and for which classes, and when it is not using it. And of course, as I mentioned, that archive file is version and operating system dependent. So don't create that archive file on one system and try to use it on another one. That will fail. But also it is important that if you change your JDK version, that you change the file which is created for it. So not sure if there are any questions.
Without the connection, yeah. Like you can see, I don't know why, but I've lost the database connection. I think the whole Docker went down. I don't know why, but generally speaking, when you open the database section, you will also be changed focus in there, and you can see you can choose the database you're using. And for most of the things, I prefer to use the terminal, and I would like to show you how does it work. So most you can open the console by this button, but you also see that you have the shortcut, you can use it. So Ctrl-Shift-F10. And right here you can open the console, and you can just write the whole SQL syntax queries that you want to use. And when you are focused on some kind of query like that, it has this green border. It means that when you press the Ctrl-Enter, it will run the query you want to use. Because of no connection, we don't have any result, but you can write the whole SQL in here, and also when you're connected to the database, it will find the tables, will propose you some auto completion. Also, it checks the whole syntax of your SQL, and keep in mind that after every change you can just make a rollback or make a commit. So in here you have the commit with the Ctrl-Alt-Shift-Enter, or for the rollback you have to press it manually or go and assign a key. Yeah, I think this is the basic thing with the databases. So I see minutes of time. So I think we can open the question panel. If you for example, are curious if there is some functionality, maybe I kind of can know about it, or you just want to ask about how can you develop in the whole things, then I'm happy to help. Yeah, so no questions. Thank you all for the presentation, for being with me. I hope you enjoyed the presentation and maybe learned one or two things, or maybe I encouraged you to try to use the IDE without the mouse, just to look like a pro, and also avoid using the mouse, and make less mistakes in the coding, and also help you with navigation. That I'm really happy to help. So thank you all. Enjoy the conference, and Merry Christmas.
Thank you, Jacek.
Thanks.
talk, we're going to be taking a look at some of the tools that we can use for working with Excel as Java. But quickly to introduce myself, I'm Tony Roberts. I worked in finance as a developer for many years, both on the buy side and sell side for hedge funds and banks and things like that. And as some of you may know, that's an industry that really runs on spreadsheets. A few years back, I launched a product called Jinx, and that's for developers to write Excel add-ins using any JVM language. Today we're going to be looking at Java, but the same applies for Scala, Kotlin, Enclosure, and all of that. So I just want to start by sharing my screen. So I'm going to take the camera off for a second. And hopefully you're still with me and can see the screen. Yeah, looks good. Okay, so as I said, this is me, Tony Roberts, developer of Jinx, and the email address here, tony@exceljava.com. If you want to get hold of me afterwards, then feel free to email me at that, and the website is exceljava.com here. I'm just waiting to hear that you can see my screen before I continue. Okay, great. So first of all, as developers, you may be asking why Excel? Because it's often easy to dismiss Excel as something that we don't need to care about. Many of you will have been burnt in the past by users creating overly complex or magic spreadsheets that are just impossible to maintain or support. And so it's kind of understandable that now you may want to avoid having anything to do with Excel whatsoever. And actually, I remember when I first started working as a developer for a hedge fund, I worked on this application for the traders to use, and I was really pleased with how it turned out. But the first time I demoed it to the traders, so these are the guys who would be using this new application that I built, literally the very first question I got was, how do I export this to Excel? And it's vital for us to remember that our role as developers is to build software that benefits the business. And very often that means that a human end user is involved. And those users that we're supporting, more than likely in some capacity or another, are going to be using Excel. So what I really want to get across to you in this talk is that working with Excel doesn't have to mean writing or maintaining VBA or complex spreadsheets. And there are tools out there that make it really super easy to bridge that gap between us as Java developers and Excel as a user interface tool. And if you only take away one thing from this talk today, I'd really like it to be that working with Excel and Java can actually be pretty fun. Now, what I want you to think about really is Excel as another front end. And whenever we're building something that will have a real end user, we have to make decisions about how that end user will interact with whatever it is that we're building. That's what I mean here by front end, and that's how the user experiences all of our hard work in the back end. Now, if we get this front end wrong, the user will be unhappy, regardless of how good the back end that we've built is. So one option that a lot of you will be familiar with is building out a desktop application. So we could build out a desktop application using JavaFX or Swing or any of the other windowing toolkits. These can result in a really great user experience. And using one of these toolkits, can give us complete control of what the user sees and can do. But it can be pretty complex and time-consuming to write. So another option, which is really popular these days, is to write a web app, and we can do that with JSP or something like that. And I think that's something that everyone will be familiar with, and certainly users now are very used to consuming applications written as web apps. Often you can find this requires some specialist expertise, and it may even involve bringing in a separate web team to develop. So in both desktop applications and web apps, what the user sees is it's pretty fixed. if they want to move stuff around or do some extra analytics or reporting, then that involves them coming back to the developers with more requirements and then spending more development time building out the app. And often what you'll find is the way that they get around this is by having just one button to export everything to a CSV file, something like that. And then once they've got it in Excel, then they can do what they want. And really, that's what I was saying at the beginning, where when I built this whole app out, the traders' first question I had was, okay, great, how do I export this to Excel? For many use cases, when we're building out a desktop application or a web app, it's really easy to get carried away implementing more and more complex user controls, things like that, and grid controls and stuff to try and keep the user inside our user interface, because we really don't want them to be just using our interface to copy and paste to Excel. So we try and make the application as attractive as possible. But what if we could think about this kind of the other way around? And what if we could use Excel in the same way that we use a web browser, and just as the presentation layer on top of our back-end code? And again, I'm not talking about writing loads of complex VBA code here. What I want to show you next is just a few different ways that we can use Excel as a front end using only Java code without requiring any VBA. And there's a few different options for how we can work with Excel from Java. Now, none of these options I'm going to show you are particularly scary, and it's worth knowing about all of them so that you can choose what's right for your specific needs. And the first is perhaps the simplest, kind of conceptually at least, and that's just reading and writing Excel files for static reporting. The second thing I want to show you is how to automate Excel from a separate Java application. This gives us a bit more flexibility to create interactive applications rather than just static reports. And then finally, the last option that we'll look at is writing an Excel add-in in Java. And this is by far the most integrated way for us to use Excel as a front end for our Java applications. Now, excuse me. To begin with, writing static Excel reports. This is something you may be familiar with already. Often we need to output a report from some system or another. More than often that might just be a plain text file or a CSV file. But if that report is going to be used by an actual person, we can be pretty sure that they're going to use Excel to read that. So next, imagine that part of your job was to take a CSV report, export it from some systems, do some calculations on the data, get some summary level results, that kind of thing, and then produce a report for higher level management, something like that. And that's actually a very simple way of describing what a lot of people spend a lot of time doing. So we can save the end users a lot of time and frustration by actually giving them a report that's formatted in a way that works for them rather than just a CSV report. And there's various other things we can do as well to make their lives easier, like we can include multiple sheets in one document so they're not constantly having to flick between and try and cross-reference data between documents. We can even include formulas for basic calculations. So if they have common tasks where they load in some data, do some quick analysis, that kind of stuff, we can do that for them in an Excel file. We can even go crazy with charts and formatting and produce completely finished reports just directly from Java. So given that we can do all of this from Java, how much better is it that we can give users reports in a way that works for them, rather than have them load a CSV file or load a bunch of CSV files, combine them together, write a load of VBA to automate stuff. This is a much better way for companies to work. And it turns out that there's a really great package for writing Excel reports from Java, and that's Apache Poi. And that's what I want to show you in this first demo. So if you don't already know about this package, it's well worth looking into. It does way more than what I'm going to cover today, including reading Excel files and other Office files, as well as writing them. But we'll have a quick look now about how we can generate Excel reports instead of CSV reports. So let me just come out of PowerPoint. And yeah. So what I've got in this kind of example, and again, this source code is all online, so there's no need to make notes now or anything. You can download it later. But what I've got in this file is just a main function which is loading in some data from a CSV file. So this is really to simulate what we might do if we were using a database. So here I've just got some simple data in a CSV file that you might be calculating, or you might be loading from a database, or whatever it is. And I'm using Apache Poi to create a new workbook object. In that workbook object, creating a new sheet, and then writing those records to the sheet. So inside this write basic report method here, we're creating a header row and then just simply writing the records, just iterating over the rows and writing the cell values. So if I run this now, hopefully if I've got this right, there we go. So it's now saved a new Excel workbook here. If I open that, we can see we've got the same data that I had in that CSV file, but now written as an Excel file. I still have to go in and change the size, and nothing's formatted nicely. So really, at the moment, we don't have any benefit over doing a CSV file, but we've written something out in an Excel file. So I'll close that now.
Hey Tony,
Hi.
can you please increase the resolution of your screen or
Sure.
editor?
Is that better or more?
Maybe a bit more.
A little bit more. Okay. Let's try. How's that?
Yeah, let's see. Let's check that.
Great, thank you. Okay, great. So now we've seen how to write out a very basic report. I want to show you how we can do a little bit more. So in this second method I've got here, I'm basically doing exactly the same thing, but rather than just writing the values for each cell, I'm also, here I'm setting the values, but I'm also setting a cell style for some of these. So here you can see on one of the columns, I'm setting a style, this amount style, where the amount style I've created earlier, and I've given it a specific format of how to do that. And we'll see in some other cells as well, I've got like a header style here, which is a different color, and I've got a percentage style here, which is going to show numbers as a percent. So if I run this one now, there we go, save the workbook again. And now when I open it, we've now got something that kind of looks a lot more, a lot better for the user that's opening up this file. So just with the small change, we've already made their lives just slightly easier. Now, the last thing I wanted to show you here, I'm not going to spend too much time looking at Apache Poi. Like I said, like this code will be available online as well. But the last thing I wanted to show you was creating some formulas. So here I've got this third method, write formatted report with sums, and this is doing the same thing as writing the formatted workbook that we had before. But what we'll do now is add an extra row which adds a formula to the bottom. So I've got a bunch of stuff here which is saying create a new cell below the last row, and then just set the cell formula using this set cell formula method. And if I run this one, save the workbook again, and so now we've got the same formatting as before, but here we've actually got formulas. So these aren't pre-calculated numbers. This is actually an Excel formula that's summing these columns. So hopefully here, we haven't looked at the code in too much detail, but this is really just to give you an idea that rather than just outputting CSV files, we can output stuff which is immediately useful to the end user, and also give them some kind of stuff so that, if they wanted an interactive report where maybe there was a few blanks that they could fill in. We could give them some formulas so they can do some basic analysis without having to go back into a different application. So with that, I just want to jump back into PowerPoint. And the next thing I wanted to talk about was actually getting closer to what we said about using Excel as a front end, and that's automating Excel, because writing out Excel reports is great, but as we can see, there are some limitations. So the user might be able to request that a report gets rerun, but at the end of the day, it's still just a more or less a static report. So Excel is used for much more than just a tool for viewing static reports. Really, it's an insanely flexible UI tool disguised as a spreadsheet. Now, traditionally, Excel is automated or scripted using VBA. But just imagine for a moment that instead of writing VBA in an Excel spreadsheet, we can instead do all the same things, but with a Java application in control, using Excel as a really user-friendly front end. And in fact, we can. So anything that we can do in VBA can be done just as easily in Java, or in fact, any language. Now, the technology that we use to do this is COM. There's probably a few of you that are having a bit of a heart attack now because, well, COM's a pretty ancient Microsoft technology, but despite its age, it's still widely used by Windows applications. Now, it's kind of notoriously difficult to work with, but I think most of that stems from the intricacies of dealing with COM interfaces from C and C++ code, and that's where traditionally COM was mostly used, and that's, I think, why it has this reputation of being so hard to work with, just because from C and C++ it is hard to work with, but using Java, COM is much simpler than you may realize, and it's really not that scary at all. Once you've got over the shock of COM, then you'll find that the entire Excel VBA class model is exposed, meaning your Java code can interact with Excel just as easily as if you're writing VBA. Now, there are a few different Java COM bridges out there, but the one that I found that works really well is Com4J. Before you start calling COM interfaces with Java using Com4J, you need to generate these Java wrapper classes. That can be a bit fiddly, especially if you're not familiar with COM already. But for Excel, there's no need to do that because you can just pick up some pre-built wrapper classes from this Excel Java repo here. So if you go to the Excel Java organization on GitHub and find Jinx Com4J, you'll find everything you need to get started with Com4J and Java. So I want to jump into another demo now to show you how this works. Hopefully we'll see. So what I've got in this example project is, again, another main class, and here we're getting this application object. Now, this application object is identical to the application object that you'd use in VBA, but instead of VBA, obviously we're doing it in Java. So I use the Com4J package here to get an active object. That's the sort of terminology for the COM object. And in order to know what object I get, I have to give it this class ID. So this class ID here is just this hard-coded identifier, but this is the identifier for the Excel application object. So once I've got this application object, I want to show you a really simple example, which is just getting the current selection and then setting the value of that selection. So here, this Excel is my application object. I'm getting the selection method. And then this query interface, again, this is another bit of COM terminology, but really this is like a cast in Java. So we're getting the selection as a generic COM object, but then calling query interface to get the range interface to that object. And once we've got the range interface, we can select the value here. So if I show this side by side with Excel, then if I select some things here and then run this code, hopefully, yeah, There we go, you see. So I've now set everything in the selection to hello. Let's just run that again for a single cell. And there we go. So we can see we can actually script Excel using Java kind of in the same way as we could using VBA. Now, I want to show you a very kind of another example, but a bit more of a real world use case. So as I spent a long time working in finance, I'm going to do a sort of financy type example, but hopefully it shouldn't be too hard to follow. Now, in a lot of trading firms, the way they work is you'll have traders on the phone to brokers or counterparties doing trades. They might be using Excel to calculate exactly what the trades are they want to do. They'll have some analytics where they're doing what they call like pre-trade analysis. They'll then execute the trade, and then they need to actually execute. They need to actually record what they've executed into some system for keeping the trades for that day. Now, the way this used to happen is that traders used to actually have a paper blotter, and they'd write down what they'd done, and then at the end of the day, a trading assistant would come and collect all those paper blotters and then spend a few hours entering them into a system. Today, things are done a bit more real time than that. So often traders will have another system on their screen that they'll use to enter them. But still, they're copying and pasting values from Excel. So there's errors come in. If we can give them the same thing but in Excel, then that's a big advantage. So here I've got a method called write trade blotter. If I run this, what we'll see here is that it's just writing some headers. So this is just setting these values and then setting the style in the same way that we could from VBA. So this is giving the trader this trading blotter where they can say, okay, I traded this, I traded 100 of those, I traded at 5, and I also did these, and price was 45. Now, the other side of this is give them another thing called read trade blotter. And this is what this is doing, is actually reading the values from this range, doing some validation, this kind of stuff. And then this is where it would connect directly to the trade booking system, save them to a database, whatever it is, but all without the trader having to come out of Excel. So if we run that now, we should see, yeah. So now they're getting some feedback saying this one's been booked, but this one is an error. So it's saying the price must be greater than 0. So here the trader gets that instant feedback rather than writing it on a paper blotter and then the next day someone saying, oh, like I couldn't read your handwriting on here. They're getting this instant feedback saying actually that should have been 45. Run it again, and now both trades are booked. But also because it's all in Excel, they haven't had to come out to copy and paste values from one system to another. They've just been able to do it all entirely with Excel. Here I've been running this code using just IntelliJ, but you can imagine if you were writing a desktop application, then you could have buttons and controls within that application that would then script Excel in the same way that I've shown here. Okay, so back to PowerPoint. What I want to talk about next is kind of this is really where we get to the point of being able to use Excel as the front end. So we've seen how we can output stuff to Excel and how we can interact with Excel from a separate application. But really, we can do way better than that, because if our users are already working in Excel, then why make them come out to use an external application, export some data or whatever, and then go back into Excel? That's it's a lot of wasted time for them both, and it's also a lot of time for us building out complex user interfaces that aren't really what the user wants anyway. So what I want to show you next is that we can actually build our application, or at least like a large part of our application, to run right inside Excel. And I'm not talking about writing loads of VBA glue code or anything like that. What I'm talking about is writing an Excel add-in entirely in Java, using the same Java tools that we already use, and then deploying that code through Excel. But rather than being like code that's stuck in an Excel workbook, it's still building out as jars, still deployed from a central location. So we can still do unit testing, we can still use version control, all of that kind of stuff that we just can't do with VBA alone. Now, for a long time, to write an Excel add-in, there are only a few limited choices. You could write it in C or C++, or you could write it in VBA or C#. And for many enterprise solutions, C# was kind of the least worst choice, as there was no good way to write an Excel add-in in Java. Now, I've had quite a bit of experience with this, and actually, I guess like more than 10 years ago now, I launched a product called Pixel, which was a tool for building Excel add-ins in Python. And then a few years ago, I was talking to various people about the difficulties that they'd had using Excel in their organizations. And they said that basically they hadn't come across anything that could bridge Java and Excel in the same way that Pixel bridged Excel and Python. And I did some research and realized that there really wasn't anything available that was, anything decent that worked for Java. So I kind of took it upon myself and launched Jinx, or Java in Excel. So I launched this a few years ago now, but having developed Pixel and having that being used by sort of large companies for over 10 years gave me a massive head start. And the two products share a common code base. So right from the first release, it was super stable and super reliable. Now, with Jinx, you can write fully featured Excel add-ins in any Java or JVM language. And that can be used to expose new Excel functions to users or worksheet functions, stream real-time data as RTD functions, write macros, menus, etc., that kind of thing. And even, in fact, pass Java objects between Excel functions, and I'll try and include that in the demo just in a second. So, first of all, I wanted to show you just, before we jump into the demo, just a very simple example of what an Excel function looks like. So here on the left-hand side, I've got this static Java method calculating Fibonacci. Like if you've ever done a job interview, then you've probably written this code. And on the right-hand side, calling the same thing, but from Excel. And you'll see the magic thing here is this Excel function annotation on the Java method. And that's what I want to show kind of in a demo now. So, yeah. So what I've got in this example is, first of all, let me just show you. If you go to this exceljava.com website, you'll find kind of everything you need to know about the Jinx add-in, including there's documentation for Java and some other languages and all this stuff. And then also there's a download page where you can go and download the add-in for yourself. Once you've downloaded it in Excel, you can just, in options, add-ins, if you've ever used an Excel add-in before, then it's exactly the same here. You just go and add the add-in that you've downloaded as a new add-in, and then that adds it to Excel. And then there's a config file for the add-in itself. So here in this config file, one of the things that you configure is the Java class path. So here I've got it configured to use a jar which I'm building from this project, and then you can also give it a list of classes to load. You can also, in this example, I've actually got a list of classes as a text file here, which gets included as a resource. But again, this is kind of covered in the documentation. I just want to show you how it works at a slightly higher level. So with this class here, this Excel functions, I haven't got anything in it at the moment. But if I add, let's just say public static method that returns double, let's just call a function called Java test. And oops. This kind of thing. So you can imagine this could be, whatever function you want to write, and it's just running as normal Java using whichever JVM you choose. So I think I'm using the OpenJDK 14, but you can select in the config file what JVM you use, so you're not limited there. And here I'll just return, I don't know, something super simple like that. So I'm just multiplying the first two together, adding the third, and returning it. So nothing too special now. Now to add this function to Excel, all I have to do is add this Excel function annotation. And if I build this jar now, That's finished. What we can now do in Excel, reload the Jinx add-in, and then now we've got this Java test thing here. So it was 1 times 2 plus 3 gives us 5, and that's actually running our Java code here. And we can even see, if I just put them side by side again, if I can do that. I can even set a breakpoint here, and then using the Java debugger, just connect to here, and then now when I run this this Excel function, it's now stepping through, and I'm in my IntelliJ IDE seeing all the parameters that are being passed through here. So now I can really develop Excel functions, but entirely in Java. Now I wanted to show you an example of a slightly more complex function. So again, apologies, this is another finance example. But if you don't know, if you know about finance, you've probably come across this Black-Scholes formula. But if you haven't, don't worry too much. Just think of it as a kind of a complicated maths function. But what it will do is give us the theoretical value of an option. So we can see here in this Java code, I've got a bunch of inputs. I'm doing some calculations here on those inputs, and I'm returning, the value here. Again, it doesn't really matter too much what it is. But the inputs, let's say spot price would be 100, so that's the price of like our stock that we're looking at. Strike price is the strike price of the option. Again, I won't go into too much details. Just put some values in for these things. This sort of thing. So these will correspond to these things here. And if I do Black-Scholes, put these values in, and there we go. So again, I can put a breakpoint here, see exactly what's going on, see the options that are being passed in, and go through and debug my code that way. So you may sort of say at this point, like, so what? That's just one function. But really, what this allows us to do is build like dashboards and things in Excel. And if I open up this sheet that I had before, what this is using the same function, this Black-Scholes function, with a bunch of different inputs, calculating the things and then plotting something. So, if we were working in a bank and they said, okay, we need an option calculator for calculating a portfolio of options for pre-trade analysis, this kind of thing. Sure, we could go ahead and we could build like a JavaFX or a web app to do that. But then those requirements would change probably, before we'd even finish doing it. Doing it this way, we provide a well-tested, unit-tested function to do that. And then we can give that to the front office, the traders, as like a toolkit. So we can have like a number of these functions where then they can build their own sheets, and then they're in control of kind of how they use that function that we've given them. So here, for example, you can see I've got a bunch of calculations. I could say, okay, what happens to this curve if I change this its call option to false? Oops, I've still got a breakpoint. But there we go. We can instantly see this kind of stuff, and this is what what we might want to build into a user interface tool. But in Excel, we've just got such a massive head start because of all the UI stuff that it's given us already. So volatility was changed from 15 to 25. Like, how does that affect the curve? Or interest rates drop to 0. We can see very quickly, and we can play around with with this function in a nice interactive way. So there's more than just adding functions though, although that's like what I would say that's probably the biggest part of what people use Excel add-ins for, is building out tools of whole toolkits of stuff in this way. So rather than just one function, it might be a suite of functions for different derivatives, or functions for querying databases, for pulling out reports to use, and pulling out reports of data to include in dashboards, this kind of things. But we can also use some of the things that we saw earlier about automating Excel, but now directly from Excel. So I have the same code that I was using before, using in the Conf4j example. So here I've got a write trade blotter and read trade blotter, again using the Conf4j classes. Here it's slightly different in that I'm using to get the application rather than using it from a hard-coded CLS ID like I had before. Here I'm using this Jinx package to get the application object, so there's a bit more integration there. But you may have noticed in Excel I had this Jinx thing here, and at the moment there's nothing in here really, just reloading and log file and about and all this kind of stuff. But we can control this whole ribbon. So we can build out controls to our user interface directly in Excel. And that's done just by a simple XML file which describes what that ribbon should look like. So in this example XML file here, what was commented out here is a new group of tools just called trading tools with my create booker, create blotter and book trade things here. And these have an on-action attribute, and these correspond to here in the same way I use that Excel function annotation to mark a method as being an Excel function. Here I've got an Excel action annotation to mark these things as being an action that can be called from the ribbon. So if I rebuild this again now, again, the only change I've made is just to this ribbon XML where I've uncommented these. If I now go and reload this, now without even restarting Excel, I've got these new tools here. So if I create a new sheet, I can now press the create blotter thing. And again, this is the same as what I had before, but now just running entirely in Excel, so the user doesn't have to go out somewhere else. And put these in again. And then book trades, exactly the same as what we saw before. So now we've got this, this kind of imaginary trade blotter application where before we had it as a separate application talking to Excel. Now we've rated into Excel, and we're really using Excel as just our front end. So all of our Java code is in the back end, but we're using Excel as a front end in the same way that we would have used like the web app or the desktop app before. One final thing I want to show you, since we have time, is back in the Black Scholes example. If I just bring that up again, yeah, this will do. I mentioned earlier that we could pass Java objects between Excel functions. So I just want to kind of expand on that a little bit now. And this is really useful where if you've got something which doesn't naturally fit into what you can show in Excel. So for example, I don't know, you might have like a database connection object, or you might have some complex structure which you don't necessarily want to expand out into lots of cells. Or you may have loaded some data from a database or whatever, and you might have several million rows, and you don't necessarily want to expand several million rows directly into Excel. You just want to have it as like conceptually just like an object in Excel that you can then perform more operations on. So to kind of demonstrate that now, what I've got is in this Black Scholes example, I've got a simple market data object. So this would be, and again, apologies for keep using the sort of finance examples, but what this is representing is some data that's loaded from a database, which contains a whole bunch of things like stock prices, volatilities, all the market data that you'd need to price a portfolio of options. And here I've got this function just mocking it up with, I'm not loading anything here. I'm just got some data hard coded. But I just want to show you what happens when I call this function that's returning this market data interface. So if I was to say here, load market data, what it does is returns me just a single cell, but with this handle. And this handle is really what represents the underlying Java object. And it's that handle that we can pass through to other Java methods, and then this Java object will get passed through. So in the same way that I called the Black Scholes function here, I've now got this Black Scholes 2 function, which is the same. You can see here it's actually called in the Black Scholes method, but it's getting a few of the inputs from this market data interface. So if I call this now, yeah, I've got a breakpoint set, so we'll see what happens. So Black-Scholes 2 takes market data, ticker was, actually let me just, so the ticker's XYZ, and it takes a strike price, let's say 200, years to expiry, and say it's a call option. So Black-Scholes 2 takes market data, this, and when it calls into our Java method here, you'll see that this market data object is no longer just the handle here. It's actually this object that we returned from this method. So using this, we can actually make our spreadsheets much, much simpler by encoding or by sort of holding a lot more information in a single cell. So we don't need to have loads and loads of sheets with, you know, everything exploded. We can have things that are conceptually like a lot simpler. So if I run this, you'll see, yeah, get through the same thing. Still calling our Black-Scholes thing, but now with this extra data. The final thing I wanted to show you is because, you know, we started off by talking about how can we produce tools which are more useful to our end users. Here we've got this tool here, but as you saw when I typed it in, it's just saying like arg1, arg2, so that's not particularly friendly. And similarly, if we go into here, oops, you know, these things aren't particularly friendly, like the user's not going to know what all these things are supposed to be. So actually, if I go back into this first function that I wrote, as well as this Excel function annotation, we can also add the Excel arguments annotation, and here give this some extra information. Here I'm just going to give them the names. Oops, excuse me. But with a bit more annotation, we can run this again. Now when we call our Java test method, we should see, you know, now we get much more information coming through here, and we can also give it, you know, documentation for each parameter and a description for the whole function. So again, you can see in here, you know, now we can actually give the user a much better experience and give them this kind of documentation as they're calling the function. Back to this here. So just to kind of recap on what we've seen and what I want you to remember. First of all, developing for Excel is not painful. If you've been stung by writing lots of VBA before and you know just how horrible that is, or you've been caught out by spreadsheets that have been, you know, emailed between users and end up with having very slightly different bits of VBA between what different users are seeing, then, you know, that's not what we're talking about. Really, we can just think of Excel as another front end for our Java code. So our Java code sitting there, well tested, in version control, centrally deployed, that kind of thing. But really, we're just using Excel as a front end in the same way that we would write a web app, that kind of thing. We can also use Apache POI, as we saw, for static reports. So if you're ever in a situation where you need to write out some CSV files or dump some data for a user, then just consider using Apache POI to make the report slightly nicer. If you already have a desktop application, but you need some kind of interaction with Excel, if, you know, rather than dumping out an Excel file, then just think maybe there's a way that you can automate Excel from Java, and you can do that using Conf4j. And then finally, you know, really the most integrated solution is to have your Java code running inside of Excel as a Java add-in, and we can do that using Jinx. So as I said at the beginning, all of the source code is available. Just go to Excel Java on GitHub, and you'll find this Excel Java talk, and all the code's available there. The website I showed you was exceljava.com, and, you know, please do feel free to reach out. It's just Tony@exceljava.com. You know, I'd love to hear what you thought of the talk and if it was interesting or useful. So yeah, and I think we should have some time for some questions now, I believe. So let me come out of this and back to the back to this thing. Let me stop sharing. And okay, cool. So if anyone's got any question, then please, I'm happy to answer any questions you've got now. Oh, apparently there's no questions. Just say hi on the chat. You know, any if there's any comments, then feel free to write something in there. But otherwise, oh, apparently there's a bit of a delay. Absolute silence from the room. Okay, so I don't know. Ishkan, can we bring people online for questions, or do you just want me to answer them as they come into the chat? While we're waiting for questions to come through. Okay, so Todor, you had a question. If you just type your question into the chat, then I'll repeat it and then I'll answer it for you. While we're doing this, I'll copy the website into the thing as well. So you got a record of it there, and then.
Sometimes has a question in the questions tab about any thoughts about integration with Google.
Great. Yeah, so Google Sheets is an interesting one. They don't really have, because it's all running online, they don't really have a way to integrate with Java code at the moment. The way the Jinx add-in works is using the XLC API, and it's done that way like purely for performance. So it's it's possible to have really kind of millions of calculations in Excel at once, and having the JVM embedded inside of Excel is the only way to get the performance needed to do that. So Google Sheets, you can write functions in JavaScript, which will run in the browser, but there's no way to kind of embed like the full JVM and everything you need to connect to your backend systems, like all the databases and message buses and things like that, in the browser that way. So you'd have to write it as a client server type thing using JavaScript. So there's also saying, is it possible to use it in LibreOffice? And I think there are toolkits for using for creating add-ins in LibreOffice. But what kind of I've found is that really when you're dealing with end users, particularly in the larger enterprises, it's kind of Excel or nothing. Like if you here's just Excel just has a much wider user base, so it really makes more sense to meet the users using the tools that they use, and in 99.9% of cases that's actually Excel, particularly in, I guess, my background, because it's finance, where people are using Bloomberg and Reuters and all those kind of things, and those have Excel add-ins, so Excel is what those people use. Javor says that the trial period is very short for a Java novice. Well, that's true. It's a 30-day trial period, but then it's actually free to use after that. So it's free to use for some sort of limited functionality. But also, just contact me if you're having trouble, and that trial can be extended very easily. It's no problem.
Deva Balan has a question. Will this support Mac Excel as well?
Yeah, so Mac is an interesting one because of the way Microsoft actually develop Excel. They have the C API and the COM API, as we saw, but both of those are only available for Excel for Windows. The Mac version is much more closed down. It doesn't support a lot of the features that are in the Windows version. So if Microsoft were to add a way to extend Excel for Mac, then it would be possible for tools like Jinx to use that. But currently, the Mac version of Excel is just much more limited. And again, like what I was saying with LibreOffice and stuff, is that what you tend to see in the types of places that depend on Excel is they also depend very heavily on Windows. So it's a very small user base, really. It's I mean, I understand from a home user point of view, things like LibreOffice and the Mac version of Excel are attractive because especially developers are using Macs. But it's really not what sort of businesses are using.
I think these were all the questions for now.
Perfect.
Thank you, Tony.
Okay, thanks everyone for your time and thanks for listening. And again, like, please do get in touch with any other questions. And yeah.
Thank you, Tony.
Thanks a lot. Right.
Bye-bye.
Cheers, everyone. Bye. With any other questions, and yeah.
Thank you, Tony.
Thanks a lot. Right.
Bye-bye.
Cheers, everyone. Bye.
Okay, maybe we can wait a few more seconds to see if more people are going to show up for that session. Okay, it's time to start. Hello everyone, my name is Martin and today we're going to talk about interesting things about iOS development. I'm going to start with the presentation which is called iOS Application Structure for Future-Proof Development. Today we're going to look about the structure of modern mobile applications, then I'm going to show you how to initialize a project, how to structure it, and also what to expect in the future, not only for the project, but also in terms of iOS development. A few words about me. My name is Martin. I'm CEO of Go Startups and Assetify. I have about 10 years experience in startups, 7 of which are experience with iOS development. I enjoy guitars, motorcycles, and airplanes. So let's first start with the structure of modern mobile application. Maybe you know that when you're having a mobile application, you also have that application to be communicating with a server or a backend, with a push notification service, with analytics service, and mostly with the user, because the user is doing all the actions which are in the application and observes the data that is presented to the user. But let's go deeper in the mobile application itself. I have separated it on 3 different layers, which are the presentation layer, or other ways called UI. We have the business layer, which is controlling the data and manipulating the data, and we have the data itself. These 3 different layers in the applications are split into smaller layers, and on the presentation layer we have the user interface and we have the presentation logic. User interface, in most of the cases with the current iOS development, these are all the storyboards and the views that are presented to the user. We have the presentation logic, which is the flows between the different screens, the animations that are presented, and etc. In the business logic, we have the app facade, we have the components, workflows, and entities. And on the data layer, we have data access, data utilities, and service tools. I'm going to call these layers also with the way that the current application structure in most of the iOS products is made. It is the view, the controller, and the model. And here is the way that they're communicating with each other and with the user. So let's start with the user as main point. The user is seeing what is on the view and interacts with the views itself. Then from the view, it alerts the controller that something has changed, that the user has made some interaction there. And the controller manipulates the model or the data inside the application. When the data has been changed, it needs to update the view so the user sees what is going on there. I'm going to start with the first live demo for today, which is project initialization. I'm going to need a second to restart my screen sharing because it seems that there is a bug in the in-event software. So this is the project that I have prepared for today, but I'm going to start with opening an entirely new project in Xcode. Right now, you may select like multi-platform application. You can select iOS application, macOS, watchOS, tvOS, or other. I'm going to just start with a standard iOS application. We're going to give some name like demo application 1. You can select the team that you're participating for signing the certificates and everything else. You may select also an organization identifier. You can select if you want your interface to be storyboard or Swift UI. And also you may select what do you want to have on the lifecycle. Right now, the current option is only UI kit with app delegate. For language, of course, we're using Swift. I would not use core data because I'm going to present you which is the best way, in my opinion, to manipulate data and to contain data in the application. And I'm always checking by default to have the tests included in the application because automated tests is something great that, in my opinion, everyone should be doing, at least from time to time. I'm going to select a directory. In most of the case, I'm also creating a Git repository on my Mac. So I have everything split on commits. I can track my changes and do everything else. And I'm not going to change any of the other options. I'm clicking create. The thing that is created right now in my demo application, as in the all iOS applications, is that I have demo application itself, target. I have also a testing target, which is for the unit tests and for the UI tests. From signing in capabilities, everything
probably a surprise for many of you, and we'll see today because we have a couple of polls I prepared for you already. But more importantly, I'm going to show you some resources in the end which you can go through in order to not get into the trap of going through a bundle of concurrency courses and guides and seminars and workshops and not understanding it fully, because that's what you can. That's probably something some of you might have experienced already, because you always feel that there's something you don't know yet. And in this talk, I'm going to show you how to bridge the gaps in your knowledge you already have. Okay, and in terms of the agenda, the first part of the talk is going to be focused on the purpose of caring about this subject at all. Because from what I've seen, many people underestimate the importance of threat safety because people feel like they are safe from it, although oftentimes that's not the case, and we'll see why that is. Then we're going to cover some of the basic issues you could have when talking about threat safety, some of the fundamentals which you should consider, and how to address them in Java. And finally, we're going to see how to expand the knowledge you're going to gain from this talk and grow your skills and knowledge from there. But there's also this big list of things we aren't going to talk about. However, this list can serve you as a guidance to what you probably don't yet know about concurrency in Java and what you still have to learn, and tick off each of these items after the talk is done and you go study it on your own. And in order to not just present you with a bucket list of stuff which some of some of them are very daunting. I have prioritized what's the most important things to know. The first four, unfortunately, I wasn't able to bundle in this talk. I did attempt to put the first two, which are quite important, about initialization, safety, immutable objects, and about thread confinement in this talk, but I didn't find enough time to put that all, while also covering in enough depth the rest of the things which are already in the agenda. However, if you stay until the end, I'm going to show you how to actually gain knowledge and all these additional stuff, which some of them are important to know, others are, well, good to know. Okay, cool. And the first part is about understanding what thread safety means at all. Quickly gazing at the chat if there's anything there, or the Q&A, nothing there. Okay, so let us continue then. So what's thread safety at all? Well, one simple way to define it is that imagine first you have a class which does certain things, and we're not talking about multi-threading at all right now, and this class is supposed to behave correctly. So what does behaving correctly mean? Well, let's say it means the class should behave as per requirement. So if the requirement is for your class to provide something like a cache for given values, the cache should work as expected. You should probably have some tests to make sure the behavior is sustained while you develop your project. Thread safety, on the other hand, is expanding this notion of behaving correctly into classes which not only behave correctly, but also continue to do so while they are bombarded by a gazillion of threads. And as you see throughout this talk, we're going to see examples of classes which actually look quite okay at first glance. And many of you have probably written such classes before or continue to write still, but yet they have certain issues once you start using them with a bunch of threads. Okay, so another thing to consider, should you care about thread safety at all? And one thing which I often hear, I recently heard as well from a web development friend of mine while preparing for this talk, that you don't need thread safety to know about thread safety because you're not really spawning any threads anywhere. You don't have thread.run, you don't have executors, you don't have whatever. You're just writing simple web apps, for example, and you really don't need to consider thread safety because you're assuming that you aren't running in a multi-threaded environment. So that's what many people first think when considering this topic. However, I have some bad news for you, because if you are writing web apps, if you are using Spring, if you are using some other kind of framework which serves web requests, you are already writing multi-threaded applications. Why is that? Well, because although you aren't spawning threads directly, you don't have anywhere creation of new threads throughout your own code base, you are using a framework which works in a multi-threaded environment. For example, Spring. Every time you get a new request over the web, let's say a GET request or a POST request, the framework doesn't process those requests sequentially. It actually spawns several threads and processes those requests in parallel so that your application can scale better for the modern web. Meaning that all your classes which handle your web code, all your REST controllers, all your classes which the REST controllers depend on, should be thread safe if you want to avoid some very subtle bugs which might occur in such an environment. And here's an example of a very simple web application which seems quite okay at first glance. It's simply a chat application where you have a mapping between users and messages. You have a REST API for messages, where you can send a GET message and get the messages for given users, or you can send messages and they are persisted in that hash map. And this is a very simple application, and yet it's not thread safe. And if you run this application with a sufficient amount of users, you will most likely run into very subtle problems, which will be hard to understand, reason about, and discover. And I won't cover what the problems of this code right here are right now. However, after this talk finishes, hopefully you will have the knowledge to understand what's wrong with it already, and resolve the problem on your own, know how to handle it. By the way, with that friend I told you about, when he told me that he doesn't need thread safety because he just has a web app and they don't need to care about thread safety, I told him, okay, can you tell me a single instance in your application where you're using a hash map? And he showed me a single instance where he did use a hash map, and 5 minutes later, we already saw a thread safety violation. So if you go in your code base after this talk, perhaps you will discover certain bugs like that already. But before we can reach that point, we will have to actually first learn what kind of problems one might encounter around thread safety. Okay, quickly gazing in the chat again, nothing yet. By the way, if you have any questions throughout the talk, I'll leave a question in the Q&A or in the chat, and I'll address it either throughout the talk or at the end, depending on the questions. I'll decide subjectively how to handle it on demand. All right, so what we covered so far is the importance of thread safety, and hopefully if this application we just saw resembles something you have written and you haven't found any issue in it yet, then probably you missed some understanding about thread safety, which now we're going to cover. Not all the problems, because as I said, some of the stuff about thread safety are out of scope of the talk, but the most important bits are going to be covered in this talk. And we are going to start with first understanding when there is potentially a thread safety issue. So consider this class. It has two methods. One is called weekends safe, one is called weekends unsafe. In one occasion, you have a concurrent hash map, which seems like something related to thread safe access. In the other case, you have a normal hash map, which actually very much resembles this example here. It's a normal hash map as well. You put some values and you return it. And my question to you now is the class thread safe? So you can join on slido.com and this event here so that we see what your understanding is. The event code is 93849. Let me double check if that's still correct. Oh, wow, it changed. Okay, so it's 94849. Okay, so it's this one. Apologies if you already typed the other one. But yeah, please join this event here. At Slido, you can use your phone or your laptop, whatever is more appropriate. And we are going to cover the quiz. Come on, go ahead. Start the quiz. Is it thread safe? No, not this one. Apologies, this one. Which method is thread safe? So is it weekends unsafe, weekend safe, neither, or both? All right, so waiting for you to join right now. Probably going to be a little bit of delay because it seems that there is some delay between the stream and the actual, event of me talking. So I'm going to wait a bit. All right, so one person, thanks for being the first follower, joined and said that neither of the methods are thread safe. Other people vote that both are thread safe, and some say that weekend safe is thread safe. All right, so 6 people have voted so far. Let me check how many participants there are so that I can evaluate when to see. Oh, well, I actually don't see that because I only see 2 people. So I'm just going to wait for a couple of more seconds, and I'm going to give the answers for you. Give the answer for you. All right, cool. 15 people, neither. Okay, we can save. All right. Okay, so I think I'll just give out the answer now. So first, I'm happy that this happened because it means that this talk is actually going to be quite useful, because it seems that many people here didn't get it right. Because the answer is that among these 2 methods, both are thread safe. So only 13 people among 23 voted that both of them are thread safe. Most thought that neither are thread safe, or one is thread safe, but actually both of them don't have any issue with them. Although one uses a concurrent hash map, which is a thread safe collection, and one uses a normal hash map. Both of them don't have any issue whatsoever. And the reason is because when talking about thread safety issues, we have an issue regarding thread safety whenever we are accessing shared mutable state. So what do I mean by that? Imagine this graphic here. You have 2 threads which can access different parts of memory. One thing you could access is the stack which each thread has, and the heap memory which is used explicitly by that thread. In this case, thread 1 has a non-shared state which is residing in the heap. It can theoretically be shared, but it's not, because only thread number 1 can access it. Thread number 2 has something similar. And the only case in which you might have a potential thread safety violation is when 2 threads are accessing shared state. And in this case here, there is no shared state, because both of these functions, both of these methods are stateless. They don't depend on any state of this class. And by state, I mean some kind of property. They just depend on data which is confined to the method itself. Since this hash map is being created every time the method is invoked, it will always be confined to the thread which is invoking it right now. So there isn't any thread safe issues. Now, there might be thread safe issues if after receiving the map you don't provide sufficient synchronization and things like that after you get the actual map, but that's out of scope for the question. We only care about the class itself. After the thing is received, the person has to deal with it himself. But whenever you don't have a state like this one, whenever you don't have a property inside the class, which might be shared while one thread is accessing get messages, while the other is accessing send message, when you don't have a case like this, where 2 threads are accessing the same data, you don't have a thread safety issue. So that's, lesson number 1. Whenever you have a stateless method, you don't have to worry about thread safety. All right, so let me end that poll right now. And the next section we're going to cover is atomic access to shared state. But before that, let me see what people are saying in the chat. Can we see the code again, please? Well, I think that's already quite outdated 4 minutes ago. Probably I should have shared it previously, but already shared it a couple of times. Apologies if that was confusing during the poll. Okay, but yeah, in this case, you don't have properties in the class. The variables are inside the method, so you don't really have to deal with, you don't really have thread safety issues here. As Michael just said, local variables are thread safe, and that is totally true. All right, well, now let's see what happens when we introduce state variables or properties inside the class. Imagine that we have this class here called hit counter, and we have 2 methods. One is hit the other is get. The hit method, what it does is it increments the counter. And again, the question here is this class thread safe? So this time, think about it a bit. I'm going to just share the code a bit before I go to the quiz. And right now, after perhaps the code is memorized, I'm going to start the next quiz, which is, is it thread safe? Okay. All right, so feel free to join again in Slido. You have two options here. So, well, you have a higher chance of getting it right this time. This is the class again. The meeting code is 94849. So just don't close the window when you first enter the app, and you won't have to type it in every time again. Okay, so one person is in but hasn't answered anything yet. I'll wait a bit for the answers. In the meantime, I'll just show the code so that it's evident. Let me see how time control is. Okay, at my end, it's 2:26, so we have 30 more minutes. Okay. Why isn't anyone choosing anything? Do I have to click something? Oh, okay, cool. Sorry, was confused by Slido's UI. So most people here are saying that the class is not thread safe. Some people are saying that it is thread safe. Lovely. The correct answer here is that the class is not thread safe. Continuing what we were covering previously, whenever you have shared mutable state, we might have a thread safety issue. In this case, we have shared mutable state because this counter here can be accessed by threads which are accessing hit and get. And by the way, one remark to make here, I am talking about accessing the same instance of the class. So imagine that you have an instance of this class hit counter and two threads are accessing the same instance. This is what typically happens, let's say, in web applications, by the way, because when you inject your dependency, it's typically a singleton, meaning that there's only one instance shared across multiple requests. If you have a separate instance per thread, no matter how you bombard this code, there won't be any thread safety issues. But if you have a single instance which is shared from multiple threads, then you might have a thread safety issue. And in this case, what's the problem? Well, first, there are several, but I'm going to focus only on problems which are related to writes, so to changing the state. In order to demonstrate this, I'm going to copy this example here, and I'm going to go to my Scratchpad where I'm just going to demonstrate how this code really executes. So imagine that we have two threads. You have T1 and T2. One hypothetical scenario is that the two threads are going to invoke this method at the same time. Let's say thread number 1 goes here and accesses the counter. Now, counter plus plus looks like a single operation, but it's actually multiple operations just composed in this nice, lovely syntax here. Because whenever you increment a value, you first get the value and then increase it. So the first thing which happens is thread number 1 gets the value, which is the current value of the counter. Let's say the counter is currently equal to 5. So thread 1 will observe the value 5. Then thread 2 comes and executes the same operation, which is getting the current value, and it will again fetch the value 5. Afterwards, the first thread is actually going to execute the incrementation. And after that happens, the value recorded in this thread is going to increase to 6. Thread 2 similarly is going to do the same thing, so the value is going to be changed to 6 as well. Both of the threads are going to persist their state as they've processed it, and in the end, the final result will be 6. So it's just so happened that two threads incremented the counter twice, and yet it was only incremented once. And just so that if someone is wondering about, well, someone might acknowledge that there are other issues with this code. For now, just want to make a remark that I'm talking about concurrent write issues. We're going to talk about other stuff later. All right, so for now, having the knowledge we have so far, that's the most we can discover from this code. And let me show you what happens when you actually run the code, if you run it yourself. This is an example of me testing the actual thread safety violation. And when I run the non-thread safe example from multiple threads, I incremented the counter 10,000 times, and the final result was obviously wrong. While when I was using the thread safe example, which I'll show you in a second, I got the correct result. That's the difference between thread safe and between a thread safe and a non-thread safe class. And by the way, that's one of the differences. Typically, you might get correct results and incorrect results from time to time, but there might be others. For now, we're only focusing on making sure the behavior of the class is correct. And by the way, how to address this issue? When one way is to use this special keyword in Java called synchronized. What this keyword does is it introduces a lock for this method, and every time a thread invokes this method, if another thread comes now and tries to invoke the method, it will first have to wait for the thread which came first to finish. So if I have to run through this example again, the way it will work out this time is, let's say thread 1 enters this method, and here you have a synchronized. Thread 2 also attempts to enter the method, but now thread 2 has to wait. Whenever you have a synchronized block, if someone else is already inside that block, the other thread should wait for the first thread to finish its job. And now thread 1 will observe the value of 5, as we previously saw. It will increment it to 6 and persist the result. Afterwards, it will finish its processing of this method. So it will be out of this method. And then thread 2 will be able to enter the method and get the value of 6 now and increment it to 7, which this time will correctly process the counter and you get the correct result. Okay, so that's the basic form of achieving thread safety. Whenever you use synchronized blocks, you can achieve thread safety. And there are some nuances about how to do them. There are some more advanced blocks you can use, but for starters, this is the first thing to learn about and consider. All right. Let's see if there are any questions. Nothing so far. All right, great. Cool. So let's continue with the next stuff. As I already said, synchronized is Java's way to add critical sections or introduce locks. If you're coming from a C or C++ background, this will resemble mutexes. If you're coming from other environments, well, it really depends what you're, where you're coming from, but most languages have their own alternative to achieve this. In Java, it's called synchronized. And now I'm going to give you an action point here. Now, what this is first, to cover it after this lecture, in order to gain the most from it, I urge you to go and not only trust me that what I'm showing you is thread safe or not, but actually go home, get the examples, and try proving that the example is thread safe or not. For example, with the counter, run multiple threads, use the 2 versions of the class, and verify that when you use the non-thread version, you get a wrong result. When you use the thread safe version, you will get the correct result. You can do a similar experiment with all the examples in this talk. And why am I making you do this? Well, first, to make sure you understand the issue yourself. And second, by practicing it, you will actually be able to remember it more easily. Okay. And it will also prepare you for the bigger action plan I'm going to give you at the end of the talk. The next thing we're going to cover is delegating thread safety. So imagine that we have this class called people1, because I have a second version of this class, and it has a hash map. Now, hash map is a collection which is well known. It allows you to store keys and values. But what is not so well known for it is that it's not thread safe. Meaning that if you don't have a thread safe collection and you try to use it in a multi-threaded environment, you will get incorrect results. Or more correctly said, you might get incorrect result, which is even worse. Because if you run this code, well, without the synchronized keywords here, while you're developing some class, you get correct result and think that it works. But after you deploy to production, you'll start getting subtle bugs, which you can't even reproduce because they're so random. The reason this happens is because you're using a collection which is not thread safe. And when you don't have a thread safe collection, you have to use synchronization. So the way we've handled the issue here is that every time we have a getter and a setter, we put the synchronized keyword as we previously did. So this is something which is not new. We already saw how to use that in the counter. But one thing I'm going to introduce you right now is that rather than synchronizing stuff explicitly yourself every single time you have a thread safety issue, you can rely on classes which are already thread safe to provide the guarantee for you. One such class is concurrent hashmap. This class works the same way like the other hashmap does. It has the same behavior in normal circumstances. The difference is that this collection will also work correctly even when you use it with multiple threads. The other alternative doesn't. And when you have a class like this, you can delegate the thread safety issue to the class. And the thread safe class knows how to handle it internally. It might synchronize, it might use something else, you don't really care. But what you care about is that it does its job, it is thread safe, and all you have to do is use it as if it's just a normal hash map inside your class. Notice how in this class you don't have synchronized keywords, and yet this class is perfectly thread safe because you are using a class which is already thread safe for you. So that is the best way, in my opinion, when possible, to handle thread safety issues, by using classes which are already thread safe and relying on them. Why? Because it makes the code much more reasonable to read and understand. If you see this code, you have to reason about, did I put the synchronized keyword on the correct places? Did I miss putting it somewhere? What will happen if this and this goes wrong? When you delegate your thread safety, the only thing which, well, shows that this is code related to thread safety is the fact that this is a concurrent hash map, not a normal one. Other than that, the rest of the code is the same. So this is why delegating thread safety is often the best way to achieve thread safety in your code base, because you don't have to do anything for it. You just have to use the right tool for the job. So to summarize what delegated thread safety means, it means relying on the thread safetiness of the objects you already use. That way you don't have to deal with it yourself. Okay, so again, similarly to the previous action point, I urge you after the talk to get these two classes and verify that this fishy looking class actually behaves correctly. Try breaking it and try getting incorrect results. Okay, cool. And the next topic is atomic compound actions. So someone asked, re-entrant lock over synchronized. Okay, this is something I'm going to, all right, so I'm going to make a quick detour just to mention re-entrant locks. Now, a re-entrant lock is a lock similar to synchronized. It achieves the same things, but it also provides some additional features, such as providing timeouts, handling thread interruption, etc. So it has some additional features, and you could use that. And some people prefer using re-entrant locks exclusively. In my opinion, it's still fine to use synchronized whenever you don't have a big enough issue to reason using something more complex, because it is more complex, it is harder to understand, because it has a, well, it's harder to use essentially. I won't say anything more than that because I want to focus on the talk here. But have in mind that you have other ways to achieve locking in Java, like reentrant locks. And they provide you some advanced features which are applicable in certain scenarios. But I can't agree that they're applicable in every scenario, because for most cases, just using the good old synchronized keyword works wonders. You know, it's sufficient. Okay, cool. Now, the next part is compound actions. So what I told you just now is that you have concurrent collections which handle the thread safety for you. And here we have this example which doesn't have any synchronization, similar to the previous one. And what it does is it has a hash map where you can bid for certain products. And the business logic here is as follows. If a certain product is already bid for, you should return false in this function, in this method, and don't accept the new price. But if that product has not been bid for yet, you should put the new price and return true to the client that he has performed the bid successfully. There is also a getter here, which gets the price of a certain product. Okay, so what I told you just now is that when you delegate thread safety, you rely on the thread safety guarantees of the classes you use. Therefore, you need not synchronize methods yourself. And this is true for the most part. However, this class, well, okay, I'm going to skip this poll right now. I'm just going to spoil the issue here immediately in the interest of time. This class here is not thread safe, although it uses a concurrent hash map. Why is that? Because you have multiple actions which participate in the same logic, which is related in the same invariant, and is another way to put it. In this case, you have action number 1, which is checking that the product exists, and action number 2, which is setting the price for that product. The problem with this code is that it's true that the concurrent hash map does provide thread safety. However, it synchronizes the individual actions you invoke, meaning that whenever you invoke this line, you acquire, well, you can imagine that you acquire a lock, and once you're done, you release it. And when you get to this line, you acquire a lock, and once you're done, release it. The correct way to handle this is to acquire a lock throughout both of the method's execution. And this is an example of a compound action. And when you have compound actions, that's often the source of race conditions as you have right now. What kind of issue could you encounter here? Well, let me just paste this code right now. In this case, what can happen here is that thread number 1 can read the product and check that it exists. It doesn't exist, so thread number 1 reaches this point. But just before it acquires the lock for the put method, thread number 2 comes and acquires the lock for contains key. Now, since thread number 1 hasn't finished its processing yet, thread number 2 will observe that the product doesn't exist yet. So it will successfully evaluate this statement to true and reach this statement here, which is actually setting the price. At this point, thread number 1 will set the price to, let's say, 10 and return true to the client. The client goes back and is happy that he was able to successfully put the bid for the product, but suddenly thread number 2 also puts its price to the product, and now there's a second person who was able to successfully bid for that product. And client number 1, whenever he goes back the next day to see his item, he would realize that it's nowhere to be seen because someone else has put another bit, and due to a thread safety issue, they were able to snitch the product from you. And that's the source of some of the most subtle bugs in applications. And it's an example how using delegated thread safety is great, but sometimes you have to be slightly more considerate. In this specific case, what you can do is you can use the method called putifAbsent, which essentially does the same thing. However, the difference is that concurrent hash map synchronizes the internal operations of this method for you. This way, the class is again back to its good old thread safety state. And yeah, you are safe this time. So many thread safe collections have this nice feature that they provide these methods, which are frequently used compound actions like putifAbsent. Another example is there's this class called atomic integer, which has the method get and increment. This is a compound action which is atomically synchronized. If you instead write, well, .get and then invoke the set method, you might have a race condition, but if you might have an issue, thread safety issue, but if you use the compound action, you're safe. So whenever you have a thread safe class, look for opportunities to use the compound action version of what you're trying to achieve. In this case, we're trying to achieve putifAbsent. Sometimes this won't be available and you will have to either extend the class or use some other method to achieve what you want. And that's still possible, but it involves some slightly more complicated techniques you need to be aware of about extending existing thread safe classes, and etc. So for now, we're not going to cover that. Okay, another action point is to go and try out this example. To summarize, whenever you have compound actions, they have to be synchronized together. Otherwise, you might get race conditions or other nasty issues. And the final thing from the fundamentals we are going to cover today is about visibility. So imagine that we have this class here, which is something we already saw. And maybe some of you were itching a bit when you saw it, because you might have noticed that I synchronized both the get method and the set method. Perhaps you were itching to do this, to remove the synchronized keyword on the get method. Why? Because it's a common philosophy that you don't have thread safety issues. You can have thread safety issues on reads, just like in this room right now. While many people are viewing my screen right now, there is no thread safety issue when you have concurrent reads. There will only be an issue if multiple people start using my screen directly and writing on it. For example, that would be an example of a thread safety issue, and in that case, you have to synchronize. All right, so that's a typical way to explain this. And my question for you right now is this class thread safe? This version with a synchronized setter and an unsynchronized getter. This is the last poll for the day. Let me reset the quiz. So I will just okay. Oh, how can I reset it? All right. Maybe now it is. No, sorry, it isn't. Okay. For some reason, I can't reset the score, unfortunately. Is it thread safe? Yes. No. Okay, cool. Launch. This is the new quiz now. Apologies. So this is the one you can vote on. All right. So it isn't thread safe. Some say it is. Let's see who will win the race right now. I'll use this opportunity to drink some water. This is the slide again. You have a synchronized setter and an unsynchronized getter. All right, 10 people voted, 12, nice. We have around 1/3 of the people saying that it's thread safe. The rest say it isn't. Lovely. So let's actually show you the answer. Well, unfortunately, I have a bad message here. And the thing is that thread safety is not only about concurrent writes. In this case, this class is not thread safe. Although that nice metaphor sounded so believable, so trustworthy, so nice, like a very wise person said it once, it's simply incorrect. At least, well, you'll see what I mean. The reason it is incorrect is because one problem with thread safety, well, one problem is when you concurrently access something, you might have some race conditions and things like that. But the other is the problem with visibility. Imagine that you have 5 lines of code and they are sequential. They're executed in your main function, main method. The Java memory model and Java, the Java virtual machine, gives you the guarantee that to the user of that application, it would appear as if those 5 commands are executed sequentially. They might not be executed sequentially. It might be the case that line number 5 is independent from the rest, and the virtual machine has the freedom to execute it independent to everything else. But even if it has certain opportunities like that, it will only, the virtual machine will only take those shortcuts if in the end result will be the same. So that's a guarantee you have. Whenever you have sequential commands, it's going to appear as if they execute sequentially, although that might not be the case. Whenever you have non-sequential commands, like commands which are executed in different threads, you don't have any guarantee whatsoever that the results from one thread will be visible in the other. And the reasons for that are something which is totally non-deterministic. You cannot say why is that, because it might be because, for example, in this case, I'll just give you a hypothesis. In this case, we have a class, you can't see me, which has 2 methods. The first method waits until a certain variable becomes true, in this case ready, and in the end checks if the number is 42. If it's not, it's the wrong number and it prints out a message. In another method, you have a thread.sleep just to simulate some initialization of this module, and then the number is being set and the ready value is being set to true. If you execute these 2 functions of the same instance of the class in 2 different threads, you might get an infinite loop, a correct answer, or a wrong number. All 3 cases are possible. The reason is that without sufficient synchronization, the Java memory model or the Java virtual machine does not give you any guarantees that this thread is going to see the results of this one. One possible reason this might be is because the virtual machine sees that you're checking for a variable, whether it changes in a thread which never changes it. So it might optimize it out. It might just remove this line and write while true instead, which introduces an infinite loop. It might happen that this value is actually observed and you get to here, but this value isn't. So you get a wrong result. And this can happen whenever you have synchronization issues. And this is an example where thread safety is not only about writing values. In this case, we don't have concurrent writes. Only one single thread writes the values, and yet we have a thread safety violation because another thread is trying to read the value which was written somewhere else. And that is why, in this case, it is not okay to make a performance optimization and remove the synchronized keyword. You should keep them both or use a thread safe collection. You cannot take a shortcut and make the getter unlocked. You have an alternative like a read-write lock for those who are interested, but you still have to use it. You can't just get away without any locking whatsoever. Correct. So this is the most controversial example in this talk, which is why you have another action point to actually go here, get this code home, create an instance of this class, and run the two methods in two different threads and see what will happen. Every time I run it on my machine, I get an infinite loop. If you run it on yours, I don't guarantee you get the same result. You might get something else, but it's worth trying. So go ahead and convince yourself that this is the case. Okay, so just on time, or 5 minutes later, we are in the conclusion. So 3+1 things to remember here. When you have stateless methods, you don't care about thread safety issues. If your method doesn't have any state which is in some kind of class property, you're always thread safe. You don't need to deal with concurrent collections or whatnot. So in this case, the example we saw in the beginning, it's perfectly thread safe, although in one case you have a hash map, in the other case you have a concurrent hash map. The second thing to remember is that you should synchronize both reads and writes. It's not sufficient to synchronize only the writes, because whenever you have insufficient synchronization, you not only have issues with concurrent writes, you also have issues that the results of one thread are not guaranteed to be visible by another. That's why you need to deal with, you need to synchronize where appropriate. When to achieve thread safety, if possible, prefer delegating it to a collection or some kind of data structure which does it for you, because it makes the code much easier to understand, reason about, and use, instead of sprinkling synchronizations throughout your whole code base. In this case, we have a class which doesn't have any synchronized keywords in it, and yet it's perfectly thread safe because it uses a concurrent hash map. And the final thing, 3+1, is that whenever you have thread safe classes, you should still worry about compound actions. Thread safe classes cannot protect you whenever you are invoking two actions which are very coherent, which are dependent on each other. In this case, putting the value, the price for a certain product is dependent on the previous action, which is checking that the product exists. And if you have code like this, you are susceptible to race conditions and other thread safety issues. And you should consider alternatives, such as using, in this case, put if absent, or extending the thread safe class yourself. Okay, this is the alternative, which is actually thread safe. Now, finally, perhaps the most important thing is that all you need to know, although judging by the answers on the poll, I feel like many of the stuff we covered today was quite enlightening. Unfortunately, this is not all you need to know. I can't cover everything there is to know about concurrency in Java in 50 minutes or 55, 6, 7, 8 right now. But I'm going to give you guidance so that you don't drift from plural site course to another and waste your time. The only resource which is worth considering when talking about concurrency in Java, the only resource which is worth considering when talking about concurrency at all is the book Java Concurrency in Practice. This is the best book about concurrency, and although it has Java in its name, it's applicable to any language. If you read this book and go use Golang, you might not encounter all the stuff you have about concurrency in Java, but you will know why certain things are the way they are in Go. I've already recommended this book to a person who wants to study concurrency in Go and one who wants to study it in C++, and both of them have agreed that this is still, the best resource on concurrency, because, Java is the only, it seems to me that Java is one of the only communities which is lucky enough to have a good resource on this subject, because in Go, for example, you don't have a good resource on concurrency in Go, although there's a book with the same name which is rated with 5 out of 5 stars. It's not sufficiently well written, unfortunately. So this is what you gotta do in order to grow your skills and knowledge in the subject. And your final action point, the most important one, is to buy the book because the author deserves it. It's a really nice book. Read every chapter at least twice because the book is not simple. It will actually take some time to understand, but it's definitely worth the effort. It's not like a book you read and you feel like you're banging your head in the wall. Like when it feels like you're putting a lot of effort and it hurts a lot and you're not getting anything from it. It's not like that. It does take a lot of effort, but it's definitely worth it. Take book notes along the way, meaning that for every chapter, write a summary where you are summarizing the most important stuff in your own words, because that way you will actually be forced to understand it in order to explain it in a different way than the author did. And I'm not saying this because I saw a 2-minute YouTube video from a self-help guru. I'm saying that because I'm using this process myself and have used it for this book, and you can also find my notes on it in this repository I've shared. Okay, and finally check out the action points in this slide deck and continue doing that for all the examples in the book, because most examples in the book, for most of them, you can apply the same experiment. And I urge you to do it because it's quite fun and it will also help you understand the concepts better, way more than just going through the book and reading it. Okay, the materials for the lecture are here. bit.ly Java2Days 2020-thread. You have a repository with all the examples and the slide deck itself. And that concludes the talk today. Hopefully this one is enlightening, and I'm open to see what questions you have. All right, thanks, cool, very well explained. All right, really glad you enjoyed it, guys. Let's see if there are any questions. There aren't. All right, cool. So I think we're already overdue. So if you want to follow up or have any follow-up questions, feel free to shoot me an email. I left it in the slide deck so that you can find me, and I'm happy to discuss anything else related to the subject. Have fun on the conference, enjoy your time, and yeah, continue studying and growing. See you, everyone. Enjoy your time, and yeah, continue studying and growing. See you, everyone.
Okay, it looks like it started streaming. So, hello Eva, hello Java2Days. It's so nice to be again with you in this virtual format. Well, hopefully next year we're going to make it for real. And so glad to be here with you again for all these years. Actually, we are together, so I'm quite happy about it. So maybe we've already made like a decade together, or going to make a decade together. So it's so nice to present here again, and especially for this new project. So let us start with the presentation. We got only
Yes.
Sure. Dis-moi le déjeuner. Okay. Okay, I guess I'm online. Okay, please write me in the chat if everything's okay. Yeah, I guess so. Okay, let me start. So once again, it's a great pleasure to be here again. Java2Days. I guess we have made almost a decade together. So first time I was just yes, hello. First time I was just a listener, an attendee there at Java2Days, and now for several years I am back as a developer. So I see the chat is reacting. So we are online. We are okay. So once again, it's great to be here again, and it's great to present about my new project, Helidon, I'm working on. So my name is, let me see, my name is Dimitri. I'm now working for Oracle as a software developer, and I'm working for the project I'm going to tell you about in just a few minutes. So as a developer at Oracle, I have to present this slide since we got a very earnest legal services there. So everything I'm telling you may not be true, but I'm quite honest. So I really have to display this slide. Okay, so what are we going to talk about? We're going to talk about Helidon, how it lives with microprofile, what are the internal stuff that is exposed to you to make you even more powerful, and there are some surprises and Q&A at the end. So let's just go ahead. So Project Helidon. Helidon, we call it a set of libraries for developing microservices. So it's not exactly a micro framework because it does not fit into the idea of micro framework, which is only to support microservices. It's more than that. So that's why we call a set of libraries for that. It's not exactly we call it even microprofile based framework because we are heavily standardized in terms of microservices at this point, at microprofile actually at this point, and but it's not exactly a micro framework. So in Helidon, in Greek means swallow. Well, it's a wonderful small bird which is so fast and maneuverable, and it's really just the way they live in flocks describes you like microservices cooperate with each other. So I really like the semantics behind this word. So it's really great explanation. And the most unexpected thing about Oracle and about this framework is absolutely Apache 2.0 open source. So you can just use it, contribute, and see the code. So actually the code is yours. So you can improve everything you can and help us improve because we're doing it every day for you. As I said, small, fast, and easy to use, built on top of the world's best technologies like NetT. Actually, that's why it's so fast and asynchronous, because built on top of NetT. And once again, it's cloud native ready. What does that actually mean? That means that it's designed to run in cloud. So you not only get some REST endpoints, etc., you get all the information you need, like health metrics, tracing, and everything you get from microprofile to make it really cloud native for you. And moreover than that, it's Gravium native image ready. That means that we do everything to support the most modern Graal native image and build you really fastest possible and smallest possible applications ever. I'll try to be honest right now. I'll just push everything as what you really need to know about this framework, what you actually get. So what you get is that we are uncompromisably ready for the new technology. That means that Helidon is Java 11 plus with no compromises, no Java 8 stuff or whatever. So Java 8 is wonderful, it's amazing, but it's already some, let's say, in the past. So please use newest Java, and we are here to use the newest Java. And as a result, so the typical application written in Helidon is really small. You see, there's not only JVM and native image here. You always have this J-link. That means that we're utilizing the ideas of modularity, which came us with Java Post 9 versions. That means you can build really small images. So once again, the smallest is with native image. So you usually consume about 28 megs for running SE version and MP version, and a little bit bigger, but I'll talk about it later. And with JLink, you got it a little bit bigger, but then you get a pure Java and pure JDK build it for you. And JVM is the biggest one, but you still have the biggest Java and the typical Java, I would say the traditional Java for us. The start times are just impressive. They're fractions of a second, so it's for native image is expectedly really small time. For JVM it's a little bit bigger, but still under a second in some points. And the disk footprint is a little bit is really small. Once again, it's only several megs, I would say. Of course, for JLink is bigger because then you actually package all of your JDK there. And native image, you also have it, but it's compiled ahead of time to native image, so it's really small. As for the JVM, you see the smallest spot, you actually compile the deliverables and you have an assumption that you've got the JVM for you here. So it's really small, this is what you get. But how did we actually get there? So it all started with in 2015, where we got this project Airport at Oracle, just a platform to run microservices, which was in future renamed to Project Prime, which now is split into several teams, one in Czech Republic and the other one is US. And it actually got formed by the impressions, I'll be quite honest, about Spring, that we now have microkernel to run everything, and we got several modules to support the infrastructure that we have, which was then transformed to Project J2C, which actually now, in a year after, actually became the foundation of Helidon SE, which is a set of libraries that we are using to write microservices right now. Finally renamed to Helidon, as we use now. It started supporting microprofile, and in 2018 it was open sourced and moved to GitHub. So at this year we had the final first presentation, so it was very productized. It took some time to finish it and make it absolutely production ready, and there was a lot of efforts done in 2019, just a year ago, to make everything supporting GraalVM native image. So, and as a result, we really got our first customers, both internal and external. And now as this 2020, in the beginning of the year, we have released version 2.0, which was exactly the Helidon, which we are using right now. And it is now absolutely feature complete and has commercial support, so it is a product. So this is something not experimental, this is something you can really use in your production. And once again, we are, me as my colleagues are working to make it even more microprofile compatible. So we are supporting different specifications, which are not exactly even part of microprofile yet, so they're kind of external to it. So this is long-running action GraphQL. So we worked on this, and it really is one of the most stable and performant framework that is actually on the market. And once again, so we are working hard on this thing, and it will be nice if you have any issues with running Oracle Helidon to give us ideas and hints how to solve them. So it's, once again, it's open source. We are open source here. And what are we going to talk about, actually? So the overall architecture of Helidon is like this. So we got the Netty, which is actually like the lowest level, carrying for everything about networking and like delivering the data over the network. Then there is a very thin layer, like Helidon Reactive APIs, or Helidon SE we call it, and then actually the product, which is like Helidon Microprofile, Helidon MP. And let us get more acquainted with both of them. So what is Helidon MP? So as we said, we are micro profile based framework. And what is actually micro profile? I believe about 2 years ago, together with Ivan from Bulgarian Java user group, we did some very nice workshops about what is micro profile and how to apply micro profile on Java2Days. Hopefully, some of them were there. So if you were there on that workshop, please write something in the chat. I'll be quite happy to hear about it. So yes, it's an open source community specifications for enterprise Java microservices. So it's a special specification. I'm sorry to say special specification, but it's designed to be exactly for microservices. So it's now hosted under Eclipse Foundation, and it has a lot of participants like Oracle, IBM, Red Hat, Payara, Tommy Tribe, and even Microsoft is there. So we get 4 releases per year. So every quarter year we have a release. And now I guess we are approaching the release of version 4, which will come next year. So microprofile, once again, it's a set of specifications. It's not their implementation, but it's a specification. So whatever you need to know about microprofile, just visit the microprofile.io site. And actually, what do we have right now is that like the base thing is 12 specifications designed especially for microservices, although just several years ago, it started out of only 3 of them. But now there are 12, and we are supporting like everything you need to run in the clouds, like open tracing, like REST client, like configuration, fault tolerance, and the most important part, CDI, just to manage everything, and B specifications like JustRest to serve you, since serve you the data, since like actually JSON and is the most important way of serializing your data for which is provided by microservices. So we are now at version 3.3. What actually Helidon does support out of the box is all of that configurations, all of that specifications. So as you see, there's microprofile, tracing, health checks, and messaging. And moreover, so we just took the ready specifications from Jakarta, like Jakarta CDI, binding, WebSockets, and persistence, as well as transactions annotations. This is what you will get directly when you run Helidon MP. And more than that, because we have a lot of requests from our customers, there's already out-of-the-box support, of course, cross-origin requests, and gRPC, because it's now heavily used as in the industry. So as you see, I'll be quick here. So we got microprofile configuration, which is like standard configuration run over your code. As I say microprofile, that means that means whenever you write your configuration, for example, it will be portable across every platform which supports it. So it can be ported to Tommy Tribe, it can be ported to Quarkus if you use it. So we do support this out of the box. We got the health checks to see whether it's up and down, so all according to specifications. Out of the box, we deliver metrics and telemetry information, so we can run your own metrics or receive them the out of the box ones. I'll demonstrate a little bit later. Definitely, there are some scopes there, like base vendor and application specific, so we do support them according to the specifications. As you know, so one request across many microservices. So out of the box, we do support the tracing, so we don't need to enable it additionally. So we can use Zipkin or Jaeger if you like for that. So just use it. Definitely, since microservices are an example of a distributed system, you got the fault tolerance there. So you got fallback, circuit breakers, everything according to your microprofile specifications. Just wherever you have a microprofile, we do support it. And of course, we can not only consume the service, or not only serve the data, but we also consume the services, so we get our own REST client. And of course, we do have an open API description. That means that we can document in a nice way all our services. But talking is cheap. Show me the code. How can I actually start coding and with Helidon? So the easiest way for many of us is just to go to MicroProfile starter page and well, just choose your microprofile version, choose the Helidon, and we're done. So we got a POM file, which you can open in your mostly used IDE. But we are more than people, and Helidon does everything to support the best way for you to code and to ease the code, and not only for Java developers. So we got so-called Helidon CLI. So let me just open it. So yes, you see, it's an app. You can just download it and use it. What is the wonderful thing about it? By the way, here, I can say that we have an amazing documentation. So we got very, very nice description about everything. Like, for example, gRPC, how can you use it? What are the services available with all the necessary descriptions? What are, for example, the health checks? How do you enable them? How to use it? And so we are very proud out of this thing because spent a lot of time for doing this for you and for you to be able to read it. So once again, as I told you, we have a CLI. So what we can do with CLI, so we want to start a new project. So we type like Helidon init. Oh wow, it's usual typical failure I do. Have Helidon init. You see, we got two flavors, so we'll use the second flavor for now. I'll come to it at a moment. And we can do a quick starter application. So we just have to answer a few questions, or just type enter, and we are almost done. As you see, the application's asking us to start a development loop. We will say no for now, but it will come later for it. So what we have, I hope you can read my screen correctly, that we have a folder. And if we go inside of this folder, or actually just see what's inside, we'll see it's like quite a normal application with several Java files and one POM file as a sample application. So we will go inside and open our favorite IDE. I think that my choice for IDE is the most typical one. Let it just load because it's still Java, so it needs some time to load. I hope you can read everything. Whenever you need to zoom a little bit, I will do this for you. Just type me in the chat, please. So now it's consuming, this live streaming consumes a lot of resources, so it's quite a little bit slower. But this is the project that we have from the application. Just give it a little bit more second, yes, because even my Mac is quite fast, but every time I get this WebRTC, it just consumes a lot of resources. That's why it's slow. Wait a minute. I think it's like yes. Wait a minute. I'll open it again. It's the newest build of not a good idea to update your idea. Yes, now it's starting much more faster. So what we have now is that we have some really typical code for microprofile. So we got a greeting service. So we got a get, put, with some API request responses, and we got the description of our endpoint, which is so much typical, and we have some greeting provider file which is just injected there. So how can we actually start it? So the good part of it is that Helidon can build it for you. Helidon can build it for you. we can just type in Helidon build. Oh my god, what's wrong with me? Builds. Yes. Helidon build. And what I will do, so this still is actually a precompiled version of actually Maven with all the dependency, and it will just initialize the Maven build process. So what's amazing about it, that Helidon allows you to move out of absolutely different ecosystems. For example, you're coding in Node or any other other products, and as you see, we can just build everything without the need to know what is Maven, what is infrastructure, etc., etc. So the starting time is, or entering time for Helidon is very nice, even out of Java ecosystem. So I'll make so it will just generate as a jar file. So once again, we are highly influenced from Spring because Spring is everything now. Wait a minute, so it's not Helidon, it's Quick Start. And yes, it's just a jar which starts so fast. Yes, once again, not so fast because we got this WebRTC client. And then we will just try to run some examples which you receive out of the box directly from the README file which was generated for us. So we'll just see, is it working? Yes, it does work. So you can just run it and see. But that's not all. So if we go back just to running Java applications, we can switch to Helidon developer mode. So Helidon F. What it will do is just start looking out for any changes in your file and rebuild everything from scratch, or just do a complementary builds on everything you change. So for example, it's not only for Java files, but even for resources. If we change some configurations, like here we say Java2Days, and type S, so you see it will reload everything for us. Yes, you see it did smell that there is some change in our code. It did reload. Once again, happens to be a little bit slow because just at my Mac, yes, it did rebuild everything. And now if we go to the same link or just type in the same stuff, we get hello Java2Days world. Yes. So once again, Helidon does provide not only a good way to integrate to your environment, but it also does provide you all the other necessary tooling for you to start coding immediately from directly from those applications. By the way, out of the box you have health checks. So yes, we see that it's up and running, and this have all the information, like how much space do you have. Well, you can see all of my information, how I almost have no memory in my machine left. A lot of photos I'm doing recently. And we have metrics. It comes out of the box in this very strange Prometheus formats, but you still do have them and you can use it. It's all coming to you out of the box. Let us stop this thing, not to use our ports anymore. So once again, let me switch to where we were, and let's continue. But once again, Helidon is not just a regular set of regular framework. We have decided to give you, the user of our application, not only the beautiful facade of everything, also said, but if you don't want to have this micro profile stuff, make everything standard, you can use the internals APIs as well. We will not close it from you. And that's why, as a result, we have this project called Helidon SE, which will in future become Helidon Reactive APIs. It actually stands inside, actually realizes or actually implements all of the microprofile stuff, but it does it without any magic happening there. So it's a very, very pure Java. So if Helidon MP is like microprofile plus some Java components, Helidon SE is nothing but reactive, non-blocking microframework written in Java. No magic there, almost no one. If Helidon MP is fast, Helidon SE is even more fast. It's extremely fast. And once again, Helidon MP, as you already saw, has a very small footprint. Then Helidon SE is really tiny. And once again, Helidon MP is just a bunch of annotations and you're running your code. As for SE, it's a little bit different because you just write pure Java there, which is kind of amazing. So instead of putting annotations, you just write everything in a very intuitive builder patterns, actually, which is the most used pattern that we have in our project, via the just a regular Java with all the support from your IDE. You just really got it and it's running. The biggest part is that you have the full control here. So that means that it's very debuggable, it's very easy to read because it's just a pure Java. And as I told you, so what are we doing? So we are writing our components, like as you saw, the implementations of the specifications like metrics, configs, tracing, calls, etc. We write them in pure Java first, and then we actually wrap it with MP and just deliver it to you like microprofile stuff. So, and instead of that, we have some things that are not part of microprofile standard, and this makes it very powerful because we deliver reactive streams, messaging. We have our own DB client, which is, by the way, a masterpiece because it allows you to run non-blocking in a non-blocking way all your database calls. Yes, and that means even if your driver, JDBC driver, is blocking, we have written it that it runs in a separate executor all the time, so it will be presented to you as reactive and a non-blocking stuff. And once again, from the beginning, you get all necessary to run in clouds like metrics, tracing, health checks, etc. And once again, you can configure it via the standard ways like configs that you'll get, like Helidon config and microprofile config. Actually, you can configure it in that way. Once again, the really part that we are proud of is the reactive non-blocking HTTP client, one of a kind, I guess, which is also done to implement, to deliver you a higher level functionality for microprofile, but you can use it directly in a reactive and non-blocking way. So as I say, we are all made non-blocking. So that's why the web client is also non-blocking. And reactive and streaming is also a cool part because we now have our own implementation of reactive streams. Like so, we are just using the interfaces coming from Java 9 plus, but we are still able to connect to existing implementations. So we can use existing implementations like Reactor or RX Java. But once again, we don't want to make it because we have our own, and they are extremely fast. So they already support JMS and Oracle Advanced Queuing out of the box. As I say, extremely fast. If you take a look at this graph, there's another competitor, which is like small, right? And we outperform it twice. So the bigger the scale, actually, the bigger the scale, the better results. So as you can see from now, we are twice as fast. So Helidon is just amazing, and you can use it. So let us see how it is in the part of SE. So how can you start coding with SE? Once again, we are now in Quick Start MP. We'll get out of it and create, once again, without Helidon application. We will make a new project in it. And now we will choose the flavor, which is SE. We will do the quick start. We'll call it like answer default questions with yes, and then we will start the development loop. And actually not at this point. Yes, we are fast. So let us see what code it did to us. Quick start SE. You see even less code. Yes, just few Java classes, and we are almost ready to go. So let us see how it is in our favorite IDE. So we will enter the folder, and we will type IDE art. A little bit waiting. I hope it will be like a new window. We'll use the new window right now. Let us give it some time, not too much time. But once again, I'm really sorry. Although I'm using one of the latest Macs, but this WebRTC really reads all of my resources. So what do we have here? As you see, only the service, which actually implements the service, which comes, you only need to implement one service, which is coming from the SE. It's only pure Java code, nothing special. And then we only have a main file, which actually does start the service, the server, and you just build your server in a regular way with builder patterns. By the way, what's cool about it is that unlike the other frameworks or everything, you have annotations. Most of the API is available to you by just putting the dot sign, so we could just add functionality in a regular way. So it's very, very intuitive. And you see, nothing special. Just we are also registering the metrics and health, and you see it's extremely fast to build. So we got this. I will even not just build it, but I will directly start Helidon dev. Helidon dev. And it should build it in fractions of a second. Actually, once again, if I'm not running on, not presenting to you at this point, it will usually start me less than a second. So, oops, sorry, this is my favorite city, by the way. So once again, we got almost the same functionality. So if we get curl just out of the README file, which you get for free when you generate your project, and run it, yes, you got hello world. The same way you can change something in the resources, like I would make it fast, J2D. It will, yes, it did understand that we changed something, and if we run it, yes, it will just change the message. And once again, if we run the health, okay, yes, it will give us exactly the same stuff, although it's written only in Java, pure Java with no magic. So fast and easy to use. Okay, I will close this thing not to get the ports. Yes, hopefully it's finished right now. And let us go back to the presentation. So once again, just download the app and start it and use it, and you see how easy it is to start everything and just to play with the code. And what I want to say with that, so why should we use Helidon MP? Why should we use Helidon SE? So if you need a portable code, if you need something which is like comfortable to use Helidon MP. If you have some special tasks you have need performance, or you have some mission critical stuff which needs a lot of very small response time and everything, you can use SC, which is pure Java, very nicely debuggable. But just remember, with great power comes great responsibility. So use it with care. Although the API is very safe, I would say, because it's built with builder partners, so we are completely null free, I would say. That's why we were easily ported to Kotlin. By the way, I'm now preparing a big set of Kotlin examples, which we're doing together with JetBrains for you, and there will be a separate presentation about it. So what does user actually get? Once again, for build profiles, we get a hollow jar. All the third-party dependencies are stored separately, because then we can use Docker layering for that, because we just built our part and Docker layer with the dependencies stored separately, so you don't need to download them every time. We have JLink image, once again optimized JRE, and we have Ground Native support. Everything I said is Ground Native image compatible. So I won't do this because it will take a bunch of time to compile both MP and SE samples. You just make a Maven profile native image, and you're there. I mean, you have a application which is native image ready. Everything is native image compatible. The footprints are very small, as you see, just megabytes. Once again, if you need a full example covering almost everything we have in Helidon, please have a look at this Helidon socks shop. It's like a pet clinic, but pet clinic is like for everything. So we have our own socks shop. It will give you a demonstration of everything we have about Helidon. But not to run out of time, everything changes so fast. And very, I would say this Saturday, we have released version 2.2. I would say big applause is now in the hall, I think, if it was like this, if we were for real. But everything changes so fast, and we did release it. So what will you have as a result? So we have big integration with Project Loon. So that means that we will utilize the newest stuff like virtual threads, which is like a game changer in the industry. It will provide us almost extremely new magnitudes of performance that we had right now. Once again, Microsoft microprofile GraphQL support. We now have it. It's production ready. Use it. Then, as you probably know, Micronaut is now part of actually Graham Rocher, which is the creator of Micronaut, is now part of Oracle, so is working in the Oracle labs. So we decided to make an integration between his modules and our Helidon. So now Helidon does support all modules. We'll come to it later. And we have written multiple JDBC drivers to support native image. So now, which is good, all the drivers for JP Hibernate do support native images, so we are fast and we are native image ready. Let us take a look about some integration. So once again, Helidon Micronaut integrations allow us to use Micronaut beans and modules inside of CDI. So I would just say a few words that why Helidon is so good. We are supporting full CDI. That means unlike different other products which have limited support of in his version, and we made it completely native image ready. So that gives us like enormous power, so we can use Micronaut inside of this CDI environment like normal beans, which is like amazing. Yes, I sorry I don't have feedback, but I believe that's people who know it. It's like big applause should be here. So it's a tremendous job done by my colleagues here. And how can we use Micronaut models? Because there are a lot of them there. It's very much integrated in the world. So we just add our dependencies like integrations. We just add some Micronaut dependencies, which are regular Micronaut dependencies, and Micronaut plugin, because Micronaut, unlike the other frameworks, does everything uncompiled time. And we're done. Let us take a look at the demo. I think that I got it ready. So IntelliJ IDEA. I will now open a project. So I'll just take the real code actually, which is, just give me a second, which is actually the real code we have from the repository. I don't cheat. I just provide you what we have. So we'll run some example. So it's like integrations. So you can play it with under integrations. Micronaut data. So we just open a separate console for us. What we have here, it's just, we are using here the data actually. You'll be surprised, but like you see, in our Helidon code, we use Micronaut data repo here. Yes, you see, just a regular data repo, just to run our, well, there's a pet stuff here. Of course, there's a pet stuff here. And if we just Java, I won't compile it because we have no time for that, but I can definitely answer all your questions about that integrations, maybe in chat and maybe in Twitter. But if we run it, you see it's weld. So we're using weld underneath, CDI. And if we go here, we can curl some examples, which are actually using yes, I'm almost done. I'll try to be on time, maybe 5 minutes more. It's using Micronaut underneath, and I'm still able to read the data and provide it for you as micro profile, as microservices. So I'm really happy about it. So a lot of that was done to make it. So now those both worlds are totally connected. So you can use Micronaut inside of your Helidon project. So just play with it. And another thing I'm quite happy of is so much industry use now GraphQL support. So it's done under the microprofile way of doing things. So one of the main requirements, so first of all, code first approach, then generate, make GraphQL schema available, and just very minimum way to execute it via HTTP. Let us just dive into it. So once again, I got my examples here. I will just use the regular examples. They are now available in the GitHub, so you can play with them. So I will go directly to microprofile, and there is GraphQL stuff here. So we will just play with it. We'll open a new console. I've already pre-built this. Really few code here. So it's like a regular task thing, an API to service for this query and description. So we get tags for it. We're following the microprofile way, and just few classes, and you will see how easy to use. So we could just make. I've already pre-built it. I've done my homework. Pre-built it for you. Jar and example, we'll run the example. It's starting fast. Once again, not so fast because of the streaming that I have right now, but you see just a few seconds. And then definitely take a look at the README file, because there is a special fragments that you should use. So there is a so-called GraphQL JavaScript library, which visualizes all of the stuff we have. So if you don't mind, I will just click here and click .ui. Yes, so once again, there is a GraphQL, so we can use what we have here. So we got several examples. Let me just, yes, a little bit prettify. Yes, what we can do, create task. Wait a minute. Oh, yes, we have to. Wait a minute, the demo gods are saying to me something. Wait a second, now we have closed everything. We have, oh yes, we have some experimental features running. We don't need them here. Let them run it again. Yes. Wait a second. You have a minus jar. Examples, macro profile GraphQL, sorry for that. A little bit stuff which is like normal. Let me run it again. Yes, we do have everything. Okay, the demo guys are not with me this day, but it was running just a few minutes ago. Let me try it in Chrome browser, by the way. Give me a second. I really want to make this happen. So it's localhost 7001/UI. Yes, it did work. Yes, it worked. Yes, there's something wrong with my Safari. So now we will create several tasks, you see. Then we will be able to find all the tasks we have. It's running, so it's GraphQL. I won't focus much on GraphQL. And then we have just to delete the task. So I'll just take one ID which was generated and delete the task. You see, we have the response, and then we find all the tasks. We have only 2 tasks. Once again, now we have all of that support running for you. It should be great. I'm always done with my presentation, so if you want to learn more about Helidon, just type in helidon.io. There's a Medium page with all articles and descriptions, and now we are making a YouTube channel where we'll find all the demonstrations of all the new stuff happening there with cool and nice video made by our team. By the way, our colleagues from MicroStream are now making a hackathon which you can play with. So MicroStream is a wonderful framework for persisting data in a Java way. So it's wonderful stuff, and we are partnering with them. So if you do something with MicroStream and Helidon or GraalVM, and if we like it, because I'm now part of this committee, I will choose it so you can win up to $20,000, and especially the special prizes for Helidon and GraalVM, which is $2,500. So just play with it. Just go to Hackathon MicroStream 1 and enjoy. I'm 5 minutes late. I'm sorry for that. I sorry it took you more of your time, but I really hope you enjoyed this presentation. And I guess this is it from my side. I hope it was useful. Thank you so much. Eva, what are we going to do next? Oh, I see you.
I will stop
Well, it seems that we are finally online. So first, thanks everyone for joining us today on this software security talk. I think there was some delay due to some previous talks, but never mind. Don't worry, we're finally here. Don't get stressed out. And yeah, if we are ready to start, let me just as I was thinking on giving some few minutes, but as this talk is being delayed a few minutes, I think it's been enough time for everyone to join this talk. So let me just start by sharing the presentation, and I think we are good to go. I heard about, let's say from the previous talks, I heard that in some cases the camera is taking too much space. So what I'm going to do is the following. So let's make this deal. I'm going to stop the camera just during the presentation, so at least you can see me right now. And then just right at the end, when we have the Q&A session, I'm going to turn this camera back on so we can kind of discuss everything, okay? So yeah, let me just disable this camera. And I think we are good to go. All right, so I just want to see maybe some comments in the chat if you can see the presentation right, if it's everything clear for you. Is the sound also good for you as well, people out there? So please just maybe drop us a message, a chat saying, hey, thanks, yes, hello, we are ready to go, and we just start. Okay. Yep. So thanks for that, Eva. Great. All right. So welcome everyone. And if you are here today, it's because you want to know, it's because you are interested in security. And I would like to start with the talk. I would like to ask you a massive question here. I would like you to think if, do you deal with security related concerns in your daily life or job? Do you deal with that in your day-to-day case, in a day-by-day cases? Do you deal with that? I bet you do. Definitely, I bet you do. How? Well, for instance, something that we deal with security is we do have keys from our home, and you have to manage the keys and locks. Perhaps some of you have a car, so you may have to set the alarm of the car as well. Well, as many of you are developers, you have to deal with also passwords when it comes to working with applications. So you have to save your credentials. See, you also have documents. Perhaps you have really important documents, like, I don't know, when you get married, something like that. You may store them in a safe box. And even more, in your day-to-day, perhaps we're not using the ATMs or cash machines that much these last days, but at least you need to remember the PIN of your car. And last but not least, we all have a phone, and perhaps you need to set the lock pattern or maybe a PIN or password to unlock your cell phone. So you can see security is part of our daily lives. And you don't hire, for instance, you don't hire a bodyguard or a security professional to close the door of your house or to secure your phone. No, you don't do that. Well, maybe if you are too rich, you have different people for that. But then, as you can see, security is part of our lives. And the same goes in software engineering. If you are a developer or an architect, you have to deal with coding standards. You have to design the architecture in a proper way to balance out the security requirements. You also have to deal with networking communications. See? Perhaps you also need to include some best practices on the way that you develop your applications. We cannot forget about the policies. When we say policies, we also have policies on how the software is allowing different users to interact with it. And finally, we also need to include the tools and processes. So as you can see, security is part of our lives. So in the last year, I'm not going to talk about this year. This has been a crazy year already. So let's talk about a better year, 2019. there was this massive. I would like you just to digest that huge number. There were more than 4,000 million, or in American, 4 billion records breached in the last year. So that means that even a credit card number, some credentials, some username and password for emails accounts, for Netflix, for Yahoo, for different services, there were more than 4,000 million or 4 billion. In fact, I'm not coming up with these figures out of thin air. You can validate this report if you scan this QR code. And by the way, let me make a pause here. We all have a cell phone, right? So please keep at the hand or at your disposal a QR scan application in your cell phone. So please, if you have an iPhone, that comes embedded, or also if you have an Android, I think in the latest versions, you already have a QR scanner embedded in the Android system as well. But please keep them because I'm gonna put some QR codes for really important sections, but also never mind, I'm going to share these slides so you can find them in GitHub or LinkedIn as well. So as you can see, security is a concern. It's not a feature. It's not something that we turn on and off, but instead it's something that is spread. It's intertwined. It's becoming more intertwined as we get software in everything. For instance, well, now even more this year, that we've been working everything through online tools, and we've been working remotely. As for instance, this talk, we would have loved to have the chance to participate on the Java2Days in on-site, but this time is online. That is also going perfect. But nowadays, everything is getting software everywhere, like in our homes, in our the way that we integrate with the real world. So we can say that if security is a concern, we need to think of it or change the perspective, because it's not something that you enable. So for instance, let me give you an example. If let's say that you are trying to protect a house, some burglar or some thief, okay? So perhaps you want to buy a very good lock, like a very, very expensive lock. But imagine that the windows or the rest of your house is really unsafe or really easy to trespass, okay, to bypass. So then security is not that feature, that expensive lock that you put in your house, but it's more a concern about that everything is working together for the final. So this is what we are going to talk about today. So how this security that is part of our lives, we can, from the software development perspective, improve it from various different roles. And by the way, audience, if you do have questions, please drop them in the chat. So we're going to collect them. Don't wait until the last part of the talk. Just drop them in the chat. We do have moderators. We also have Eva, which is our host. Thanks, Eva, and also the Java2Days and the Code Monsters community and DevStyle also for having us today. Just to also mention, well, my name, as many of you know me, my name is Andres Espedes Morales. Originally from Colombia, that's why we have these flags there. But right now I'm based in Amsterdam, in the country of the Netherlands. If you want to get social, if you also have questions later, you can also contact me, preferably through LinkedIn. So please also, you can scan this QR code, and it will take you to the LinkedIn profile. So I hope that by the end of this talk, I get 1 million of friends that we can also interact about software or about life. And also for the ones that are really code-centric, you can also follow me on GitHub. I'm posting some content there about security, about architecture. So we're going to talk more about that, okay? Last but not least, currently I'm working as an instructor. So my job is really, yes, is entertaining people. No, it's training people. I'm working right now at MuleSoft here in Amsterdam as well. But let's just move into the real content. So for today, so what is our agenda? So we're going to understand what and why security is an important matter nowadays. We're going to talk about the common pitfalls and the impact of these pitfalls, and then how can we prevent or how can we overcome those problems or pitfalls that we could possibly run into. Of course, in the last part, we're going to talk about what's next for us. See? And your career, you're going to enable your career with some superpowers about security in software development. So let's start from the beginning. So what is software security? So when we talk about software security, we're talking about the idea of implementing any technique or maybe tool or perhaps a process, in order to protect the software against any malicious situation. So that situation, I can hear the new friends are coming here. So that malicious situation could lead into a very undesired consequence. So what do we need for achieving software security, or what it's made of? So first, we need to increase the awareness of what could be in risk. So when we are talking about security, it's because something is in a potential risk. So we need to understand what is in that risk, what was in risk, what is right now, and what will it be in the future. In order to protect, to secure that element that is in risk, we need to use some tool, perhaps, as we are working with software. We need somehow a way to preserve the integrity of that component. And for that, we're going to talk about some few tools that are available nowadays. And something that I realized this year especially is that we cannot neglect the human factor, how that important it is in the software development, and even more especially from the software security point of view. So as the software, let's say, fortunately for us that we still have jobs to do in the software is still developed by humans. As the software is still developed by humans, we need to train those human beings to be capable and skillful enough to security accepted level for our solution. And finally, there is a really good old saying that says that what is not measured cannot be improved. We also need to measure the security of our solution, or the security level, or maturity, if you like. And based on that, we can keep trying to measure and improve against some, let's say, KPIs or some goals. So security, you also need to analyze it from the CIA perspective. So you mean like the United States agency? No. I'm not talking about the United States agency. When we say CIA, we're talking about first the C about the confidentiality. So when we are working with software, we need to maintain the confidentiality or the privacy of the data. Why? Because imagine this. What if the wrong data falls into the wrong hands? That could lead into really bad potential situations. So we want to make sure in the confidentiality that the right people is accessing to the right information, or from the other way, that we are preventing that the wrong people is getting authorized access to the data that is unintended for them. We also have integrity. And imagine this. Integrity is all about maintaining the consistency of the data. Imagine that you are working with a financial or banking application, and your financial data is compromised and is changed slightly. So you could have good luck, and your bank account statement will increase, or perhaps more probably your bank statement or account statement will decrease. Well, in fact, I'm not going to mention names due to the privacy. That's also important that we have to keep on the ethics eye. But I was working, and this is an official anecdote. Let's say some years ago, we were working for a bank. Okay, this was also like a big news in some countries, that there was a bank that in the mobile application, there was a problem of integrity, of confidentiality, and people, when they logged in through the mobile application, they were able to see the other people's bank account, and that was, imagine how risky that is. So security has really important implications, and also the final one is availability, and that is one of the points that is most targeted or attacked nowadays. Some hackers or some bad actors, they just want to bring down a system just to make it unavailable, just for the sake of having fun, quote unquote. So in today's connected world, where we have so many APIs, I make a promise myself in this talk not to mention the word microservice. So in this connected world of APIs, the chance of running into a availability problem is higher and higher. And even more with the COVID, there's been an explosion of APIs so rapid across the market. So this is one of the biggest challenges that we need to solve, and that we need to solve at our companies. And what could the problems, or why we need to care about this? Okay, so that was fine. That was what is security. But again, why do we need to care about this? The reason is humans. Yes. So humans, we are the virus. It's not that mutation of the COVID. No. This is the problem with humans, that we can slip up. We can have mistakes. And there are three major reasons for running into an issue or a security problem due to the humans. And again, see everyone, how the human factor is involved in all these software security problems. The humans can make mistakes or can create security problems due to these three reasons. The first one is that the humans are evil. That's the nature of subhumans. That reminds me of the quotes from Batman movie. Like, there are some men that they just want to watch the world burn. Yes, there are people that they just want to burn the war and just destroy everything just for the sake of doing that. There are also, as we are humans, that's our nature, that we make some unconscious mistakes. Well, maybe a bit redundant, but yes, unconsciously, we just forget something and we make mistakes. And also, by a mischance, I call it chance, but we can also call it mischance or bad luck. Some of you perhaps are maybe too young. For instance, in the 30 or 40 years ago, we had, or well, not that we had, we still have, but there are, for instance, some submarine cables or some transoceanic cables that connect internet, telephone, and more. So these cables that are going through the water or under the water, they can also be damaged by some random stream or some random flow, or maybe a shark, baby shark, maybe a baby shark bite or chew the cable, and then that destroys the communication, and that creates an error, a security problem. So these are the three major reasons that we can slip up. And I just put a filler because I like to be symmetric here. So that's just a filler. Hey, Mr. Bugler. So what could be the problems or impact of all these situations with security? Well, we need to identify three main elements in security. we need to identify the threats. So just in simple terms, a threat is just any bad thing that could happen to your applications or to your assets. So we're going to identify what an asset is in the upcoming slide. So a threat, for instance, could be like getting some unauthorized disclosure, that someone that is unintended get access to the wrong information. Imagine, for instance, that companies, they work with millions of dollars, of euros, and if some financial data falls into the wrong hands, that information can be used against that company and basically destroy the company or take it to the bankruptcy. And just fact of that, the amount of layoffs that are going to happen and so on. And the attacks is the way that we perform the action in order to achieve the threat, to make the threat happen. So for instance, an attack could be that you send an email just with some phishing link and you try to get access to some data. Or that could be that you try to some advanced networking techniques. You can backdoor the systems and gain access to some administration elements. The problem with these threats and attacks is that they can really endanger human life. They can, we're working about, or just also tell me on the chat, I cannot see it, but I'm gonna check it in a few minutes. Tell me in the chat, in which industries do you work right now? Do you work in banking industry, in the healthcare systems, in defense? And imagine the problems that could lead from those different domains. If, for instance, if we're working about nuclear control systems or military defense systems as well, financial and banking industry, that could easily lead into really catastrophic problems nowadays, right? So, sorry about that. Yeah, okay, so come on. And then we also have the assets. So we have the threats and the attacks, and we have the assets. So think about this perspective. When we are working in a system, in a software application, we have security because there is someone interested in getting access to an asset, to something. An asset in the software development could be, for instance, primarily is data. So the asset is the data about users' data, financial data, legal data. All these are assets. Also the hardware that is controlled by the software, that is also another asset. Even just the communication networks, you can think of that like an asset. So as we are dealing with all these assets, so what will happen now right after this talk is that now that you go back to your work, to your job, you're going to see your job differently. You are going to see that you are taking care of assets. That is that data, they are the equipment, the hardware that you are working with. And that those assets, we must protect them. Otherwise, there will be some implications. In fact, I have a story about computer security. And here I don't have the option to make a show of hands, but I don't know how many of you already have seen the in-game movie about the Alan Turing machine. So back in the Second World War, well, you know more or less about it. So we're in Europe. So there was this challenge where the Germans or the Nazis, well, let's say the Germans, they had a machine called Enigma, and they used these machines to communicate the war messages, like when are they were going to attack, at which time, to whom, how are they preparing to attack. So they were sending this critical war information using these Enigma machines. But there was a pretty smart guy, really smart guy called Alan Turing, and he came up with this machine The photo that you are seeing right now is the bomb. This is called the Turing machine or the bomb. And this machine was used to decrypt or to, let's say, resolve the communication encryption. So it was able to decipher the message that the Germans were sending through Enigma. So you can see that the Germans were trying to keep the confidentiality of the information by encrypting the information. And what they did, the English, so the British, they came up with this machine to overcome that security measure and decrypt the message. So you can see that security has been with us like since ages. Okay, and we are talking here about the 1940s. So what could be the impact? The impact of us not taking care about security could be financial. By the way, all the data that I'm presenting here is backed by some surveys. So I'm going to share those at the end of the talk. So there is some financial impact. Cybercrime in the next year is projected to have let's say, a cost about $6 trillion. Which is a massive amount of money. And we can perhaps invest that money in some other areas. So there is a big challenge here as well. There are some political implications. And for instance, data could be used also to manipulate or to influence the elections. And perhaps you are already seeing this right now, that how some data, some personal data from every one of us is being used to influence people and also to control the political elections in several countries or cities. This also can have a social impact. And let me ask you something. Have you talked with some friend about something? Let's say you are talking about the new iPhone or the new computer, and then 2 minutes later, your Facebook or Instagram account is just full of marketing campaigns about that something that you talk with some friends. So already, plenty of social networks are using, let's say, geolocation data, social data as well. What do you like? What do you comment? And this is also is having a social impact on how do we behave. Also, there are some new movies about the social dilemma. There is a new movie called The Social Dilemma. Also recommended, so you can watch it. And there is also could be an environmental impact. So some equipment or some hardware or machines that are controlled by software, if they are misused, they can also have a critical impact in the environment. So machines that are controlling, for instance, hydroelectrical plants or other massive machines through the world, if we don't protect those, the impact is going to be even more massive. So then there is a big reason for us to protect our software. And here, well, a talk without a quote is not a talk. So I said, well, let's include this one. I don't know the author, so that's why. Let's say that a chain is just only as strong as its weakest link. So in the way that we make our software secure, it's going to be as secure as its weakest link. So that's why we need to improve every and each of the elements involved in this solution. And all the elements involved in this solution compose the engineers, the tools, the process, the practices, the frameworks, and so on. So let's take a look. How are we going to solve that? And for that, we are going to bring some best practices, some tools, and some methods as well. So how can we prevent this turmoil? And by the way, some disclaimer here. What we are just about to see is not the definite or ultimate list on how to protect your production-ready application, but it's a very good starting point. So just don't take what I'm saying right now, even go and research, learn more about it, become an expert on cybersecurity, because this is a responsibility of every one of us. So the solution, yeah, let's take a look from different perspectives. And I would like here to, yeah, it will be perfect that we will have a show of hands. I would like to see the audience. How many of you are developers? How many of you are architects? Maybe you are a manager. You are not that technical, but you are also in this talk. Don't worry, this talk is for everyone, okay? It's not for just the developers, it's for every one of us. We have a solution per different role. So let's take a look. How can we solve those or prevent those problems that having that impact? And how can we improve the security or the maturity of our security depending on our role? Let's start by the developers. And of course, you are the ones that have the wider, let's say, range of elements to work with. And I would say the first step for every developer out there will be to take a look on the OWASP project. So this is called the Open Web Application Security Project, called OWASP. And this is just a group of very smart people that they came up with some, let's say, principle or standards on how to develop software. The best part of this is that these elements work regardless of your coding language. So if you are working with JavaScript or Java or C# or PHP, it doesn't matter. You can apply these OWASP techniques regardless of your coding language. So remember that I left a homework for you. Please take your cell phones and you can start scanning these QR codes. So the first one will take you to the OWASP website, but don't get caught up on that website. Just scan the QR code and stay with us in the talk. I'm gonna talk about this later as well. So the OWASP includes the top 10 threats, but from two perspectives, from the web application perspective and also from the APIs perspective, because it's different. Okay, they are different APIs than a web application, because a web application has some user interface. It has a front end as well, whereas the APIs, they only have the API, perhaps the HTTP endpoint to interact through. In the OWASP project, you will also find standards, and also this provides us or comes up with some security coding practices and some guidelines on how to code your applications. For instance, how to do input validation, how to manage, for instance, logging in your application, how to do error handling, or how to manage properties, for instance. So this is pretty language agnostic and can be implemented regardless of the application language. But OWASP is one of the most known tools, but it's not the only one. And from the United States, there is another massive element called institute called the NIST. This is the National Institute of Standards and Technology. This is also another group of very smart people that comes with they brought some standards, for instance, on how can you secure the web services. By the way, group, some of the resources that you're about to access, they are, let's say, 10 years old or 5 years old. So my recommendation is read them, but also be conscious that let's say the ecosystem is moving really, really fast. So some resources that we're accessing from here might not apply to our current situation, because security is not a one-size-fits-all solution. We need to take into account the domain and the current problem that we are trying to solve. So just be conscious on how you are using these tools. In the NIST, you're also going to find some guidelines on how to do authentication or identity, how to also do authorization of the resources, and more. You can also have here the QR code, But remember, I'm going to share the slides at the end, so you can scan it now or later. That's fine. And finally, we also have the CERT. So the CERT is another group of smart people, quote unquote. These are the Computer Emergency Response Team. So here there are, the good part about the CERT is that they are official researchers, like people with PhD and really engineers that are dedicated to research and contribute to really long-term changes, to long-term principles. By the way, they are associated with the Carnegie Mellon University, so a really well-known and established university. You can go there. I guess many of you are Java developers here, so just go Google this book as well, and that will be also a good starting point for you to improve your coding without the need of becoming a security expert. So you can just start by taking one of these standards on coding. Of course, there are many more resources here, but I thought, well, if I bring all the resources here, this talk is going to last for like 2 hours, but I also want you to attend the other talks. So that's what I decided. Just, yeah, let's keep it to 40 minutes and let's let the other people attend the rest of the talks. And then for the architects, well, architects, you do have a really important responsibility. You have to read, and yeah, just kidding, you also have to code. I don't want to become an ivory tower architect. You also should, and you must know also the ins and outs of coding. So there are plenty of books, and here I recommend, or I recommend you just the books that I've been reading this year. Some of them I almost completed. Some of them I'm just in the middle. So this one recommended from this year, really nice, also from the Software Engineering Institute, learning about security, also the piece of art, the clean architecture from the Robert C. Martin, and also this one from this year, 2020, building secure and reliable systems. There are way more resources available. In fact, if you go to Amazon or any book retailer or book provider, there are more than 10,000 books about software security or software security related in Amazon. If you go right now and search for software security, you'll find more than 10,000 titles. So there is plenty of resources there. And architects, you are not only responsible for reading, but also for evaluating the tools. So out there are plenty of tools available that make our life easier and everyone else's life easier. So our job is that we must go out there and evaluate tools like Snyk or open source tools, also from the OWASP community, like the SAP or the Set Attack Proxy, that can easily identify issues in our applications without the need of doing manually and going and check everything. But for us as architects, we must bring the awareness to the company. Okay, it shouldn't be the other way around. It must be that we must bring the awareness of the different tools. I know that there are also here DevOps engineers. Well, some of you may call it sysadmins or ops. By the way, this year, this role have gotten a transformation called DevSecOps. Perhaps in the next year, we're going to call it Triceratops. I don't know who's coming up with these crazy names. But your job is please automate everything. We are humans, we are lazy, and also we are prone to errors. So one easy win that we can make as DevOps is there is this website called the CVE, the Common Vulnerabilities and Exposures. That's in this website, you can find the list of security flaws that have been identified in different software products, and easily with a Maven plugin, maybe a small poll here or survey. Hey audience, this icon, this gentleman, this waiter, what is the name of this tool, by the way? So you can include this Maven plugin, the dependency check Maven plugin, and you can include it into this into an integration or continuous integration server, and that will automate the identification of vulnerabilities in your code, so you don't have to do it manually. Yes, Vera, that's our good old friend Jenkins. To finalize, for the managers, please raise your hand at your home. Pretend that I'm looking at you, managers out there. You also have a job to do. And one of them is, or an easy win, is that you can also bring a framework or a way of working in your company that the NIST community also is called the NIST Cybersecurity Framework. And this is just a framework that composes some steps or practices or actions that we have to apply, or activities that we must perform in order to preserve the security of the solution. You can also find the framework if you scan these QR codes. Okay, so please do scan it and go there. For the managers, also for the developers or architects, please go there and also find that. Okay, the whole idea here is that we should bring people with the awareness or the skills on how to manage this cybersecurity risk, or this security risk, if you like. I don't know how many of you are using GitHub. I do hope that many of you are using GitHub. So there are also plenty of repos out there with a collection of elements like this talk, more or less. Not as good as this talk, just kidding. But there are some really good repos that they have a collection of books, recommendations, talks, libraries, documents as well, on how can you increase the security of your solution. And remember, you don't have to become a security expert. Just just add your 2 cents to the solution, and that's it. There are tools even with 5,000 or 6,000 stars. So that means that they are really well-known elements out there in the GitHub community. So go check it. I didn't put a QR code here. I'm gonna let you take a rest. No more QR codes. And finally, as a human, I don't know how many of you already seen this website called Have Been Pwned. So just go check this, but after the talk, stay with us. You can go to this website and check if your email address has been compromised in any data breach. So let's say that you have your email address, johndoe@gmail.com, or my username @gmail.com. You put it there, and you can find in which websites your data have been breached. So someone out there have your username and password for a specific website. See, so really nice tool. And at least go there and change your passwords. Okay, but be careful. I don't want you that tomorrow you don't remember the passwords that you already said today. But hey, wait. There is more. There is just one more step. If you want to take a step further, you can also get into the hacking mindset, because what we've seen so far is only about prevention, about preventing mistakes, or protecting us from some vulnerabilities. But how can we be more offensive? You can also try to tap into some hacking books or programs, or even become a certified professional. This is all about more about hacking and understanding the offensive mode. So yes, this is what I call the offensive mode. And there are multiple ways on how you can enjoy this journey. For instance, there are programs called Bug Bounty, in which, well, imagine that you are just participating in a hackathon and you really gain money if you identify a problem or a bug in a software. There are plenty of bug bounty programs out there. So my recommendation, if you want to make some extra money, you can just go out there, Google bug bounties, and you can start with no knowledge. There will be some easy to ramp up programs that can get you up to speed and ready to jump into this mode. And also, quoting something from a well-known book, The Art of War, from Sun Tzu. In order to win to your enemy, it's more important to outthink your enemy rather than outfighting him. So if we can understand how an attacker works, see how an attacker operates, you can also defend yourself. So if you enter into this offensive mode, you can prevent many of the problems that companies faces nowadays. So it's a wrap. Time to wrap this up. So in summary, in this talk, and I would like to present just this part of percentages for this upcoming year. So companies nowadays, they have a massive shortage of cybersecurity skills. So security in general is not a well-known topic across developers or managers or architects. So we must increase and improve the awareness about security. And by the way, for the next year, there is a projected unemployment rate of 0% on cybersecurity roles. So if you tap into this field, guaranteed that you'll have a job. There are plenty of vacancies or jobs out there if you also are looking for a new challenge. And just imagine a world without any security breach. Just imagine this world without that everyone knows how to defend themselves and there are no security holes. Yeah, it's a bit daunting, isn't it? So, in a nutshell, the first point is that we all own the security of the solutions. Even though there are security specialists out there, people, professionals, and so on, we also own some part of the security during the software development, regardless of our role. We can start just with taking a simple step. We can just start today. You don't have to become an expert on security. You can just start by reading a book or applying some best practices, reading some standards, applying a framework, attending a webinar. Attending this webinar is your first step. So congratulations, you already have taken the first step. We must protect the assets. We must protect the data and the resources because the consequences of the security breach or a security hole will and have a large impact in our lives. Financial loss can also destroy a company, and that will mean that we'll have layoffs and that will have ripple effects. And then the ultimate defense technique, if you want to take a step further, is go into the offensive mode. Many of the techniques that we focus on the majority of the books are more about best practices, standards, and so on. But if you join the other side, like the dark side, it's very likely that you will understand better how you can protect yourself from the other attackers. Okay. So my call to action here is please go and take one of the steps depending on your role and start increasing the awareness and your security skills in software development. And with that, I can only thank you all. But before we wrap this up and we call it a day, I would like to open the floor for some questions, and I will bring my camera on so that this is better. Yeah. So hello everyone. Yeah, I would like to open maybe the chat if you have some questions or comments before we wrap this up, and we'll let you go to the next presentation as well. All right, so we got some questions first in the chat. Yeah, what do you think about, from Angel, what do you think about public software library repositories used by Maven and NPM? Is there a high risk of malicious code injection? So very good question, Angel. And yes, in fact, that is a risk that we have when we are using open source software. There is a risk, let's say not that high, because those are also being scanned by many other developers, also by the maintainers. So there is a chance, let's say not that super high, but there is a chance that if we use open source software, or if we use someone else's software, their problems will become also our problems. So yes, there is a risk, and I think that's life. those are trade-offs. And we must, when we develop software, we need to take trade-offs. So we can develop the software, and that will take some time, or we can just use something that is already there, but perhaps we will fall into some security problems. So yes, definitely that's a trade-off, but we have to deal with that. So I hope that answers your question, Angel. And also we have the Dr. Pauline. Hello, Doctor. And also man-in-the-middle attack is relatively easy, so use HTTPS for an access. Yes, absolutely. So an easy win for many applications is just use HTTPS communication, double or mutual HTTPS or mutual TLS as known nowadays. And you can also prevent many problems by just using mutual TLS. So yes, that's a good recommendation. All right, well, just before to let you go, we are just 3 minutes over the hour. If you also do have questions, please reach out to me through LinkedIn preferably, or also just follow me on GitHub. That will be perfect as well. Also like to thank SlidesGo and FreePick for the icons and for the template. That was beautiful. And well, Eva, I don't know if we have anything else. Otherwise, we can call it a day. And yeah, we have a final question here, Stephen. Any hints for things when securing APIs, both an external and internal microservices? Well, yes, that's a good question, Stephen. So how can we secure APIs even if they are external APIs or internal? So an easy way could be check the OWASP for APIs. And there is a list of recommendations of what you should do for an internal API to apply some certain measures also for the external APIs, like rate limiting the amount of requests that they can handle, the location, the ports enable, apply some load balancing to maintain the availability, and so on. So there are plenty of techniques. The starting point here will be OWASP for APIs, and that is the best starting point for you, Stephen. So I hope that answered your question, of course. All right. Then I think this is what we call a day. And well, with this, I would like to thank you all for being here with us with these 45, 50 minutes, more or less. I do hope that you enjoyed this session. Please, if you follow me on LinkedIn or GitHub, you're going to find more information about the slides, about the content. I'm going to publish everything there. And I hope that after this session, you improve the security of your applications just a little bit more, just by taking a small step, all right? So thanks, everyone. Keep enjoying the rest of the sessions, and I will catch you up later, okay? Thanks, everyone.
How Microsoft learned to love Java. I hope it's a very interesting talk and something that you probably weren't expecting even a few years ago. So here we go. Let's get started. So the first thing is, why are we doing any of this, right? So that's an interesting question that I think we should all talk about. So the heart of the matter is really Azure needs to be a first-class platform. It's one of the top 3 public cloud providers in the world. So in order to stay in that position and in order to serve customers, we can't just be the traditional Microsoft technologies. And the reason why is, you can take a look at this, one of these indices, and there's many other data points like this that we can take a look at that tells us why. Right, so as you can see, the traditional Microsoft technologies, things like C# and Visual Basic and so on, those are somewhere below the bottom part of this curve. And I'll let you take a look at it, take a very close look at it, and it's mostly flat. Right. Whereas if you really look at the top programming languages for a very long time, this is a time span of almost 12 years, almost more than a decade. It's really Java that is always either number 1 or number 2 in the language indexes, and this is the way it has been for a very, very long time. Now, in the end, you'll see the weird 2020 effect of Java going down and Python going up and so on. I think those are more than anything else effect of COVID. My guess is those are going to self-correct for a little while. So I don't take that too seriously, because it is after all year 2020 and nothing is normal. But by and large, as you can see, Java is very easily either #1 or #2 programming language, and this really says a lot about our own ecosystem, right? And as we all know, it's a strong ecosystem because it's a very diverse ecosystem, right? So there's Spring, there's Java E, there's Jakarta E, there's Quarkus, there's Helidon. There's all kinds of interesting stuff going on in our industry. There's microprofile. All of these things make it a strong ecosystem because it's very diverse, and it's always innovating, and it's always moving forward. So this is why fundamentally, even at Microsoft and at Azure, there's a realization that we have to be a good home for Java developers. So this is why we are doing all of these things. And at the end of the day, this whole thing is not actually that old, right? So it's at best 5 years old. So this is a talk from Devox several years ago, about 3 or 4 years ago, that has the same title as my talk today. Is delivered by another gentleman inside of Microsoft. Basically, it's the heart of getting to the message that Microsoft loves Java, right? So we've all heard the quote from our CEO Satya Nadella, and part of that promise is what we are working on today. And I always find it fascinating how things have evolved, since Brian delivered this talk and when I'm delivering this talk, and how much broader and deeper the Java on Azure story really is. Okay, so this is an important slide. I think of this slide as sort of a roadmap for the rest of the talk, right? So whatever kind of developer you are, whether you are a Java SE developer and that's all you use, or whether you're a Java EE or nowadays Jakarta E microprofile developer, or whether you are a Spring developer, there is a pathway for you to get onto Azure. And these 4 different pathways are very typical. They're not specific to Azure. They're really very general to most public cloud providers. They have all these different ways of getting onto the cloud, and this range from virtual machines to containers and Kubernetes and Docker to managed services or PaaS, and then of course these days there's also serverless. So whatever pathway you choose, there's a strong story on Azure as a Java developer. So we have a bunch of different virtual machine offerings specific to Java developers. We have a strong offering in terms of containers and Kubernetes to run your Java workloads on. We have a very strong set of managed services. We'll talk about that. Actually, we'll talk about all of this in a second. But we have a very strong, particularly strong set of managed services that we'll talk about. And we also have a serverless platform where you can run Java workloads very, very well. And so this is what this talk is all about. Not all of it. There's going to be other things that we'll talk about towards the end of the presentation. Things like Azul system partnership that we have. Very interesting stuff, as well as general tooling that we provide around Java developers. Sometimes not specific, even specific to Azure, but mostly specific to Azure. Okay, so let's get started on our tour. Like I said, there's no reason to hold back questions. You can ask me questions whenever you want. The other thing I'd like to mention is that we don't care about architecture either, right? Whatever your architecture, whatever your architecture journey, Azure is here to support you. So you could have a monolith and be perfectly happy with the monolith. You could have a monolith that's containerized. So in other words, put in a Docker container or put onto Kubernetes. You could have some mix of monolithic and microservices. Some people have this. So they have a main monolith and they have a number of supporting microservices around it. You can have parts of the monolith extracted into microservices very deliberately, or you could have sort of full-blown microservices, tens or hundreds of microservices that you want to run on Azure, and of course you're welcome to do that as well. All right, so let's talk about the pathways. First stop is virtual machines, right? And this is the most natural stop. This is a very old school technology, right? This is the same thing as running VMware on your data center and running virtual machines. This is basically the easiest and probably the most cost-effective way of getting onto the cloud. So this is really nothing much more than old cliche of your computer running on somebody else's data center. So in this case, it's your computer running on Azure. So this is really nothing much more than the virtual machine level, so the operating system level, if you will. But there's a bit more to that, and we'll talk about that bit more in a second. But let's start there. So this is where the Java on Azure journey starts. First of all, you should be aware, it used to be a long time ago that Azure was only about Windows. So you can only run Windows as an operating system. That hasn't been true for a long time. That's where the Satya Nadella quote comes from. Microsoft loves Linux. Azure is the heart of that. So we actually run basically all different flavors of Linux on Azure. Whether it's Ubuntu or Red Hat or Oracle Linux or what have you. Red Hat is the most popular one by far. So this is a very good way of getting onto the cloud. It's cost effective. The downside is it's a little bit more complex. So in other words, you're basically not taking full advantage of all of the cloud capabilities. You're basically doing what you used to do before only on somebody else's cloud. So you're using the same kind of tooling as you were on your on-premise data center, more or less, right? So there's some other cloud capabilities you can use, like cloud infrastructure, but more or less it's the same equivalent experience that you would have on your own on-premise data center. Now, virtual machines are a little bit more than that, especially on Azure. The reason that is that we have this thing called the Azure Marketplace and Azure Solution Templates. And what are these things? These things, if you've ever worked in Docker or Helm, it's something similar to that, except for VMs. So instead of just starting with the operating system level, if you know that you want a particular set of software, for example, WebLogic, right? So we're developing solution templates for WebLogic with Oracle. So we have a Oracle WebLogic solution template on Azure that you can go and use. What does this give you? So instead of starting from the operating system level, if you say, hey, I want WebLogic and I want a 5 cluster of WebLogic up and running, well, you can just point and click and through the UI, set up a few different options, and then lo and behold, you'll have a running WebLogic cluster running, or a WebSphere cluster running, or a JBoss cluster running, or a Tomcat cluster running, or whatever else you want running very easily. You can even specify integration. So you could say, hey, I want WebLogic running and I want to connect to Postgres. I want WebLogic running, 5 instances of WebLogic running, and I want a load balancer in front of it. So all of those things will be created for you. At the end of the day, you still get a virtual machine, but you get it much faster, right? Instead of having to do everything by hand. So as you can see from this image here, the marketplace portfolio is Java developers are very well served there. So there's a number of solution templates for a number of commonplace Java-based solutions. There's Zulu, right? There is OpenJDK for Java SE developers. There's a range of options for Java EE runtimes from Tomcat all the way to WebSphere and WebLogic. There's a bunch of different data options, not just RDMS, but things like MongoDB, Redis. If you're running Hadoop or Spark, those are their solution templates for all of those things. All kinds of messaging platforms, including things like ActiveMQ and Kafka. And of course, you also have a number of DevOps solutions as well. So if you want Jenkins up and running, you can just point and click real quick. And with a few marketplace template image entries, lo and behold, you're able to create a running Jenkins instance very easily on Azure. So this is essentially the Azure Marketplace portfolio. Now, beyond that, these days, what is incredibly popular is Kubernetes. And what some companies have done is they've created these so-called multi-cloud platforms on top of Kubernetes as well. And what do? They basically take Kubernetes and make it add a layer of abstraction above it, add an interface above it, including all the way up to your UI, right? So basically, they sort of take over your cloud experience, and it's running Kubernetes well under the hood, but you're dealing with really this abstraction, higher level abstraction layer that maximizes as much as they can all of the cloud development experience, including deployment, provisioning, monitoring, so on and so forth. So a couple of big examples of that is OpenShift from Red Hat, as well as VMware from Tanzu. So you can run these multi-cloud platforms. Some of the benefits for them is obviously ease of use over Kubernetes, but also being able to run multi-cloud or part of the workload on the on-premise and part of it on some other cloud or multiple clouds. And basically what you get through something like OpenShift or VMware Tanzu is a uniform experience across these different ways of deploying. So you can deploy these things again through virtual machines if you want to, but you don't have to. So Azure is actually one of those clouds where we have managed services for these things. So again, all of the deployment and provisioning, the complex setup of these things is all done for you. You just point and click, and lo and behold, you get a fully managed running instance of OpenShift or fully managed running instance of VMware Tanzu. And these are basically developed through partnerships. So in a way, it's we're building the ecosystem synergies this way, right? So we're working with Red Hat to have a managed version of Azure Red Hat OpenShift. We're working with VMware to have a managed version of Tanzu running on Azure. There's also containers. So this is probably the most hottest way of getting onto the cloud now. So this is all about Docker and Kubernetes. And you are very well supported on Azure if you're running these things, because again, we have one of the top most popular Kubernetes implementations out there, Azure Kubernetes Service. In fact, I'll show you Azure Kubernetes Service in the demo in a second here. But we have very first class managed instance of Azure Kubernetes, namely Azure Kubernetes Service. Around that, we have a number of other options as well. So these are things like Azure Container Registry. So if you're doing Kubernetes deployments in the real world, you don't want all of those to be public. So if you can create a private repository that is specific to Azure called the Azure Container Registry, very, very well integrated with the Azure Kubernetes Service. Now, let's also talk about the case where you want to do containerization. So you want to use containers and you want to use Docker, but you don't necessarily want to use Kubernetes, right? So your deployment is perhaps not that complex. It's just a few instances of just one image that you need to run. So in that cases, you can use something either called Azure Container Instances or App Service for Containers. And what this allows you to do is basically do just your Kubernetes-based deployment, rather Docker-based deployment, without necessarily getting into Kubernetes. Something happened real quick. I'm just going to quickly make sure that everything is still up and running. And I'm also going to check if anyone has any questions yet. No, I don't see anything in the chat message yet. I'm going to assume things are still going fine, and we're going to just keep going. Okay, so want to use Docker, want to move to the cloud, don't want to use Kubernetes, Azure Container Instances, or app services or containers are also options. If you want to use Kubernetes, by all means, you have a first-class implementation on Azure called the Azure Kubernetes Service. Now, if somebody asks me what makes Azure so special, right? Why would anyone, what is really unique about you? So there's a couple of different things that are unique. One of the things that are unique is we have the most data centers. But actually, another thing that is very, very unique is our managed services offering. So nobody else puts so much emphasis on providing managed services. So things that you don't have to manage, we don't have to worry about provisioning infrastructure. You don't have to worry about the operating system layer. All you really worry about is just point and click and getting your environment up and running, whatever your runtime is, and just deploy your application. So whether that's a WAR file or a NIR file or a JAR file, that's all you want to worry about. And everything below is just managed services for you, managed for you. That offering is extremely strong in Azure, as you'll see in just a moment. Now, a few of these managed services are specific to Java developers, and a lot of them actually are not. They are basically generic infrastructure level managed services, but they have Java bindings. In fact, they have 3 different types of Java bindings in general. I'll talk about that in a second, targeting the three kind of developer base that is out there. And this is always expanding. So the key to our managed services offering is something called App Service. So App Service offers managed versions of Zulu. So that is for Java SE developers. You can just deploy your jar file there and you're done. We also have managed Tomcat. So if you just are using the servlet container more or less, and you just want to deploy your WAR file, you can use Tomcat on App Service. If you're a Java EE developer and you're developing WAR files or EAR files or any other kind of Java EE deployment, you can use JBoss EAP on App Service. Okay, so that's for Java EE developers. Now, beyond that, we also have a service for Spring developers. We'll talk about that in a second too. That's the newest offering, key offering that we have for developers out there, and I'll talk about that in a couple of slides. Now, aside from this, you have many other things, and all of them are provided to you in a managed fashion. So whether it's databases, whether you're using SQL Server, Postgres, or MySQL, you have a managed offering for it. You don't have to run these yourself. In fact, the only major database that we do not offer as a PaaS service right now is Oracle DB. Other than that, pretty much all of them are there on Azure as managed services. Let's say you want to use something else. You want to use a NoSQL database. We have something called Cosmos DB that is a multi-protocol NoSQL data store. So you can use the MongoDB API, the Cassandra API, or the Gremlin API. Gremlin is basically a graph-based protocol to use Cosmos DB. So essentially, you have Cassandra, MongoDB, or Gremlin running in a managed fashion through Cosmos DB on Azure. We have a managed Redis service, so you could use that for JCache with JCache, for example, as a Java developer. We have blob storage if you need to store data or need to store files. We have Azure Key Vault for managing secrets. So this is where you securely put in your key value stores. We have managed Active Directory as your directory server implementation. So we have a number of different messaging solutions: Service Bus, Event Hub, Event Grid. These are different types of flavors of messaging, if you will. We also have DevOps tools as well. So we have application insights. So if you're used to Elastic Stack, this is basically Azure native version equivalent of Elastic called App Insights. This is a Azure native managed service. In addition to that, we also have managed services for Elastic. If you didn't want to use App Insights, you can use Managed Elastic on Azure. And we also have something called Azure DevOps. I'll show you Azure DevOps in a second also. This is basically Azure flavored, Azure native equivalent for Jenkins, right? So with Jenkins, you can run right on VMs to the Azure Marketplace template. If you want a managed service, you use Azure DevOps on Azure. Now, each of these APIs, these external APIs, other than the Java offerings, have libraries. They either have their own native libraries written in Java. So if you're a Java SE developer, that's what you want to use. Or they have Spring Framework or Spring Boot bindings, each of them, Cosmos DB, Redis, SQL Server, blob storage, you name it. They have either Spring Boot starters or Spring Framework library integrations. And finally, you have Java EE bindings where they are applicable as well. So JDBC support for all of the flavors of database, JCache support for Redis. You're able to use Cosmos DB through Jakarta NoSQL, so on and so forth. A great example of that is actually Service Bus. So Service Bus is the if you will, transactional message handling platform on Azure. It's a managed service, and it has a native API, a native Java API on its own. But above and beyond that, you can actually use Service Bus through JMS, right? And even through Spring if you want to, right? So these are all these different bindings that are available for each of these things. Now let's talk about our newest service on Azure. This is Azure Spring Cloud. This is developed through VMware. And this is basically your PaaS if you are a Spring developer and you're developing microservices. So what you do here is you're able to deploy your Spring Boot applications. And in addition to just deploying your Spring Boot applications, you might want to take advantage of Spring Cloud features. So things like a breaker dashboard or a service registry or an API gateway or a config dashboard or distributed tracing. All of these things, essentially, instead of you running them yourself, they are baked into this Azure Spring Cloud platform as managed services, and you simply consume them after deploying your Spring Boot jars. So this is basically the equivalent of what we talked about for app service in terms of deploying just jar files, WAR files, or ER or WAR files on JBoss CAP in Azure. This is for essentially your managed service if you're a Spring developer. Very unique, right? There's no other equivalent of Azure Spring Cloud, or even, frankly, JBoss CAP and app service on any other major public cloud. Only Azure does go so far in terms of supporting Java developers. We also have a serverless platform if you're wanting to do serverless. So this is again one of the top public cloud serverless platforms. It's called Azure Functions, and Azure Functions actually supports Java. Right, so it supports both Java SE 8 as well as Java SE 11. You can also use Logic Apps, which is an abstraction above Azure Functions. I sort of think of it as ESBs. So it provides many different types of integrations to integrate Azure Functions with each other, as well as Azure Functions with other services like Azure Blob Storage or Cosmos DB, or even Web Apps, or Azure Service Bus, if you will. So other than that, I did want to talk about Zulu, right? So we have a partnership with Azul Systems. And what this partnership allows us to do is that it allows us to tell you that you can use Zulu, which is a very popular OpenJDK distribution, for free. You get commercial support for Zulu for free as long as you are an Azure developer, right? So if you're doing any kind of Azure deployment, whether it's on app service or even containers and Kubernetes, as long as you're using Zulu, you get a fully supported version of Zulu through Azul Systems because of this partnership that we have. Now, it doesn't even matter if you're using your JDK in test and development, and if you're deploying on Azure, you can make use of a fully commercial version of Zulu on our platform. So Microsoft, as you know, if you know anything about Microsoft, we're extremely strong in tooling. So we want to provide all kinds of tooling aside from providing the platform, and it's no exception in terms of Java developers on Azure either. So we provide Maven plugins for all sorts of things on Azure. We provide Jenkins integration, right? If you want to, if you're using Jenkins and you're deploying to Azure, you can very easily do that. We provide support for Terraform for those people that are deploying Java applications on Azure using Terraform. Of course, we talked about Azure DevOps, and I'll show you Azure DevOps. So basically, it's equivalent of Jenkins. It's a managed service on Azure. I talked about this a moment ago. Now, if you don't want to do any of those things, let's say you're developing using Ant, or you're building your own version of something like OpenShift, and you don't want to use any of these deployment mechanisms, the lowest level common denominator for Azure is something called the Azure SDK. So you can think of basically this is the Swiss Army knife for Azure. You get to do anything that you want in terms of Azure resource management through this SDK. And you can develop this SDK using Java, because that SDK supports Java as a language as well. So it's a very, you literally can't get any more of a first-class citizen if you can manipulate Azure at the lowest level using Java. Okay, so we also have strong IDE support, right? We know that Java developers are IDE developers. 80 to 90% of you are all developing on one kind of IDE or the other. So we provide all support for all of the major IDEs. Again, we have a bunch of IntelliJ extensions. We provide good support for Eclipse. And also, I don't know how many of you know this, but Microsoft, in its own IDE, in its own next generation IDE Lite, if you will, VS Code, in there we provide first-class support for Java as well. So you can do editing of Java files, you can do debugging, you have Maven integration, you have JUnit integration, you have Spring support, you have application server support. You can run JBoss CAP and Wildfly, for example, or Payara, or OpenLiberty. So all of that is possible using VS Code as well. Right. So putting all these together, let's think of a few solution templates, right? A few ways of using Azure in this way. So let's say you're a WebLogic user. Pardon me for a second. Let's say you're a WebLogic developer and you want to run a WebLogic cluster on VMs. You can do that through our Azure solution templates. You could be running coherence under the hood with that. The solution templates allows that. Let's say you want to integrate with the Oracle database. Solution templates will support that. It will support creating an application gateway for you. It will support speaking to Elastic for you. You can do the deployment through Maven, from Jenkins, from GitHub using Eclipse. Right, so this is one solution. And by the way, these solutions are more or less inspired by real-world customers of Azure using these things. Here's another solution template. So let's say you're running Azure Kubernetes Service, and on top of Azure Kubernetes Service, you are running WebSphere Liberty. So we provide support, joint support with IBM to do exactly that. We provide guidance to say, here's how you do that. These are all of your artifacts. And again, you can do a whole bunch of integrations to databases, to Redis, to Cosmos DB. You can use Traffic Manager across different data centers on Azure. You can integrate with Azure Active Directory. You can have Kubernetes service spit out your metrics in App Insights. You could use Container Registry to do your deployments under the Azure Kubernetes service. You could do that through Azure DevOps. In fact, this is the demo that I'll show you. You could be doing that through GitHub, and you could be doing that deploying, let's say in this example, through IntelliJ. You could be doing the same thing as let's say you are a Java-E developer and you want to use JBoss API on App Service. You just want to deploy your WAR file and be done with it, right? You can do that. And again, a whole set of integrations that are possible, whole set of ways of deploying also possible. If you're a Spring developer, you could be doing exactly the same thing. So you could be deploying through Azure DevOps, using IntelliJ as your IDE. Let's say, for example, you could be using all of these different Azure services in a completely managed fashion and just deploying your Spring Boot jar files and speaking to whatever else services that you need, whether it's a database or JMS or what have you. JMS using Service Bus and what have you. So let's say finally you want to develop using serverless. You're in a completely serverless world. You could be deploying your Java code directly from VS Code. You don't have to necessarily use Maven or anything else, and you can deploy directly to functions. Although you can also deploy functions through Maven. That is also a perfectly possible path. Let's say you have a Logic Apps instance in front of that is monitoring a file system in blob storage. Or Logic Apps, you can build in some logic to say, hey, if it's a certain type of file, send it to a certain type of function. And each of these functions could be doing things like pushing out a record into Cosmos DB, let's say a MongoDB record, or sending out a message to Service Bus, or making an SMS message invocation through Twilio. Right? Similarly, you could have web applications. Again, let's say on JBoss or Tomcat or Java SE, or the Spring Cloud service picking up from Cosmos DB or picking up from Azure Service Bus. All right. So if you've never seen Azure before, I just want to do a really quick and dirty demo, if you will. And this is a way for you to try out Azure, if you will, an easy way. So what I've done is I put out this demo, the same demo that I'll show you today. I put it out on GitHub. It's on my personal GitHub repository. And if you go to this GitHub repository, it'll basically take you step by step and have you set up this application. And you can do that using a free account on Azure. You don't have to pay for Azure. So I'm using a managed version of PostgreSQL, a PostgreSQL PaaS. So there's instructions on how to do that. I'm running this on Azure Kubernetes. So I'm setting up the Kubernetes cluster. I'm going to I've set up Kubernetes tooling, and there's instructions on how to do that. You can set up application insights. We talked about that. That is basically the Elastic-like solution on Azure. And I've also created some service connections. Right? So these are different ways of connecting to Azure DevOps, and I'll show you the Azure DevOps pipeline. And you can set it up. You can set it all up in Azure DevOps, and these are the instructions to do all of that. So let me show you how this looks like in action. So this is basically the Azure DevOps pipeline. So this is the Jenkins pipeline. I've done a deployment yesterday. So let's take a look at that deployment. I'll show you. Okay, so this is my deployment script here. So I'm doing a Maven build of my application on GitHub. So this is on GitHub. I'll show you, actually, let me show you the service connections here real quick. So as you can see, I'm connected to a Kubernetes instance that I created on Azure. So this is the Azure portal. So this is a Kubernetes service that's up and running. Okay, so as you can see, it says Azure Kubernetes service. If you look at some insights, there should be some activity here. Okay, as you can see, there's a little bit of activity. So this is the one that I have connected onto Azure GitHub. I've set up a link to get to my GitHub account. So this is the exact GitHub account. So this code is running on GitHub. I'm using Docker Hub to build out my images to ultimately deploy to Kubernetes. So this is all set up here. Going back to the pipeline. This is the pipeline script. So again, I'm doing a Maven build right here, tasks Maven. I'm doing a Docker-based deployment. So I'm taking what the WAR file that was deployed by my Maven deployment and creating a Docker image to it and publishing it out to Docker Hub. It's actually on my Docker Hub right now. Then I'm spinning up a Kubernetes instance and doing the Kubernetes deployment here, and lo and behold, I'm getting it up and running here. So in fact, I have a little bit of a bug here that I should fix. So let me fix that. So as you can see, the Azure Application Insights is wrong. So this should not be your Application Insights key. So I'll fix that later on, but let me show you the deployment first. Okay, so I won't see any data out there because of this bug. All right, so there you have it. The deployment is done. It's actually running on Kubernetes. So there's several different things running on Kubernetes here, running in my Azure resource group. So this is the resource group. You can think of it as sort of a data center. So I have the Kubernetes service. I also have a database up and running. So this is Azure Postgres. So this is a managed version of Azure. And then finally, I have the Azure Application Insights. I'm going to copy over the instrumentation key here for a second, and I'm going to do a redeployment to see if I can show you the logs showing up in Azure DevOps pipelines. I need to just fix this a second, right, in order to do that. But let me show you the application. So if I do keep control get pods, I have a couple of different instances of the application running right now, 2 different instances of Azure Cafe, and I'm using Wildfly. Wildfly is a runtime, and I can do get services. And what you'll see here is that I have a load balancer up and running. So let's go ahead and access this load balancer instance. I have 2 instances of Wildfly running. This is one of the instances that I'm hitting. So this is running on Azure. I can quickly show you the application too. Okay. And here's the application up and running. It's a simple CRUD application. I can just hit delete here and add another one, and so on. So you can see the application up and running. Now I do want to show you the logs. So I'm going to fix my error and do a redeployment and hopefully come back to it. So I'm going to go ahead and replace the application insights key here. Oh, wrong one. This is the one I wanted. This is the key that I want. Copy it to the clipboard and hit run here, and I'm going to save this. We'll start a pull request, and I'm going to just hit save. Okay, and I'm going to run this. Hit run. Okay, and we'll let this run for a second. So we'll let this finish up here, and while that's going on, I'm going to see if you have any questions, and I'm also wrap up. So by the time we are done wrapping up, this job should be done. Okay, so I don't see any questions as of yet, so I'm just going to keep going. All right. So yeah, so Microsoft is very, very serious about Java. Hopefully that's obvious from the presentation. So we're doing a whole bunch of work to support Java developers. There's many different pathways, right? You can use virtual machines or containers in Kubernetes or managed services and PaaS or serverless or something in between, or maybe all of them. You could be using whatever it is that you want. Java EE, Java SE Spring, and you're equally well supported on Azure. You have, in addition to all of these services, you also have tooling, right? So we talked about all of the tooling. So Maven, Jenkins, Azure DevOps, the Azure SDK, IDE support, whether it's IntelliJ or Eclipse or even VS Code. You're well supported, whatever it is that you're going to use. We're actually actively evolving these things, all right? So we're making heavy investments in making sure that these things are actually well supported, right, for you. And we're also listening to you, right? So you could be engaging with me, reach out to me via whatever mechanism that you want, and tell me what is it that you would like, right? Especially, as you know, many of you know, I'm a Java EE guy. If you're a Java EE developer, you could be reaching out to me and telling me, hey, this is what I need in order to run my solution on Azure, and I'll be happy to help you. So I'll leave you with just a few resources. First, let me make sure that I'm still sharing. Yes, I am still sharing. So let me just leave you with a few resources here. So there's a Java on Azure landing page. That's a good place to go from wherever you want from there. We also have the Java on Azure docs, right? You can begin exploring our content there. And we also have a number of Azure samples with Java on it. So these are the things to get started with in terms of Java on Azure. In addition to of course, the GitHub example that I showed you before. So this is it in terms of my presentation. This presentation is actually available already publicly. So I'm going to actually show you where that is and share the link with you. So it's on my speaker deck. It's public, and here's the URL for it. So you can take a look at take a look at the slide deck later on if you want to. Do open source service templates. Free or paid for use on Azure. They're free. So all of the solution templates are always free. There are some that you get paid for, but anything that is developed in partnership with Microsoft, it's free to use. You can use a solution template. Ultimately, you have to pay, of course, the Azure resource for Azure resource utilization, but not using the solution templates. So okay, let's see how our deployment is going. So here's our Azure DevOps pipeline. It's done. Okay, so now let's go back to our get pods. Make sure everything is still running normally. Okay, yes, that is running normally. Let's do get services. So now we should have a different IP address, which we do. Okay, that is up and running also. Let's try Azure Cafe, and we should still see the same records as before. It may just take a moment to boot up, which it did. So I'm going to delete this and I'm gonna create another one. Okay, and let's create an, let's delete that too, and we'll say create another one here. Okay, so now let's go back to Azure App Insights, and Azure App Insights sometimes takes a little bit of time to get these records in. But let's see if we can, let's see if we can see them, so I can show you that the Azure Application Insights piece is also running. In fact, let me go back to my pipeline and make sure that the pipeline is what I expect it to be. So let's hit edit once again. I'm going to just delete this run. Actually, I can't, which is fine. Continue. Okay, let's go look at to see if the, oh no, so that is not there. So it's not going to show up. I need to fix this and see what exactly is going on and why these changes are not being saved. So we're probably not going to see the insights in here. That said, I was going to try to show you some interesting stuff. Yeah, there's not going to be any results because it's not going to the right instrumentation key. So apologies for that. You know, this is how it goes. There's always something that goes wrong with the demo. So I think I'm actually right about out of time now anyway. So I definitely won't have time to fix this. So let me just turn my camera back on, see if you have any last minute questions, and stop sharing. Okay. So if you don't have any questions, it was fun presenting. And in fact, I have a talk tomorrow, and that talk is all about live coding. So all I'll be doing is showing you how to deploy Java EE applications on Azure in different ways. So some of the different ways that we talked about, Kubernetes, VMs, so you can see firsthand what the differences look like and what the similarities are. So again, really appreciate it. Hope you're hope you're learning something, and hopefully you're enjoying the presentation. I see that my friend Otavio and Werner are next, so definitely wish them luck also. So with that, really appreciate it, and have the rest of the good evening, and see you tomorrow.
Reza, there's one question in the chat. Can you give advice?
Yes. Can you give some advices to people if they want to get involved in Jakarta and how they can best contribute? Yes. I have a very simple answer to this. Please take a look at this document, and it will tell you everything that you need to know. I'll give you two different resources. So number one resource is this one. So I'm typing. I'm giving you a link in the chat. So this is one place, and here's another place. So these are the two resources that I just shared. One is a contribution guide for Jakarta E10. That's a very good place to get started. And also, in general, if you are not looking to contribute directly to Jakarta E, but you want to do other things, you can do that through the Jakarta E ambassadors. And I shared a link about how to get involved with the Jakarta E ambassadors. So those are the two best ways I would say to contribute to Jakarta E. I have another question here. When you develop in dev.azure, where is the source code stored? Is it connected to integrate with GitHub, or is there some Git-like SCM running in the internal service? As far as I know, the Azure Dev Spaces, which is what you're pointing to, as far as I know, that's on GitHub, but I'm not 100% sure. Maybe reach out to me offline, and then I'll try to connect you to the right team and figure out the correct answer for you. But that's, as far as I know, it's on GitHub. Okay, so I'm out of time. I don't want to cause problems for my friends, certainly Werner and Otavio. So really nice to speak with you, and hopefully see you tomorrow.
Have a great day, everybody.
And you're live.
Hello, everybody. That's amazing to be here. I'm here with Vera Kel, and today we gonna talk about NoSQL in the game. So, hello, Banner. How are you?
Oh, fine, thanks.
Okay, let's start. So, go ahead. Please introduce yourself, and then you
So
can move on.
I'm Werner Keil. I'm currently the Jakarta EE Specification Committee committee representative. I'm also, I think, like both of us, in the leadership council of the Jakarta EE ambassadors.
Yeah.
And I also lead a couple of open source projects. For example, one that I will present tomorrow, which is OpenDDR. And of course, I help also several specs of Jakarta EE, which part of it we'll talk about today, which is NoSQL.
Whoa, that's amazing. Yeah. So my name is Otávio Santana. I'm Java champion. I'm from Brazil. Right now I'm living in Europe and Portugal. I'm glad to be here. I'm work at Platform SH. Platform SH is a company to make easy to you take the application, move to the cloud. So if you want to take any kind of application, move to the cloud easily, smoothly, take a look at platform.sh. Okay. And yes, my Twitter handle is @OtavioJava. Please follow me on Twitter.
Okay. Yeah, this presentation was also largely shaped and supported by Tudoris Spice, but unfortunately, because of the holiday season, he wasn't able to join us. So we'll do it without him today, but also mention him. So what are some of the trends in 2020? And I'm not talking about the coronavirus, of course. So
I guess stay at home.
Yes, stay at home.
COVID-19.
Big data, of course, is getting even bigger. A lot of applications move to the cloud, not only because of the current situation. And everything is mobile or mobile first. So what are the challenges? You have to develop with agility. You have to be able to scale your application and deliver the performance and availability that's required to meet the demands of the digital economy and API era. This is where NoSQL becomes quite handy because it can handle large volumes of data at a very high speed, store unstructured data, or sometimes semi-structured or even structured data, and it allows updates to schemas and fields without having to recreate a complete database schema. It's also more developer friendly, and it takes advantage of the cloud. So why are we giving this talk? First, the JVM can cope with heavy loads. So that's why we are covering exclusively either Java or the JVM. There are tons of persistence frameworks, which is good, but it's also sometimes a challenge, especially when you need to cover several different database systems at the same time. Which of them performs best for your case? And that doesn't only mean actual performance as in response time, but also which one fulfills your needs best. Sometimes it will take way long to compare, so we are trying to condense that into approximately 45 minutes. So here are some of the most popular NoSQL systems. NoSQL usually doesn't use a fixed structure. There are hardly ever transactions. It follows the base principle, and there are 4 major types. One is key value. For example, Redis, Hazelcast, or various databases by Amazon. Another one is column-oriented, like Cassandra or HBase. Then you have document stores like MongoDB or CouchDB. Graph databases like Neo4j. And then there's a multi-model which can support multiple types at the same time, sometimes even in the same database. So what are the key acronyms and terms? In SQL, you would have a table, row, column, and relationships between those. In key value, there's a so-called bucket. In column-based, it's again mostly columns and also key value. In documents, there's a collection, document, key value, and a link. And in graph, you even have other terms like vertex, edge, or node. Showing you that except for a few, all the others are sometimes unique to only one particular type, which makes it a little challenging to cover something and have a design and a framework that covers multiple of them using the same API. Base means basically available, soft state, and eventual consistency, while ACID stands for atomicity, consistency, isolation, and durability. Here you see how each of them, both NoSQL and traditional SQL systems, stand in this graph. Scalability versus complexity shows that the key value systems are very scalable, where the graph systems are on the other end. They are sometimes very complex. That makes them a little harder to scale, but they're also very powerful. For example, you can model the relationships between objects. In a traditional relational application, you would have your data access object, then a higher level framework, usually JPA, and then on a slightly lower level, JDBC, as well as a database. With NoSQL, they are usually not common approaches, so you would have 3 different APIs if you want to support 3 different systems or 3 different types of NoSQL database. So that's why we compare them. For the sake of time, we mostly cover Neo4j and MongoDB also in some of the examples. Our live demo that you can use and clone and play with it yourself on GitHub actually covers a few more of those. So it covers at least those 4 major types. And we compare the frameworks Spring and Spring Data, Micronaut, and to some extent Micronaut Data, although we'll hear how well it supports NoSQL so far. Then there's Gorm, which is not mentioned here because we demonstrate that using Micronaut, you have at least 2 or 3 different approaches, and one of them is using Gorm inside Micronaut. But you can also use it, for example, with Groovy and Grails directly. And then there's Hibernate, and of course, Jakarta NoSQL and the JNoSQL implementation. So JPA can cause several issues when you try to use it directly and unchanged against NoSQL systems. But luckily, most of the frameworks that we are going to look at now have some sort of common denominator, and one of them is annotations. Most of them also apply several patterns. For example, the template pattern, as well as the repository pattern. And now let's look at how this looks using Spring Data. Actually, the flavor that runs on top of a reactive Neo4j using the repository pattern. And here you have the same for a graph database using Neo4j again, where you see that the relationship can also be modeled using annotations. And most of the other annotations also feel somewhat like JPA, although in this case they are not exactly JPA, and they are only similar, but they are not, at the moment at least, they are not completely compatible with JPA either. Here's another example for relationships. Because we're a little short in time, I'm not going to show this one, but those of you who may have used Neo4j before, this is actually the Neo4j movie example using Spring Data, so you can run this one. I will also show you another one based on Micronaut, and I will show you Spring Data using MongoDB. But that's why here we have more details in the slides. So how can you get this to run? It's usually quite straightforward. You use the Spring Boot Starter Data MongoDB, which also comes with this movie example. Then you define a database. You need some database somewhere, both for MongoDB and Neo4j. There are a few exceptions. For example, when we use JNoSQL on top of the Tinkerpop layer, there are actually some in-memory variants that don't even require a full Neo4j database. But for most of the others, you actually need an instance, either locally on your system or remotely in the cloud. And then you can start using it. So what about the controller? We're going to see that also in a little more detail, especially in Spring Boot, as well as in Gorm. The controller plays a very powerful role, and that's where most of the queries are actually located. Now here we have the same with Neo4j, very similar. This one's based on the repository pattern. Okay. Now let's look at it So as mentioned, I will show you the MongoDB.
Could you increase the font size, please?
Okay. Zoom in, yeah. Is that enough? Or more?
A bit more, please.
Okay, then one more. Okay, I hope
Okay, that's good.
That's sufficient. Yeah. So
please let us know if you can see the screen right now.
Everyone, please speak up if it's too small. So as I promised you, this is the controller where most of the magic takes place, including the queries. And I already ran this before, but just to show you that it's actually running. Here we have the query to show all the gods in the system. Since some of them are shared by different demos, that's why, for example, you see the god Ulro here multiple times, because it has been created from different clients. So after the demo, Ottavio will pick up and tell you a little more about all the other systems, but to make it a little easier with the screen sharing, I'm going to show you all the other demos here. So for Jakarta NoSQL and JNoSQL, we have several approaches, even Cassandra. I won't show that because it would be a little more cumbersome, because you actually need a Cassandra instance locally. But here we have the repository-based Hazelcast sample. Let's make this a little bigger. So here the black contents are actually the results of the queries. The rest is some meta information by the Hazelcast system itself, which runs in memory. So you don't need a separate server instance somewhere else. And let's take a brief look at it. These are all console-based. So we instantiate a repository. We have a user that we are saving in this repository. Then we perform a query and show the result. Let's look at the same with template instead. It's actually not so different. It's almost entirely the same, except that here we have Jakarta NoSQL object and base interface called key value template. And everything else looks very similar. So let's run one more. So this is now using Micronaut. Still have, yeah, I guess we're still pretty pretty decent in time. It looks like the screen is frozen a little. Yeah, so we already got a result here. This counts all the cities in the city database. And that's a query to display one city that you selected by name. And if we do have enough time, then why don't we try to add one? Okay. Yeah, and now we just added Sofia to the list of cities.
Yeah, that's nice. Vera, do you mind if you share your code again? Because as you can see, basically the entity code in Java is a little bit similar if you looking for. Could you show any entity? You have our
Yes. So
God
here,
entity.
for what I was just running in Micronaut is the entity for the city. The only difference in Micronaut, because as I mentioned with Micronaut, there's a small caveat because Micronaut data exists, but it's currently not yet fully supporting NoSQL databases. So you either need to use something like Gorm, or here the entity does not have any annotations, but basically this city Pojo is the entity.
Yeah, I'm just saying because the whole goal is to reduce the complexity to developers, right? Do you mind if you show the entity from Jakarta NoSQL and Spring Data as well?
Yes. So for Spring, this is the God object using MongoDB.
Yeah, exactly. And as you
So
can
you have an
see,
annotation
yes, exactly.
document, you have ID, and in the controller is powered very much by annotations, as mentioned. So each of these maps into a particular request, like a post call or a put or a delete.
Yeah. And the Jakarta NoSQL.
And in Jakarta, I think we have none that are API based, but let's just show the same here.
Yeah, the goal is the entity because Jakarta NoSQL is based on Jakarta and Jakarta E. Therefore, if you know CDI, if you know JAX RS, it's basically the same.
So
the whole goal here that we'd like to show is you try to use the same nomenclature or you do offer in another implementation. For example, Spring Data does annotation driven. Jakarta NoSQL does exactly the same. JPI has an annotation driven design. And yes, Jakarta NoSQL offer the exact same idea. That's important to say because when you talk about specification, we as a developer need to understand that basically we are looking for a couple of implementation, amount of implementation. And where if you go to the Jakarta NoSQL specification, below the specification there are a huge amount of reference. Those reference belongs to companies who tried something like that. So Spring Data, Hibernate, OGM, Simba, Apache Tinkerpop. If you want to know more, even more they will show in this Git repository, go to Jakarta NoSQL specification where you can take a look on a whole implementation that we went to get our implementation, our standards. And there's always the question, why not use JPA? That's easy to answer because JPA was created to relational database, and Jakarta NoSQL was created to NoSQL database. Therefore, JPA needs to support stored procedure, where we don't have this kind of thing in NoSQL database. NoSQL database has TUTL, that is time to live, where we usually don't have an SQL database. The whole point is we have one API to use with a relational database, and we have another API to use on NoSQL database. It's like a fork used as a fork and a knife used as a knife.
So here you actually see the same for Hazelcast, which is a different type. It's key value based, and at least for the most essential annotations like ID or entity, Jakarta NoSQL uses one common set of annotations. If you then want to support something like Cassandra or Neo4j, then you may be able to use additional annotations. Here, for example, UDT is specific to Cassandra, but the rest, again, is the same. So you're able to deviate from the common standard where it helps, for example, to model more complex graph relations. But the rest, you usually have the same types of annotations and API calls, which makes the learning curve quite low compared to most of the other frameworks.
Because
so, shall I? Do you want to take over the screen sharing?
Just 1 second.
And
Why?
continue with the slides?
Yeah, I'm gonna show a slide. Just keep this empty here. Why do you use empty? Because empty belongs to DDD, right? So there's a natural enough to use in both sides. So in JPA and also in NoSQL database, we try to use the same nomenclature as possible, when it's possible, if without impact the approach of NoSQL database. Okay, Banner, do you mind to stop sharing? I'd like to share my screen.
Yep.
Okay. When you're unable to see my screen, please say, hey.
Yes.
Okay, you're supposed to say hey. But anyway, I got it. So the next step, as Werner showed to you a little bit of Spring and Neo4j with Spring. Right now, I'd like to show to you Jakarta NoSQL. This one belongs to Jakarta EE World. It's a specification under Jakarta EE umbrella. And as Banner said, oh, thank you. Say, hey, yeah, exactly. As I mentioned before, it's based on CDI. It used the whole technology around Jakarta and microprofile. Therefore, if you know CDI from Jakarta and EE or microprofile, you're gonna use exactly someone from Jakarta NoSQL. As you can see here, I'm injecting using a whole inject, sorry, and I can put some qualifiers with database qualifier column, database qualifier key value. The whole point here is pretty similar. As Werner said before, when you did the analysis between those frameworks, there are several behaviors in common. The first one for sure was all the vendors, all the solutions are looking for the 12-factor application. Each side, each part, the third part about configuration. To don't put the user and the password directly in the code. That's why JNoSQL use microprofile configuration, Spring Data configuration, and so on. Besides that, Jakarta NoSQL also has support to repository, and that looks exactly the same if you are Spring Data developer. So we have the interface repository that extend from repository, where I have two parameters. The first one is my entity itself, in this case person. Sorry, Bernard, you don't use gods. I forget to update this one. And the second one is the ID. Therefore, I have two parameters. One the entity, and the second one is my ID. Jakarta NoSQL has support to a kind of universal query, where when I use this kind of thing, like select stuff from person, or select stuff from person where ID equals ID, it will try to convert to a specific NoSQL provider. Therefore, if I use Cassandra and MongoDB, Jakarta NoSQL tries to convert that query to a NoSQL query to you. Okay. Actually, that's the whole idea of standard, right? To make easy to you move between NoSQL database. However, diversity is something really, really huge in NoSQL database. That's why Jakarta NoSQL specifically loves standard. However, it need to make it need to be pluggable and sensible enough to use particular behavior. For example, as Werner said before, Cassandra has UDT, that is user-defined type. Okay, I'd like to use user-defined type with Jakarta NoSQL. Okay, go for it. You have UDT annotation. Okay, I want to use CQL, Cassandra Query Language. That belongs for sure only for Cassandra. So go for it. Go ahead. On this case here, I have my God repository that extends Cassandra repository. What is Cassandra repository? Is a repository that extends repository. Therefore, Cassandra repository does exactly what repository does, with more functionality. On this case, CQL, Cassandra Query Language annotation. Okay, let's move on. And yes, Jakarta NoSQL has a couple of solutions like query by text. You also have the option to do the API, query by API. If you have time, you can show later. And that's one solution, Jakarta NoSQL. Let's move on to the next one. That is Micronaut. Yes, Micronaut data has support to NoSQL database. For sure. If you want to use SQL, they have more support to SQL because we are talking about standards. However, if you want to use Micronaut with NoSQL, I guess there is one support that is MongoDB. It has support to repository. As you can see, you can use a class with template, or you can use repository if you want to. The entity looks the same, so it does not change. Basically, I have my entity class where I have my fields, my getter and setter methods, and go for it. Micronaut also has support to query by text. As you can see here, I did a merge where the city ID is. I will do the query by the name and then set the information. I can work with transaction for sure. I can do the same thing with find by name where I did a query by text, as you can see here. This looks like the Neo4j. That's a graph database. and you have more and more solution under Java umbrella. So Grails, Groovy works in the JVM world, and that's why we went to that solution as well. That's core. Yes, it does support to NoSQL database as well. As you can see here, I have my user. It's annotation driven design. Therefore, I can put anti-annotation. I have my ID here, as you can see, so object ID. And I have my Groovy syntax. Therefore, I don't need more information like encapsulation to set a private and something like that. And let's move on to the last one solution, that is Hibernate OGM. It belongs to Red Hat. I'm not sure if it's still active, but to be honest with the audience, the solution that I don't like.
There have been very few commits, and I think the last release was also 5 years ago or something. So I believe there is something called Panache, which is also driven by Red Hat, and that is used a little more under the hood of, for example, Quarkus. So it looks like Hibernate OGM is less used compared to this Panache, and Panache is more or less a little bit like the reactive additions that you see in Spring Data, but essentially it's also based on JPA, like Hibernate OGM.
Yeah, but the whole idea of Hibernate OGM was, okay, the Java developer already knows JPA. Let's try to use the same interface, the same annotation to work with Hibernate, right? Because, okay, I'm a Java developer who knows JPA, let's move to NoSQL, use the same API. The idea is amazing. However, we are talking about different kind of persistent technology, right? That's important to say that. Therefore, we have a lack between what SQL can do and what NoSQL can do for you. And we have a lot of issue doing that. And let's go to the first option. So let's go to Hibernate OGM. And again, the idea is amazing. I'm not complaining about the whole idea. The issue is it does not work very well. As you can see here, I'm using Hibernate OGM with MongoDB, where I'm using the editor class, where I have a couple of annotation that belongs to how can I say, to JPA. I have the NT ID one too many, but wait, does MongoDB have support to join, left join, inner join? I don't think so, right? Therefore, they're doing any kind of emulation between MongoDB and the JPA implementation. And yes, look that we have support to transaction. That's amazing, right? So we have support to take a transaction and begin doing any kind of operation, then close and commit the transaction. However, yeah, the same sample again, and that's amazing. However, the documentation complains about that. Therefore, the API are using something that the database say you should not use that. Please don't go to this way. Why? Because NoSQL is NoSQL, as knife is a knife, a fork is a fork. Please don't try to use fork as a knife and knife as a fork, because it's a huge mistake. And that's why, in my opinion, the Hibernate OGM failure on that situation. Okay, let's try to use the same thing, and that's why the documentation complains about this kind of option. So don't go to this way, because otherwise you're gonna have a huge impact in performance. When you go to NoSQL database, the denormalization is your best friend. Okay, that's why you have this huge warning belongs to MongoDB documentation. But anyway, let's go to another one. Let's go to Cassandra OGM. As you can see here, the same idea as I have my entity that belongs to the API. And that is amazing. We have the ID, document ID. As you can see here, we have more annotation that belongs to Lucene because you're gonna index some fields. So I have the index, I have analyzer implementation. I have my document ID, field, and so on. Basically, by default, all Hibernate OGM works. Hibernate OGM Cassandra works with Apache Lucene. My question is that good? Is that good? Is that bad? The answer is we don't know because we have no idea how to define this kind of configuration. And that's amazing because you have transaction. Wait, do we have transaction Cassandra? No. So if Cassandra does not have transaction, how that's possible? Emulation again. Again, that's a huge nightmare. So that's why to me, Hibernate OGM was a huge mistake on the NoSQL perspective. So if you want to learn something from Hibernate OGM, is try to don't use knife as a fork. As you can see again, I begin a transaction and then merge and then close the transaction. And however, the documentation says Cassandra does not use transaction. Therefore, not able to do rollback and looking mechanism. How that's possible with Hibernate OGM? Okay, and that is my whole point about this kind of solution. Okay, that's nice. More about transaction in Cassandra. I'm curious to see that. But the whole point here is, as far as I know, there is no transaction in Cassandra. And that belongs to both to data stacks documentation and also to, as far as I know, to Cassandra documentation itself. So you're able to do also inner, left, inner join on Cassandra database. Therefore, how is it possible to use inner join, left join in Java if the NoSQL database does not have this kind of support? Okay, so Werner, that's the time to our conclusions when we did that kind of analysis. First, let's go to Jakarta NoSQL. It's still in progress. Therefore, probably you're gonna change a little bit more stuff. The goal is to remove the boilerplate between the code and the communication, the mapping process. Okay, I have my entity and then want to go to Cassandra and return to Cassandra by my whole ham. Therefore, I use this kind of annotation. We got this with Jakarta NoSQL. It supports a huge number of NoSQL database systems. Yeah, it's possible to switch between different kind of NoSQL database vendors. Let's move to the second one, Micronauts. Jakarta NoSQL, it's still in progress. I'm not able to switch between different NoSQL vendors. I mean, that's not easy yet. And unfortunately, Microdata does not support NoSQL database yet. You can do small stuff, but you don't have a huge support to NoSQL database, at least yet. Oh yeah, you have faster and lower footprint because you have the option to use a reflection and don't use reflection as well. As far I know. The whole implementation, the whole Java framework removes a lot of boilerplate. It's chaos, therefore you can reduce the number of code because you can use the groove syntax. However, it only supports 3 or 4 of the most popular NoSQL database. It's not easy to switch between this kind of NoSQL database. On production so far, I'm a big fan of Spring Data because it removes a lot of boilerplate code as well. It's provide a cleaner and more readable DAO implementation. If you want to, you can use repository approach. It's possible to switch between NoSQL database vendors. I mean, it's more easy. And however, it does not have a huge amount of NoSQL database with support. And okay, Vera, do you want to talk something?
Oh, I'm not sure if he's also going to show reactive Spring data, but at least tomorrow you can watch Josh Long talking about reactive Spring. So I'm pretty confident he will also touch Spring data there. And of course, for everything in more detail that you want to know about Spring data, I'm sure Josh will be more than happy to tell you.
Yes, tomorrow going to be amazing, right? We have Rina to talk about transaction in Cassandra. We have Joshua about reactive in Spring. I guess you're going to do a presentation tomorrow with Ivar, right?
In the evening, the last session, but
oh, nice.
I hope it's not as late as, for example, some Java or Code One conferences earlier where you had a buff at midnight. So hopefully, actually in our time zone, and I think you're now in Central European time, or is it?
Yes, Central European time.
So we are both in Central European time zone, so it's a little earlier here.
Oh, nice. Therefore, if you're watching today, tomorrow going to be greater than today. So watch today and then tomorrow until the last day. And on my perspective, Hibernate OGM, there is no huge release since 2018. The idea is amazing to try to use the same API that the Java developers already know. However, as I'm showing to you, the documentation says it's not possible to use transaction in Cassandra, and Hibernate has transaction with Cassandra. MongoDB, the documentation do not recommend to use a lot of transaction, and the API is easy to use a lot of transactions. So there's a misconcept. From my perspective, there's a misconcept between JPA and NoSQL. That's why it's not possible to merge these two words. And yes, it's a little bit difficult to go to this kind of, to navigate at least between these solutions on Hibernate OGM. And yes, if you want to know more, we have this repository that I can share again. So you can go to github.com, jNoSQL, NoSQL Endgame. I'm gonna copy paste the link again. We have the jNoSQL website where we have the specification that belongs to Jakarta NoSQL. However, what you can do, you can go to the spec and below the reference and the frameworks, you can take a look in the framework that we went to make this kind of solution, right? So we went to Spring Data, Hibernate, Eclipse Link, JDBC, JSON, Simba, Tinkerpop, and so on, and much more. Okay, and that's the whole idea. So Werner, do you have anything else to say? Werner, are you here?
Yeah, I'm here. I'm just pasting one more that I think we may not have mentioned on the slides. That's the actual specification on the specification project. So Jakarta EE/specifications/NoSQL. That's the actual NoSQL specification, and JNoSQL is the compatible implementation project and also all the infrastructure around it.
Yeah, my whole point here is, even if you're not gonna use Jakarta NoSQL, if you are a Spring developer, you can take a look in the amount of NoSQL solution that we went to, and then also the number of NoSQL database that you're looking for to have support. And that is it. So is there any question? Please let us know. So if there is no question, thank you. That was amazing. Hopefully you enjoy as we enjoy. And see you in a couple times. And again, the last session right now, right? The discussion about Java development tools.
Yes, the tools. So I will also join the tools discussion because I'm working a lot with Eclipse RCP right now, and of course I'm also involved in Jakarta EE.
Yeah. So see you in more.
So thanks.
5 minutes.
Thanks for having us, and see you soon, either in the next session or hopefully tomorrow or the day after tomorrow.
Yes. Please stay here the whole day, today, tomorrow, and the day after tomorrow. This conference is amazing.
Okay. Welcome everybody to the discussion about top Java software tools. I want to start with a more ideological question. How each of the speakers defines the word tool. Like, is it an IDE or a database? Maybe a backend framework? And then we can start from there.
Oh, that's easy one. To me, tool is anything that make your life easier when you go through the code. That could be IDE, framework, and also a nice chair or a nice music.
Werner, what do you think?
Yes, that's a pretty good summary, I would say. I also think that it's not just an IDE. It can also be various tools that, for example, allow you to deploy something in the cloud or elsewhere. So that includes things like Maven and others. So I would definitely say something that helps develop and deploy your application and some of the surroundings, including maybe API design or others. So it could even be a UML design tool as well.
Mm-hmm. Reza, you're next. You can also say your favorite tool at the end.
Sure. Okay. So
give some variety.
All right. Hopefully you can hear me okay. So basically, Microsoft has a very clear definition of these things. So we divide things into APIs, runtimes, and tools. So API is anything that is part of your application. So you're directly or indirectly developing your application. Embedded within your application, there's some code that's or something that you're using that's an API. Runtime is either something you're deploying your application to or is part of your application deployment. So the Java EE application server would be a runtime. Spring Boot would be a runtime in a sense because you're developing, it's really embedded within your application is Spring Boot. Everything else is tools. So that would be things that you build with, things that you project manage with, things that you're deploying to your runtime with, etc. So examples would be your IDE, Maven, Jenkins, Jira, etc. I would say, NetBeans continues to be my favorite tool of choice. I don't always get to use it. NetBeans has lost some steam over the years, especially the transition to Apache. Relatively happy with Eclipse. I'm not as happy as I was in NetBeans heyday, but it's still working fine for me, I would say.
Thank you, Reza. Next is Son.
Okay, so yes, I think mainly IDEs, but not only. So probably some CLI tools that you may use every day. But I think we have a chance as a developer being able to write our own tools to automate things, and that's the whole thing. It's not just to save time, not doing things manually, but let the computer doing it for you. So that's so everything that you would automate and let the computer do would be a tool for me.
Thank you.
And yes, my favorite tools is Eclipse. So the cloud IDE I'm working on. So obviously.
Thank you, Son. Martin?
Yeah, so from my perspective, development tools expand well beyond just the perspective of Java development, especially in a smaller company as the one I work for. A lot of tools ranging from design such as UML and tools, anything related to the Java ecosystem like frameworks, and of course running the final product like any DevOps tool like Jenkins or Ansible. or Terraform. There is quite a big range of tools a developer might find throughout a different set of projects he's working on. So I would say it's a really major term. And my favorite one is Eclipse IDE. I've been working with Eclipse for 90% plus of the projects I've been in. So that's my favorite.
Thank you, Martin.
Yep.
Mari?
So I think everybody, most of the grounds, but if you look at the definition of the word tool, if you take it out from the specific definition, top Java development tools, it's something that we use to solve something. And what we solve could be very specific, or it could be something generic or in between. And so what everybody has been mentioning so far falls in between all of those specifics and generics. And so in my case, a tool is something that I sometimes even discover while I'm working, and I find it's not there, and I write it myself because it solves some problem of mine. So, and it helps speed up my development process, my productivity, and sometimes it can become part of another tool. So that's where I come from when I hear the word tool, and I switch between IDE and command line a lot. And for me, those two are the tools. And in fact, sometimes I use in the IDE these days, you can also do a lot of command line actions. And for me, an IDE has become a command line tool as well, but I also use the command line tool separately as a tool on its own. So I would say the JetBrains IntelliJ has been my favorite tool so far, but I also will say the terminal is a great tool that I use, and I switch between the two. And recently I've been using PyCharm quite a bit. So you mentioned one tool, but I have three because I keep switching between them. I don't see a difference. It's just what I need it for.
That makes sense. Thank you, everybody. Now you all mentioned some very good and well-known tools that every developer needs to know and use, every Java developer. Now maybe you can say some new tools that are on the horizon that you think developers should look into in 2021. So we can start with Otavio.
Hello again. So a nice issue to me right now is time control. I mean, you need to understand how to split your personal life with your code, your business, because right now everybody is home, right? So you need to understand right now to you have your mind safe. I know that's not technical, however, that's really important to you to organize better your time. Also, almost everybody is home office right now.
Yes, that's a great suggestion. We should keep staying sane while developing. Werner, what can you add?
Yeah, I think earlier actually I didn't really mention the favorite tool, but since I'm helping customers with their own customer-specific Eclipse RCP front-end application right now, most of my time. So I would also say Eclipse, although there are a few smaller aspects, especially when it comes to Java 11 to 16 and above, where sometimes I notice that others, including NetBeans or IntelliJ, sometimes work a little better. So I'm also flexible, but I would say the majority of projects, including my customers, are usually using Eclipse. And for new tools, helping some of the Jakarta EE specs to deliver Jakarta EE9, which we just did, I discovered GitHub Desktop, and I found it very handy because, first of all, it's the extension to the more or less browser-based IDE, but it offers almost the comfort of an IDE. And there are certain things, especially when it comes to merging PRs and reviewing them, where resolving merge conflicts, that tool by the makers of GitHub, I really found in some cases that most of the other tools, including, for example, eGit or the command line, were not as efficient, and some of the conflicts I could literally just solve in that one. So if you're working in projects that are hosted on GitHub, then I definitely recommend that you take a look and give it a try.
Thank you, Werner. Reza maybe wants to add something about GitHub now being part of.
GitHub. Yeah, GitHub is. I would say it's nothing new, right? So it's been interesting for me working at Microsoft. You know, as I said in my talk, it's not something I would have imagined. So honestly, one of the interesting parts for me has been exploring this interesting world of Microsoft-centric tools becoming more Java-friendly. So you're always looking for tools as a Java developer. Honestly, I'm still pretty comfortable with the tools that I have been using. So in terms of IDEs, as I said, that's NetBeans and Eclipse pretty much. And in terms of DevOps tools, the de facto one, Jenkins, right? I've been using Jenkins, my goodness, for I guess probably about 15 years now. So still very much a Jenkins fan. But I have been very intrigued by two tools that come from the Microsoft ecosystem that are Java developer-centric. And the reason they're intriguing is because they take a very different take on a concept that you're already used to. So one of the ones from an IDE angle is VS Code, right? It's very interesting because VS Code is something in between an editor, like the same type of editor that maybe we started out with, like Pico and VI. I don't know how many people even remember these things anymore, right? But the Nano, sort of something in between that and a full-scale IDE, and it's an interesting balance. It's an interesting way of looking at things. So I've been looking at VS Code for Java for a little bit, intrigued by it, somewhat intrigued by it. Very surprised to find out that it actually supports both Spring as well as Java EE app servers. And similarly, I've been pleasantly surprised by Azure DevOps. It's sort of a cloud-first Azure on Azure take on the concept of Jenkins, right? And it's much more streamlined. Everything is very, very compact. It's like Jenkins for dummies almost. I hate to say that, but that's the way I think of Azure DevOps. So that's been an interesting take on things as well. And you can see some of the stuff that I put out on GitHub example. It's like the stuff that you would do with Jenkins, except for maybe with 10 lines. But obviously, it comes with the trade-offs. It's much less powerful and there's not as many plugins as there is for Jenkins. So, Jenkins is still my favorite by far, but I'm intrigued by Azure DevOps. Let's put it that way.
Okay, thank you, Reza. Next one is Sun.
I think that if you want to try a new tools or new kind of tools in 2021, you are definitely you would definitely want to try one of the cloud IDEs. So there is GitHub Code Spaces. You have also a Gitpod. You have Eclipse. So the Red Hat product based on that is Code Ready Workspaces. And yes, so these are new tools that is not only tools IDEs that runs just with your browser, but it's also bringing new kind of way of coding, like bringing inspiration from infrastructure as code. So imagine that you can, if you want to set up your application with a MongoDB database, a Quarkus backend, and a Node frontend, yes, just have one file that will generate all these things with the IDEs and with the tools and be ready to code in a minute. So yes, so I'll give talk. I will give demos tomorrow. So if you are interested into that kind of tools, yes, feel free to come.
Okay, thank you, Sam. So cloud-based IDs. Marco, what do you have to say?
few things. So several tools that come to my mind. First, in terms of build systems, I would strongly recommend people to get the basics of Gradle at least. So in my opinion, it's really a very modern build system that improves a lot on top of what most of us are used to, specifically in terms of Ant and Maven. So Gradle is probably one of the must things to learn in terms of build systems for Java developers. Second thing I can think of is now we know that nowadays many projects tend to require processing large volumes of data, and in the last few years, a lot of big data processing frameworks became very popular. One of them I would strongly recommend is Apache Spark, as being currently one of the most contributed projects under the Apache hat. And one of the other nice things about Spark is that it puts in the Java ecosystem the possibility to use a large variety of machine learning algorithms, many of them derived from the basis of libraries available in other languages like Python. Another thing that comes to my mind is also in terms of security. As we know, security is a growing concern for many Java applications, and recently there are several tools that gained quite some popularity and are available free to use in some forms, such as Snyk. So that might be a great tool to have a look at and integrate it in your development pipeline. And last but not least, full text search engines are also getting quite some popularity in Java space. Outside here, Elasticsearch. Elasticsearch is gaining more and more popularity and is getting used. Many companies and projects use it not only as a full text search engine, but also as a NoSQL database.
Yeah.
So I have a couple of, I would say they are more like extensions to your existing tools. So for example, if you're either a VS Code or a IntelliJ or Eclipse user, you might want to add these extensions to do various things. Like one of the things that I recently came across, I've also worked very little with it myself, but I've seen it in demo, is this thing called Polyglot Live Programming, and that actually is an extension that into VS Code. I'm not sure yet if I think there might be a IntelliJ version coming up. I wouldn't promise that one. But what you get to do with that is, what I'll do is I'll share a blog post that I've just recently reviewed and was written by Fabio, who's the project lead of that project. And what you do is you install the extension into your IDE. In this case, it could be VS Code, and you start writing your code, and it'll start giving you, it'll not only help you with your autocomplete, but it'll also start understanding what you're writing, and it'll start probing your code and giving you various outputs from it. So it might be able to do, I think, performance checks, various types of outputs or results you could get out of that line of code, and basically giving you an idea and helping you explore the code you're already writing. So it's like test-driven development with seeing the results whilst you're writing code, as opposed to a test-driven development would be you would run your test at the end of your cycle, whereas this is while you're running your code, your tests are getting run, and it's using the input data from your template to actually parse against your code that you've written to give you the results and show you which ones match and which ones don't match. I don't want to take away the steam of the whole joy of trying to find out what it is. You could probably have a look at the post. There's a couple of videos in there and a whole lot of explanations. It's based on GraalVM because it's using GraalVM's language server protocol, which helps it understand your code and interact with your code. And that's a very modern way of doing coding, because it's taking the REPL-based programming to the next level. I mean, we were already more or less doing this when we were doing REPL-based programming, but this is now taking to the next level. The other plugin which I have been using for a long time, and I'm a great fan of, is called a Key Promoter X. I used to use this in Eclipse, and then I moved to IntelliJ, and they also have an IntelliJ version. What it does is it's like a nagger. It'll tell you if you use mouse to navigate across your IDE options more than 3 times. It'll already tell you that, hey, you've used your mouse so many times. You could actually use this keyboard combination to speed things up, and actually that helps you learn one or more keyboard combinations very quickly, because every time you get told that, not only is it an annoying thing, but also it gives you like a notification at the bottom of your IDE, and it's big enough for you to look at it and remember. And the next time onwards, you already register it, and this has helped me a lot. And many people who've used it have also found it very, very useful. And so if we have to talk about productivity while you're coding, then and also reduce your RSI the injuries that you get from using the mouse, then using this plugin is can be very useful, and also improve your productivity, because they say that anything between you and your code is the type your speed of typing. So I have a couple of these to share.
Thank you, Manny. It's really good.
I've just shared the link to the blog post as well in the chat, and I'm going to share the link to the key promoter, the JetBrains version, but I'm sure the Eclipse version is available somewhere. I will find it and also share that.
Thank you, Manny. So the next question is for you to recommend some tools for beginners, for people who are just starting. What are good tools to know when you're not very good at figuring your way throughout the code? Can start with Otavio. Otavio, you hear me?
Hello. Sorry, I've lost my connection. Could you repeat, please?
Yes. So the question is, can you recommend some tools for beginners, for people who are not very into coding yet,
Okay.
but want to learn Java?
That's a good one. I recommend to you, if you are a beginner, IntelliJ as I main say. And also, you're probably gonna go to cloud environments, and you can take a look in the past. Right now, I'm working at the platform stage, so let's show the link here. And the whole goal is to make easy to take your application move to the cloud. It's a cloud native solution as well, where we have support to Java, Python, Ruby, and PHP, and so on. And today we released a new book about what is new in PHP 8. I'm gonna share the link later.
Okay.
That is it.
Okay. Werner, you want to add something?
Yeah,
Tools for
I will
beginners?
also say that IntelliJ is quite intuitive. One other solution that's also written in Java, although it may seem a little less flashy nowadays, but for someone who's really learning Java, it might also be worth to take a look at BlueJ. Although, as mentioned, it's not that flashy and rushed and nicely designed, but there's been a version that's at least 1 year old, so it's still more or less maintained. And for the way basics of Java, I think this is definitely something that almost school kids could use.
Cool kids should check BlueJ then. Reza?
So it's an interesting question, right? And it's sort of a loaded question too. So if you look at Java from outside the Java ecosystem, right? It's almost 25 years old now. So what's happening is all of these tools and APIs that we're dealing with actually have grown up with us more or less, right? So they've been growing, these are all tools that are 25 years old, 10 years old, 5 years old at least, right? So they're very attuned to experienced developers. So in a way, when you take a look at that opposite perspective of somebody outside of the Java ecosystem coming in, these are actually very complex tools, right? Even IntelliJ, Eclipse, as much as we may want to say nice things about them, they're actually pretty complex, right, to learn, and they can be intimidating. So I really think this is a space where VS Code really shines, right? So because it takes that lightweight approach of only starting with the bare minimum what you need, only what you would equivalent of Java and Java C, and that's all you have to start with. VS Code takes that approach. As a result, it's actually very beginner friendly. So I would say, if you have a friend that's just starting out in Java, VS Code is a good one to recommend, so that they don't immediately get thrown into the deep end of the pool. It's sort of starting very shallow, so it may not be a very good experience for people like people on this panel. But I think for a beginner perspective, VS Code is a good one.
And it's also portable. It's also language agnostic. So, yeah, I'm working on a book for Raspberry Pi, and even though others who did something similar, I think they actually used BlueJ for the Java examples. But since I'm asked, and I'm working on a book that doesn't cover Java only, but also other languages, and that's where VS Code becomes very handy because it supports more than one language.
Yeah, that's true. It's better than teach them Vim, I guess.
So Ishkan, we have a question here posted in the chat. Yes. Can you recommend Java performance tools? I just want to make sure you didn't miss that. That's all.
Oh, of course. We can answer that on the next iteration, I guess.
Yeah.
So next is Sun.
Yes. JProvio, Visual VM as well. Fly records are good tools where you can analyze the JVM behavior, the garbage collector. And if you want to go more, there is one private solution that is New Relic as well, where you can install an agent in your JVM and you can get the whole analysis about your JVM performance, details, if there is some delay between your application and the database, and so on.
Okay, thank you, Otavio. Okay, we can continue from the list. Yeah.
Yeah. So, okay. Yes, I was about to talk about the Java extension for Visual Studio Code, and yes, that it is very nice extension. It's very well done. You can start just very quickly a main program in the seconds after having installed the extension on VS Code. But if you go, then there are some other tools if you want to teach Java beginners to learn Java. There is Katakoda. I don't know if there is some. They have some courses for Java, but this is a great tool to learn. Otherwise, we have also we are experimenting something with Eclipse using VS Code Didact and maybe any other extensions that runs in Che. So VS Code Didact or the VS Code Java that runs in Che. That would have quite the same experiment that we have in Katakoda, but in IDE that looks like VS Code. That should be something that maybe we can do or experiments a bit later. But yeah. So if you have a team and you want them to learn a language, you want to write a tutorial, you write just a Markdown or a Skidoc tutorial, and that would be interactive in Che, just by clicking in all the steps, like run these actions and so on. So that could be something to try.
Thank you, Sam. Marco?
Yeah, for beginner developers, I would recommend the more conventional way of starting with 3 tools. First, it's not really bound to the Java ecosystem, but it's a must even before learning a programming language, and that's Git. Because nowadays, whenever we write something, we must share it, even if it's only on GitHub. The second tool I would recommend for beginners is Maven. Although earlier I mentioned Gradle, Maven is still the tool of use in the majority of Java projects out there, and it will be like this at least for several years to come. So Maven is another, I would say, must tool for the beginning developer. And last but not least, of course, the idea of choice, I would say Eclipse. Everybody mentioned at least one different idea like Visual Studio Code or IntelliJ or Eclipse. All of these are great options. So one idea of choice is a must to learn for the beginner developer. Those are the three I would recommend.
What about performance analyzing tools? Do you have something to add?
I would add, well, a while ago, the standard ones that were distributed with the JDK, well, in particular, Visual VM as a great tool. In some cases, just bare bone heap dumps might also help. Not really using any particular tool, just investigating heap dumps. But yeah, personally, I've used mostly Visual VM, and it works decent enough. It's able to find necessary performance bottlenecks. That's what I can recommend.
Thank you, Marta. Mani?
So I actually been sharing a bunch of links as everybody has been speaking about the different tools that are either good to start with and also the performance tools. But I'll re-emphasize again that if you're starting off, I think the first tool to understand and learn, and incrementally then we move on to the next tools. The first tool to start and understand to learn is your command line tools. And there'll be just one command line tool probably per operating system. But to understand your command line is key to many things in understanding the fundamentals. Because if you try to go the other way around, where you start using a sophisticated tool, then to understand the fundamentals is going to be a harder one as opposed to the other way around. So I would start trying to understand how the CLI commands work and what are the different CLI commands in your operating system, and then move on to what Marto just said about learning Git. It is de facto and the important thing. And because whether you use the command line tool or if you switch to your IDE, Git is going to play a role, because all the basic commands you could type on your command line, but if you want to fix merge conflicts, of course, if you're a power user, you'll know how to use command line commands to fix merge conflicts. But I think if you want to be pragmatic and save time, then you would switch to an IDE which handles these and show the Git merge conflicts much better and help you resolve that much quicker. And similarly, a lot of things that you can do in the IDE, you could also do through your command line. But even before you move to a sophisticated IDE, I would suggest moving to a more lightweight IDE like Sublime Text or VS Code. And I've shared these links earlier, but I'll share them again. And I have learned it this way, and I've noticed that by using Sublime helps you connect with your compiler, with your build tools. You just need to configure it, and that helps you understand your programming lifecycle as well. Like you could do a lot of power things. Even Vim, actually, I don't know how I forgot that. Vim and Emacs are. It may be some may consider that's a really too early to start with, but that's the paradigm in Vim and Emacs are so different that when we are so used to using all the conventional tools that we think Vim and Emacs are difficult. But I have seen 12-year-old kids use Emacs and Vim, and they fly in it much better than I have trying to learn this in my spare time. And then there's a new one called Spacemacs, which is a combination of Vim and Emacs, and that makes it much easier. So if you want to start, maybe you start with Spacemacs, or you don't want to understand the two different things separately. You can understand Spacemacs because it combines the paradigms together, and so then you don't have a conflict of Vim and Emacs, and you learn them together. So this is how I would start, and then maybe switching to a sophisticated IDE like IntelliJ or Eclipse or NetBeans, whatever floats your boat, actually helps understand and get grips of things much better.
I have to agree with you about the command line being an essential tool that all developers need to master.
Yeah, and that applies. That also applies. Sorry to interrupt you, but that also applies to the performance tools. A lot of, like, we've all mentioned things like I myself have mentioned Visual VM and Mission Control and Flight Recorder. But there are lots of non-Java based command line commands that we can use to actually measure the performance of a Java application. And some of these are written in Rust, some of them are written in Go, and many of them are just compiled in C++. We don't really need to immediately switch to a heavy-duty Visual VM, although those make it very easy and lets you see everything, but you build up incrementally.
That's correct.
By doing these light.
So we have a few questions in the questions section.
I'm not
Yeah, I
sure
was
if
gonna
I.
say that we don't have to answer them all. I mean, you don't have to all answer the same question. You can
No,
just
because
answer the ones that you
I
think.
think I didn't speak earlier, but I hope you saw the links that I pasted, because I did a video tutorial 2 or 3 years ago, and that covers not only performance monitoring tools, but also others, including, for example, Eclipse collections and other frameworks to improve the performance, even outside Java EE or Jakarta EE, if you want better performance using Java collections. So there are multiple chapters. Most of them have a certain focus on Java EE, but almost everything works also with Jakarta EE, so with newer versions, but some of them also work with Java SE. So please check out either the examples on GitHub or the video if you're interested.
Not a lot of questions, Ishkan, to be honest. It's just people, most of us chiming in on the chat. I don't see any questions, to be honest, really.
In the question section, there is a question from Dragi Pandeliev. Do you use a special tool to analyze logs? I'm usually running some Splunk/CloudWatch query and then still prefer to use Notepad++ for additional faster offline analysis. Whoever wants to answer that, you can raise your hand or just go.
I can just say Elasticsearch as a good alternative to Splunk. That's the first thing that comes to mind when we talk about log aggregation. Just to have a look and see what are the capabilities of Elasticsearch, because in fact, Elasticsearch, one of the first ideas was to be a direct competitor to Splunk for log aggregation, and I think it's a great tool for the purpose.
Mm-hmm. Thank you, Martin. Reza, is there something in Azure for analyzing logs?
Yes, there is, but to be honest, in terms of general log analysis, the best tool really is Elasticsearch. It's really evolved to be, frankly, much more powerful than Splunk. But Splunk is definitely a good choice. Also, a lot of customers on Azure using both Splunk and Elasticsearch. And yes, there is an Azure native answer to this. It's called Application Insights. It's sort of evolved into, think of it as a clone of Elasticsearch. Evolved in the .NET space, but these days, since it is in Azure, we do have built-in. It does recognize the Log4j and Java util logging, the common log formats for Java, so you can use Application Insights to analyze that also. You can think of Application Insights as a sort of a lighter weight version of Elastic. So yeah, if you're on Azure, it's worth giving Insights, Application Insights a spin, because it comes with it. As soon as you create an Azure account, there's a built-in Application Insights instance built into it, so you don't have to spin up anything else.
Thank you, Reza. Anybody else to add about log analysis?
So I'll plus one, Marto again. I think Elasticsearch and Raza mentioned that as well. I'm actually thinking of this term called ELK. I don't know if you're familiar with it. It's Elastic, Cabana, and what does the L stand for? Logstash, yeah. I think that's a very good combination. And also, when I think of logs, they are a time series. So the first thing that comes to mind, there are many other time series solutions, but I really love Prometheus. I love the idea of the way it's done, and you can use Prometheus to replace a lot of, not all of the sophisticated tools out there, but many of the tools. Like, for example, you can create a garbage collector and analyzer in Prometheus by just scraping the GC logs. And you could do the same thing with many other, because it really handles time series really well, and it's got its own paradigm and language to manage time series. So I would think of these two as great places to start with. I was actually earlier going to say command line, because I do have a link of a collection of command line tools that really make life easy if you want to really quickly find things out about a log, because things like Splunk and Prometheus and Elasticsearch, they're very good top-down tools, but a lot of times you might want to look for something really, really hidden down below in the logs, and maybe your simple command line commands using sed or grep and egrep, they can help you find certain things that you might not notice immediately in Elk or Prometheus, or even in in other tools that we just mentioned earlier. So Splunk as well, because they summarizing a lot of large data and giving you a very good visual dashboard, like a top-down approach. And that's very good because it gives you a glance of what's happening in there. But a lot of times you want to look at the needle in the haystack as well. Yeah, someone mentioned Grafana as well. That's great. Another great suggestion. But these, so each tool has its place. So it's not like one is better than the other. It can never be like that. Every tool has its domain and space, and some of them overlap. But this is
Thank
where
you,
I
Manny.
would
I can add
draw
that
the
when I
lines.
have to analyze a complicated log, sometimes it's better to write a small Python script, because no matter how much you search online, sometimes it's just best to write a
Yeah.
few lines of code to extract what you want to find from this log.
If we want also some more
Exactly.
advanced capabilities like natural language processing, I can recommend a set of tools developed by a company called Rosette. They also have some free version. They have really good integrations with Elasticsearch, I think with Splunk as well, and other tools. And they provide really great tools for discovering things like locations, names, and any useful information that might be discovered in logs. So advanced capabilities, yeah.
Yeah, please do.
I'll just share the link in the...
Please do share, Marto. That'll be useful.
Okay, there is a question here from Nina Mineva, which mostly, I guess, from our international speakers who have gone around the world and have seen different things. Which tools are popular in EU, India, China, USA? Are there different preferences in different countries? Otavio, what do you have to say about this?
Yeah, usually different countries has different kind of tools. For example, in Brazil, they love a lot NetBeans, mostly in the university. And as far as I know, in Europe, they use a lot of IntelliJ and Eclipse IDE. And there's several variables around that, because if you have more documentation in my native language, probably it's going to be more popular on this country. For example, Brazil, Portuguese, NetBeans is more popular because it has more Portuguese documentation in NetBeans than any kind of another IDE.
Somebody else want to add his observations?
Yeah, so in Europe, especially in Germany, I would definitely say that Eclipse is very popular, because even though there are not so many so-called Eclipse demo camps anymore as there were a couple of years ago, but when they took place, the vast majority were definitely hosted in Europe and particularly in Germany. And I think there's also, among a few others, there seems to be a very good reason why the Eclipse Foundation recently moved to Brussels, because it also has a larger number of committers and users over here compared to the US or Canada.
I see. Eclipse is popular in Europe then. Good to know. Well, there is a question here which is not exactly about from Nicoleta Yanakieva. A lot of the tools are open source, and in that matter, do you think that open source technology is the future of programming? And I might add, do you have like a favorite closed source tool, and why is there not a good alternative in the open source world to that?
The open source is the future. The open source is the present. So everybody is using open source right now. mostly of the time, mostly in the Java frameworks. And about the IDE, Eclipse IDE is on the Eclipse Foundation, so it's a good one.
Thank you, Tavio.
So that's a good question. Actually, we're evolving quite a bit. I'm not sure on the. And there is this nice infographics about the start, the top of the plateau and the bottom of the plateau. I'm not sure where we are with open source. It looks like seems like we have peaked out on it, and the next thing is more like and see, if you see, there's a lot of closed source as well, and a lot of times they're closed source for a short period of time before they become open source, but closed source will always exist, and open source is going to look like a default de facto way of doing things, and then people will either choose to continue to do open source, but closed source will continue to be there. So it's kind of hard question to answer, because it really depends on what people are going to be developing. And as we are developing more and more proprietary things, which looks like we may be, if you're looking into the AI and big data world, then there's still a lot of closed source solutions that we don't have our hands on. We know of languages. There are some financial services companies that have developed their own programming languages that they have open source, but there could still be a lot of solutions that a lot of the players in the industry have developed for themselves that they have in open source. And I think the closed source world is much bigger than the open source world. We think the open source world is huge, but the closed source world is even bigger. And then there might be a world in between, which only some people from the public domain have access to, closed source technologies, which is much, much smaller. I'm not sure if this kind of answers or covers the
one
the
concrete
question.
thing I can think of is in terms of security. At least in the open source world, I haven't seen a good dynamic security analysis tool which is really focused for Java applications. There are plenty of tools, many bundled with distributions like Kali Linux, many referenced in the OWASP space, but most of them are general purpose, not really targeting to test the dynamic nature of Java applications. So that's one thing I can think of.
So I think it's an important question, this question of open source. I do agree with Otavio that open source is the present, but it's not as simple as that, right? So if you really look at the monetization scenario and what has happened with open source in terms of its commercial success, that really has not happened, right? So the biggest company that has kind of sort of succeeded with open source strategy is Red Hat, and that's it, right? There's been not any other company that has crossed the threshold into becoming a mainstream company. What that means in a very real sense is that investors, and in particular Silicon Valley, is really taking a hard look at open source to figure out where is the business model here. And one of the answers that may be evolving is open core, in the sense that some portion, there is very little pure open source anymore. There will always be some hybrid strategy that has to do with monetization. Otherwise, that's good for all of us, frankly, because if there's no money to be made from open source, it's probably not going to succeed in the long term. So I think open core is an interesting dynamic in all of this.
Thank you, Reza. There is a question in the chat from Marko Milenkovic about what do you think about Emacs as an IDE? Is there anybody from the speakers using Emacs?
Long time ago in a faraway galaxy, yes. In general, I think you have to be, I mean this as a joke. You kind of have to be autistic to be to use Emacs well. It's very oriented towards somebody that likes the keyboard and interacts with the machines and not as much of a visual person. I would say it's an acquired taste. I think something like Emacs is always going to be in the small minority when you have something that's a little bit more visually appealing, like the modern IDEs, right? It's sort of like, okay, so would you really like to go to MS-DOS? Probably most of us, the answer is no, right? So I think it's sort of like that for me. And this is coming from somebody that started with VI and Emacs as an editor back many years ago with Java development.
Thank you, Reza. I have a. Yep.
So yeah, for me, this was also a little similar, especially when I helped Maersk Line in Denmark, roughly almost 10 years ago. There were several people who know Python better than me, and I think approximately half of the team was using Emacs and the other half of using VI. But at the time, there were no real IDE-based solutions that would work in the cloud. So I think that's probably one of the reasons why back then some of us used it a lot. And I think I was probably the only one in the team who used Eclipse with Python plugins as a fully fledged IDEs, while most of the others used command line tools like Emacs. But I guess in the last 10 years, this may probably have shifted, not only in that particular team, but also in similar situations.
Thank you, Werner.
So just to add to it, I couldn't specifically say about Emacs, but I do know that Vim still has a very vibrant community. And as you know, with every technology and everything in the technology space, there are always going to be outliers. Like, COBOL is still used today, right? You haven't chucked it out. And there'll be many technologies that will continue to be used because they have become integrated part of our working or development cycle. And Vim, and if you look in the Vim space, there's still a lot of, like, for example, I know of plugins, at least I know of two developers. One of them I have worked closely with, and they are actually developing extensions for their plugin on Vim, including IntelliJ and PyCharm and VS. And similarly, if you look at Graal VM developments, they're also not ignoring Vim as an IDE or as a development environment. So I'm not going to say Emacs stands the same chance, but if you talk about IDEs of that type, they're not going to go away. People are going to still explore and like to use it, and it's still a fun environment because a lot of Vim and Emacs developers can actually do a lot of stuff from in there. Like, I know people who write emails in there and send their emails through Vim, even though we're used to using Gmail and all kinds of other interfaces to send emails. So it's there to stay. The number of takers will probably be a small number, but it's arguable to say that it's not going to be used and it's not going to be there. And as an IDE, it's quite powerful as well. You're very productive. Vim and Emacs developers are very productive in that environment, and I can see why they are. There's pros and cons to having a very sophisticated, fancy IDE as opposed to having a vanilla, lightweight IDE like Vim and Emacs, and they are not actually vanilla and lightweight. They have a lot of features and functionalities packed into it.
I think it's similar with some Explorer alternative like Total Commander, which I guess also is still popular, at least among certain people. And it may have a smaller user base now than it had a few years ago, but I'm sure it definitely didn't go away. I personally think the last time I used it was probably on Android. There I'm still using it because it's more compact, but I'm sure there are also a lot of people who prefer it on a desktop.
Java is there is Java extension for Emacs and Vim, as far as I know, using the Eclipse JDT, which is packaged thanks to the language server protocol. So it's the Eclipse JDT that is packaged as an Emacs or Vim extension. So you could use the whole features of the Eclipse inside Vim and or Emacs, and it's actually what we've been using in VS Code Java. So we're using actually the Eclipse JDT as well. And that if you want to start Java and you use through Vim, you can still have the whole features of the Eclipse IDE thanks to that.
Thank you, Son. There is here one question which I find really interesting from Bongo Nigyu. Should I use JVM languages like Java, Scala, Clojure in AI and ML projects? Which tools can you recommend? And may I add, I was recently doing training for a company that was doing AI and ML on big data. And they told me that what they've read online is that most AI and ML people prefer to use Python because it's much simpler. And at the end of the day, the big data jobs are actually run by C modules. So it's not actually executing Python. The Python is just setting the stage for what to do with the data. And the actual data processing is happening fast. So in this case, why should you learn a complex language like Java or even Scala when you can use a simple language like Python? What do you think?
Well, I can answer right away. First of all, Python, I don't think the machine learning library is easy at all. In fact, many of the functions that it provides require really good understanding on the specifics of many machine learning algorithms. Just 2 years ago, to give you a perspective, I had a project where I had to port Python code using machine learning capabilities to Java, simply because there were constraints in the deployment environment that the only possible thing that was running was WebLogic server. And in fact, many of the Java libraries that provide implementations of popular machine learning algorithms are really not very up to date. One good library I've managed to find was called Weka from the University of Waikato in New Zealand. In fact, it did a good job because although it's a bit outdated, it provides really a good set of algorithms and implementations. It's fairly rich. So I would say for the majority of cases, there are a few Java libraries that provide a really good alternative that can be used. So it's not like there is nothing in the Java space. It's not that it's not just that rich as it is in the Python space. Yeah.
Thank you, Martin.
So I think I'll agree to a good extent with what Martin is saying, because, and also I'd like to redefine what people are thinking about Python as a tool, or Java as a tool, or any other programming language as a tool. There is a domain and a space around which a tool is going to be most productive and most useful, and then after which another tool will start taking over, and there might be an overlapping point. And that's exactly where, if you look at the whole life cycle of building a product and taking it into production and making it ready for the public to consume, you could use a lot of different tools before you actually get your product ready. The end user has no clue, or even not even concerned. Of course, you would love our tools to be our solution to be all written in Java as Java developers, but the public domain as a whole, which is a much bigger corpus, is not concerned how you arrive to the solution. They are concerned with the solution itself. And so Python and R and all the programming languages in the AI ML space, they have a place and they serve a good purpose. And I actually usually categorize them as great MVP POC tools, because if you want to do something really quickly and prototype, and I still use Python notebooks, using them regularly. But if I have to take it to production, I wouldn't. You couldn't take, and it's not even meant to be taken to production. Python programs are not scalable, and they're not meant to be taken to production. Of course, a lot of people do, and they do it at their own peril. At the end of the day, you want something that's tried and tested, or battle tested, as they say, and stable, reliable, and consistent, and has a huge community like the Java ecosystem. So writing your end applications in Java that wraps either your Python code or your R code or another piece of programming solution written in another programming language can be a step forward. Of course, there's work being done in bringing in Python solutions into production, but Java still stands a great chance there, because if you look, like for example, Apache Spark is a great example. It's a Java application, and people are using it for all kinds of machine learning, natural language processing, and data science applications. We don't hear about it because there's less spoken about it. I've just shared a link or two in the chat where it put together a whole collection of Java libraries and packages that we normally don't talk about that often, but we can use it, and it's been used for machine learning and data science purposes. And there's great work being done in that area. We just don't know about it, and it's not widely spoken because Python and R really took off and has been dominating that space for a long time.
There's a practical answer to the person that asked this question. be honest with you, if you know what's good for you and you're in the AI and big data space, please learn Python. The practical reason for this is language evolution happens for a reason, right? But the practical reason is that that's what that community has adopted, right? So if you have to be a part of that community, please use the language that they're using, which is Python, right? Otherwise, it's going to be difficult for you to be an effective part of that community. Now, to the language evolution question, right? So we should think about why object-oriented development was evolved and what it actually targets, right? So at the end of the day, object-oriented systems like C++, like Java, they're oriented towards very highly complex, non-trivial systems where you need to model something, right? So you need to, I'm a proponent, for example, for domain-driven design, right? Ultimately, that comes down to object orientation. It's about modeling a non-trivial complex system in a way that makes sense to humans. When you really look at the problem domain that is being solved by AI, and if you really look at the code, and I have, right, so looked at some of the work that these people do, they're not writing complex systems. They're simply writing simple procedural algorithms. It's if then else while loops that's doing some data structure lookup and making some decisions based on that. Using an object-oriented language for that is way overkill, right? So even if you try to do that, you'll not be as productive as somebody that is just accepts the fact that, okay, this is a procedural world, right? So you want to use a procedural interpreted language to solve the problem, aka Python. So I really don't think Java should even, frankly, try to enter that space. It doesn't make any sense, in my opinion.
Thank you, Reza. I just want to ask for final questions. And while we wait, I want to, partly as a joke, like a tool that you hate. And I have to give here the tool that I hate the most in the Java ecosystem. That should be Gradle. And I know maybe some of your startups, like it's much better than Maven, you say, it's much shorter. I think build tools are not looked at very often by the developers. They only look at them when they want to change some project configuration. And this means that the tool that you look once in 2 months shouldn't have a learning curve which is bigger than your language of choice, which might not be Gradle, Groovy. So I think it should be better to be more verbose than less verbose in the build space. And this is what Gradle does the opposite of. So any thoughts on tools you hate?
I usually hate when we need to put library in the repository, and this is a nightmare. I have one client that decided to do this kind of thing, and that's funny because the client lost some library. It was hard to find the exact library, the exact version to run this product. And there was one team of 10 people to find the exact library, and they spent like 25 days to find the exact library to make the code run again.
Saying don't commit your libraries in Git or commit them?
Don't commit. Usually I don't recommend to use Ant, because with Ant you can use this kind of thing. So my advice is avoid to use Ant, and that's why I hate it.
Avoid Ant. Okay. Anybody else wants to hate something?
So, well, I think hate is a very strong word if I have to mention this library. And you mentioned Gradle. Actually, love Gradle, but again, the one thing I don't think that Gradle is free from is complexity. Similarly, Maven has a similar flavor there, where you got everything. For every one step you will want to take in Maven, there's a plugin available. But does that plugin always work? The release plugin was a struggle to ever get it to work. So I have, over a period of time, even though I have to use it, and I will continually use Maven, but I don't have a strong liking for Maven because of its highly complex design and the learning curve is also pretty steep. You could learn something quickly, like just to do basic stuff, but to do more sophisticated and the things you want to do get your work done quicker, the learning curve is
So I'll start with a joke and I'll end with a story. Here's the joke. The Spring guys, man, they need to chill out a little bit. There's stuff other than Spring in the world. Chill out, guys. Right? So there's Java-E, there's Quarkus, there's other stuff. It's not just all about Spring all the time. So that's a joke. Let me tell the story now. So as a teenager, I liked heavy metal, right? I got into heavy metal. So I had this huge collection of these old style albums, like literally these, you think about those 8-inch big things. So I had a whole collection of those, and tapes, and CDs were just coming out, and I had speakers and a whole setup, and I had my guitar and basically soundproof my room, right? So I used to spend good 4 or 5 hours in my room just playing music back when I was a teenager. So we got this visit from my grandmother, who was almost 90 years old at the time, right? So she is very intrigued by what this boy, why he's sitting in his room for 4 or 5 hours and never comes up. Right? So she knocked on my door and told me, "Hey, what are you doing in here?" Right? And so I played some of the music for her. I think I played something softer like Iron Maiden, not like Sepultura or something like that. And I basically told her, "Yeah, this is what I do. And, what do you think of this music?" So she said something very, very wise, right? She said, all art is produced for someone, right? So the artist is producing this thing from their heart. And because they're producing it from their heart, it's going to reach somebody else's heart. So I think the same thing applies to anything in the IT ecosystem. I think everything has its place. If somebody has taken the time to create something, it's going to land with somebody else or the other, whether it's COBOL or Java or Spring or Jakarta or what have you. So I don't really hate any tool, right? Because I know somebody loves it, and there's somebody loves it enough to invest time in creating it.
Tool that I hate is Jira, because I think it wastes developers' time, to be honest.
Sends a lot of notifications as well to your email box.
Yeah.
Yeah, we probably also all hate the clients that give us all the work. Like if there were no clients, you can just chill out.
Time sheets.
Okay, so I guess this is the last question from Mikhail Slavov. There are some articles about open source. What do you think about it in terms of security? Because a lot of bugs happen to be in open source projects, and when you include a bunch of them and you end up with a bunch of security holes without asking. So what's your take on that?
Always run a tool to analyze those open source tools like OWASP dependency check or Snyk, or there are several others as well. It would be always a good option to run such a tool to at least make sure that you're not using an outdated version of the particular open source tool or library.
Okay. Anybody else?
So there's always going to be pros and cons to having an open source tool as opposed to a closed source tool, right? I think that kind of is one angle of the question, even though I don't know if the person who asked the question is asking from that perspective. So there are the pros of open source is that you have many eyeballs to look at something. And as just like Marto has mentioned, that you could actually put something like that on a CI/CD pipeline that does the vulnerability checks, right? And then which software out there doesn't have any bugs, right? And when has it happened that we've fixed a bug now that it has not evolved into another bug in a future change? So that's all part and parcel of a software development process. We will have better processes. We'll have better people to look at such things and find them. We'll have people to fix them permanently. We'll also have tools to scan for these. So, I mean, lack of these things is where the answer to the question falls short of. But if we then build all these things in a systematic, pragmatic way, using best practices in mind, then we can reduce these cons and increase the pros. So we can now fully eliminate the cons, right? There will always be new ones popping up. And if we say that this is a problem with open source software, then closed source has the same problems as well, if not more. So that's kind of my take on a question like that.
Thank you, Mani. Well, yeah, I guess we should run tools to check the up-to-date status and active security vulnerabilities of open source projects. But I guess there is also this other angle where, let's say you need something some library for something, or maybe you need something done. You check online and you find a library that's 10 times more powerful than what you need, but you say, hey, I'm lazy, I'm just going to include that. And then you include vulnerabilities for things that you don't actually want to use just because you're lazy. And similarly to how LeftPath, I mean, I guess there are no LeftPath libraries for Java, but it's a famous example of how half the internet broke down because of LeftPath.
Well, if you look at that action, you can see at the end of the day, you are the final person who makes that decision of whether I want to include A or B, right? And then you want to ask those questions to yourself as well. Do I have a checklist of things it should always meet when I do an action like this? Am I fulfilling all the actions in that checklist for this specific action? So we cannot blame that library out there, because as Raza said, that it's made out of love for someone and land in somebody's plate. Whoever takes it on should then make a choice whether it's poison I want to drink, or it's nectar that I want to take off. So and then how you then do what actions you do based on that is purely your own prerogative and not the library out there.
I agree with Mani.
I think that there is there's something that we have to separate when we talk about security and open source. Of course, you can get any tools in open source, and for instance, if you're talking about the Docker images, you can pick any images that are in Docker Hub, so you have the source code, but it won't tell you if there is a security issue or not. And at the end of the day, you don't want to do everything by yourself. And maybe I'm having my red hat just here, but this is the reason why we're building this kind of enterprise open source software, is to make sure that if you're using a software, it is open source or not, we as a company ensure that it has been analyzed, and that if you take this software, we tell to you, and you pay us for that, but we ensure that there would be less security issues as possible, and we will take off any of the new security issues. And this is a model that we're taking, and we're doing that the open source way. So that's how we work. But definitely, it doesn't mean that open source is not secured. It means that open source is like any software, closed source or have also vulnerabilities. But the important is, do you have someone who is responsible of the code and will take care to manage that code, and to make sure that if there's any issue that would be fixed in a minute or a day, or as soon as possible. That's it for me.
Thank you, Son. I think these were all the questions. So I guess last words, and we're off.
Thank you to invite me, and if you're watching us today, please keep it on the conference tomorrow and the day after tomorrow.
I'm terribly disappointed by this session because we should have had an IDE war. No, I'm kidding. That's my last joke for the day. And so thank you for having me. And this was awesome.
Thank you, Reza. There is no need to have an IDE war because everybody uses only VI. So there is no need to argue here.
VI is the de facto IDE. That was the final discussion and decision point after this discussion. So yes. I think we are all going to switch to VI. We'll keep it running in the background, but in the foreground, we will code in our IDE of choice, right? That's okay, right?
That's fine.
Thank you very much for organizing this and having me here, and also for curating this session, Iskren, because we could have ended up into a nice battle here because we've got so many people from so many different angles here, some liking the same thing that we hate and vice versa. But it was well curated. Thank you.
Yeah, that's the beauty of virtual rooms. Nobody can get spanked. It's safe.
Yeah, and stay safe, everybody. Keep moving Java forward.
Thank you, Martin. Bye.
Yeah, so
everybody.
Thanks for inviting me, and see you tomorrow.
Yep, have a nice rest of the conference. And see you tomorrow.
Thank you.
Okay.
See you. Bye-bye.
Thank
Bye.
you. Bye.
Bye.
Yeah, so
everybody.
Thanks for inviting me, and see you tomorrow.
Yep, have